Hello, dear listener. It is a joy to have you here with me. Today, I bring to the channel a precious work, a classic period romance originally published in the early 20th century by the celebrated French duo, MDelly. But what is this captivating story about? Imagine two children, Magali and Freddy, who, after the tragic loss of their mother on a train journey, find themselves alone in the world and dependent on the charity of a noble English family. Magali grows up with a Grecian beauty and an unshakable soul, but she must face the disdain and wounded pride of the powerful Duke of Staldiff. What happens when destiny reveals hidden secrets from the past? Can love flourish between such different worlds? I invite you to dive into the mysteries and emotions of Magali, a story that will hold your attention until the very last second. To travel with me into this story, imagine yourself in early 20th century England. The main setting is Hawker Park, the majestic country estate of the Duke of Staldiff. Visualize an imposing castle surrounded by immense parks, meticulously tended English gardens, and luxurious ballrooms, where the high British aristocracy lives surrounded by tradition and elegance. Before we begin, please like this video, comment where you are listening from, and share this with anyone who also loves classics. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so to support the growth of our community. And now, get comfortable, and let's listen to this beautiful story. Chapter 1. Although her brow shone only with the radiance of youth, and though she possessed neither a golden diadem nor a mantle of Damascus, I desire that she be raised in glory like a queen. Frederick Mistral, Mireille. The dawn appeared somewhat troubled, as an uncertain glimmer floated over the countryside through which the train sped, casting shrill, piercing whistles into the air. Inside the carriage, though it was well heated, a certain chill penetrated the air, cooling the lone lady traveller despite the fur-lined garment in which she was wrapped. Little by little, Miss Nui emerged from the somnolence that had overcome her for the past few hours. Her eyes opened, and her hand, with the mechanical gesture of a careful woman, smoothed the chestnut bands of hair that framed her thin, slightly weathered face. She drew herself up at last, completely awake, and shook her garment to remove the few folds that had formed. At the same time, her gaze was directed toward the other end of the carriage. There sat a lady wrapped in a black cloak of poor appearance, accompanied by two children between the ages of 8 and 10. Upon entering this compartment in the middle of the night, Miss Nui had found them there. The lady had maintained exactly the same position she had held then, her head turned toward the window and hidden between her hands, without any movement other than that imparted by the motion of the train. Opposite her, the children sat motionless, huddled close to one another. They were very much awake and visibly shivering beneath their threadbare clothes. They were both thin and frail, yet they did not resemble each other. The little girl, who seemed the elder, had a face of matte complexion with somewhat strong features, and a magnificent head of ash-blonde hair falling in 2 long braids over her shoulders. The little boy's countenance was fine and more delicate, his complexion appeared very white against the dark curls that shaded his brow. The compassionate gaze of Miss Nui quickly took in all these details. She was accustomed to encountering many hidden miseries during her visits across Paris and London, and she possessed an almost infallible flair for discerning the genteel poor. Something stirred in her heart before this unknown trio, seeing the melancholy gravity imprinted upon the pale faces of these children, whose extreme distinction had immediately struck her. The carriage door was suddenly opened, and a ticket inspector appeared upon the threshold. "Your tickets, if you please." Miss Nui handed over hers. The children turned their heads, but the lady did not stir. "Your tickets, madam," the man said, raising his voice. There was no answer. "She sleeps soundly, this lady," he observed. "Do you not know where her tickets are, children?" "Yes, I know," said the little girl with a slight English accent. "Please do not wake Mama." She rose, took a bag placed near her mother, and drew out 3 tickets. "These are third-class tickets, and you are in a first-class carriage here. Well now, you certainly do not lack for boldness." "Are we in first class?" the little girl asked, looking at him with surprise. "We did not know. Mama was so tired that she boarded the first carriage she saw." "Yes. Tell me another story. If you think I shall believe that, you must pay the supplement, or otherwise." A significant gesture finished the sentence. The little girl uttered a cry of alarm. Pay the supplement. But we have almost no money left. That is no concern of mine, you should have paid more attention. Come now, wake your mamma, I cannot stand here for 2 hours. An expression of regret passed over the child's face. Her eyes, magnificent dark and velvet pupils, enveloped her still motionless mother with a tender gaze. Then, leaning forward, she called softly in English. Mamma! Mamma! The lady did not make a single movement. The little girl lifted a pleading look toward the inspector. I cannot wake her, she is sleeping so soundly. Ah, that is quite enough. I shall take charge of it myself then. Miss Nui rose to put an end to this painful scene by paying the requested supplement. However, the train, likely passing over a section of the track under repair, gave a violent jolt which threw her back into her seat. At the other end, the stranger was tossed about and fell forward like a heavy weight. The children let out a cry of terror, answered by an exclamation from Miss Nui and another from the inspector. But this lady is dead. The little girl stood up, her dilated eyes fixed upon the stark white face that had struck the bench. Her hands brushed against her. Then, she gently slid into a faint into the arms that Miss Nui held out to her. Well now, what a business, murmured the inspector. Fortunately, we shall arrive shortly. Miss Nui carried the child to the other end of the compartment. She did the same for the little boy, who remained motionless, trembling in every limb. Then she returned to ensure that the inspector had spoken the truth. Alas, there could be no doubt. A sudden death had struck this woman, perhaps even before Miss Nui had entered the carriage. Poor creature, she murmured, looking with sorrowful compassion at the delicate face, still young but extremely worn, the dark hair already silvered with grey, and the small hands, very pretty in shape, but darkened by household toil. Paris was approaching. 5 minutes more. With a sigh of relief, Miss Nui saw the train enter the station. The inspector hurried away to find assistance. A few moments later, the stranger was carried away by 2 men, while another took the still fainting child into his arms. Miss Nui followed him, holding the little boy by the hand, whispering sweet words to him. It was she who succeeded, after much care, in bringing the little girl back from her faint. She had greatly dreaded this moment. Indeed, the child, suddenly remembering what had occurred, fell into a terrible crisis of despair that Miss Nui could only calm after long efforts. It was heart-rending to see that small, desolate face and to hear the sobs of the little boy kneeling near his sister. Mamma! Mamma, the girl murmured, wringing her hands. It is not possible, madam, she is alive, is she not? My poor darling. Miss Nui said tenderly, pressing her in her arms. Noticing a small ivory cross peeking from the child's bodice, she added, You are of the faith, are you not? I am as well. It is a bond between us, my dear child. Come now, think that your poor mamma is now with the Lord, and that she suffers no longer, my sweet one. It is true. Oh, she suffered so much, my darling mother, but we have her no more. We are alone, all alone. Oh, mamma, mamma. She suffered a new fit of tears which Miss Nui had great difficulty in calming. The child then remained motionless, utterly dejected and broken. Magali, Magali, do not die as well, sobbed her brother, squeezing her hand. No, my Freddy, she whispered feebly. But after all, it might be better. What shall we do without mamma? The station master and the police commissioner entered at that moment. They came to seek information from the children, as the meager luggage of the deceased had provided no clues. Only on the wedding ring were engraved these 2 names, Ethel and Luke, 1880. What are your names, my dear little ones? Miss Nui asked, leaning toward the orphans. Magali and Freddy Dalty, the little girl murmured. And from where did you come? From Bombay. Did you have relatives there? No, no one. Mama gave lessons in French and English. Is your father no longer with you? No, he died 3 years ago. Do you have relatives in France? No one at all. But Mama could no longer find enough lessons there, and the climate exhausted her. She wanted to try her fortune in France or England. Was she English? Yes, and Papa was French, from Provence. What was her maiden name? I do not know, madam. And you know of no relatives, either in France or elsewhere? The little girl shook her head. Good heavens, this is most troublesome, murmured the police commissioner. What are we to do with these mites? It is a pity, they are quite charming. I shall take charge of them for the moment, Miss Nui declared. I shall make every inquiry to discover if they truly have no one in the world. As for the poor mother, she added in a lower voice to the commissioner, please see that she is given a proper Christian burial. I shall take all the expenses upon myself. He bowed and drew a notebook from his pocket. Have the kindness to give me your address, madam. Miss Nui, Hotel de Volberg, Rue de la Ville à l'Évêque. I am the lady reader to the Duchess of Staldiff, currently a guest of the Count of Volberg, her cousin, she added by way of reference. Very well, miss. I shall send for your instructions regarding the funeral. Shall I call for a carriage? Upon Miss Nui's affirmative reply, he departed at once, and a little later, a cab drove away through the city, carrying the excellent lady and her small protégés nestled against her. Chapter 2. Miss Amélie Nui was the daughter of a French professor established in Vienna. Burdened with the care of many children, he had gratefully accepted an offer from the Count of Volberg to place his youngest daughter, then 10 years of age, as a companion to the little Countess Juliane. This was intended to stir the emulation of the young countess, who was somewhat idle and far too spoiled. Amélie was thus raised amidst luxury, becoming the dear friend of Juliane de Volberg, a soul perhaps a bit soft and frivolous, but affectionate and kind. For a young lady without a fortune, such a life held grave perils. By brushing against the existence of great lords and ladies, she might have suffered the fatal effects of ambition or grown bitter in the presence of such refined luxury. Yet, Amélie possessed a reasonable and upright nature, she was devoted to her faith and inclined toward works of charity. Never did an ambitious desire touch the soul of Juliane's simple and modest lady reader. She had not left the young countess even when the latter married Lord Randolph Hawker, the Duke of Staldiff. She remained a faithful counselor and friend to the young duchess. One not always heeded, perhaps, but most highly esteemed. If any seriousness remained in the mind and heart of Lady Juliane, she owed it to this exceptional soul. Now, Miss Nui served as the governess to the little ladies Isabel and Ophelia, one the daughter of the Duchess, the other a cousin, through her father, to the late Duke, for Lady Juliane had been a widow for several years. Yet Amélie's standing remained that of a friend, all the more valued because she displayed the greatest discretion in all circumstances. She did not fear a cold reception upon bringing home the poor orphans, knowing that the Countess of Volberg would feel compassion, as would her cousin, for such a great misfortune. Upon arriving at the Hotel de Volberg, Miss Nui had the children taken to her apartments, sent the housemaid to fetch them some broth, and, with her help, prepared 2 small beds. It was only after seeing them fall asleep from exhaustion and grief that she changed her attire and went down to visit the Duchess. She had not seen her friend for a fortnight, having spent that time in Burgundy with an elderly relative of her father. She entered the drawing-room preceding the Duchess's bedchamber without being announced, as was her custom. However, she stopped upon the threshold on seeing that her friend was not alone. "Do come in, Miss Amélie," said a youthful voice, warm and vibrant in tone, with a pronounced English accent. She stepped forward and bowed, saying gaily, "I did not expect to find your grace here. I believed you to be at the very tip of Italy." The one to whom she spoke, a young man of 16 or 17 years standing near the Duchess, held out his hand with a smile. It singularly brightened his countenance, which was very handsome and extremely intelligent, though it usually expressed a haughtiness that his gestures and bearing only served to increase. "No, I have returned to Paris, Miss Amélie, following an accident, not a grave one, mind you, that befell my traveling companion." "Did your journey go well, my dear Amélie?" asked the Duchess, holding out both hands to her friend and lifting a pleasant face framed by beautiful, lightly powdered blonde hair. "Very well, Juliane. That is to say, until the final portion." "Were you attacked and robbed, as you predicted when I departed for Italy?" the young man asked with a laugh. But he broke off before the grave expression on Miss Nui's face. She briefly narrated the sad accident. As she proceeded with her story, the Duchess's very mobile features expressed lively compassion, while the young man showed a real, albeit somewhat cold, interest. "And what have you done with these poor unfortunate little ones, Amelie?" asked the Duchess. "I took the liberty of bringing them here, and at this moment, they are asleep upstairs in my apartments. I thought that you would not be displeased." "Certainly not, my good friend, it is only natural. But all of this will cause you much trouble if you take charge of the inquiries." "What would you have me do, Juliane? One must serve one's neighbor, and these poor children are so touching. You must bring them to see us when they are a little recovered, Amelie." "You say their mother was English?" "Yes, but they are ignorant of her family name." "And what are they called?" the young man asked, leaning forward to glance at the clock. "Magali and Freddy Dalty, my lord." "Magali? A pretty name, a memory of Mireille. Her father was from Provence, she told me. The search can begin in that direction first." "Evidently. It is something at least to know where to start. I wish you every success, Miss Amelie. Until this evening, mother. Maximilian is taking me to luncheon at the Austrian embassy." "Go then, Gerald, and enjoy your stay here," the Duchess said with a smile. "But do not make any engagements for this evening. You know we have a premiere at the opera." "I should not dream of forgetting it. The opera is my passion. Keep me informed of this lamentable story, Miss Amelie." He walked away with a lithe and brisk step, looking very elegant in his ultra-correct attire, which he wore with the easy grace of a great lord. His mother followed him with her eyes, a small spark of pride crossing her gaze. "He is superb, my Gerald, is he not, Amelie? Superb, indeed. And what is better, he is kind, beneath an appearance that is perhaps a little proud." This mild word was not quite the one that fitted best. In truth, the extreme pride and violent nature of the young Duke of Staldiff often stifled his moral qualities, to such an extent that some of those who knew him denied the kindness that Miss Nui sincerely recognized in him. Upon leaving the Duchess, she went to her pupils, who were idling in the study room. Lady Isabel, a lively and pretty blonde girl, rushed toward her and threw herself into her arms. "Ah, how glad I am to see you again, Miss Amelie. A fortnight without you is so very long. You are very sweet to say so, my little Isabel. Perhaps Ophelia is not of the same mind." She addressed a very slender girl, most elegantly dressed, whose tawny hair framed a regular, cold, and extremely white face. "But yes, Miss Amelie," she said quietly, holding out her hand. "Only, I am not as expansive as Bella." "By the way," Isabel cried out eagerly, "what has Betsy been telling us? Have you brought home some children, little orphans? Beggars?" Ophelia asked disdainfully. "Not at all. Sit down, and I shall tell you the story." Ophelia listened with a distracted air. Isabel expressed lively pity and declared that she wished to see the children. "They are too tired, too broken by their grief, my dear child. As soon as possible, I shall introduce them to you. You shall see how charming and distinguished they are. We must keep them, Miss Amelie. The little girl shall be my friend." "Isabel! A foundling," her cousin exclaimed with contempt. "They are not foundlings at all," Miss Nui declared firmly. "They have a name, we know where they come from. Ophelia, show a little more restraint and charity in your speech, my child." But the girl turned away with a little disdainful pout and began to leaf through a fashion magazine, which Miss Amelie had to take from her hands, declaring she had better things to do than to excite her vanity. Lady Isabel had to wait a fortnight before she could meet Magali Dalty. The little girl fell prey to a violent fever, and Miss Nui, who nursed her with untiring devotion, feared for her life for a time. But the crisis was overcome. Magali, very much weakened, was finally able to rise, and one day, she went down on her protector's arm into the garden of the Hotel de Volberg to enjoy a ray of sunshine that warmed the air. Freddy was there too, as touching as could be in his black suit, with his delicate, overly white face, his dark curls, and his eyes, still somewhat saddened, but where a ray of childish gaiety returned at certain moments. He had a charming little character, very pleasant and extremely affectionate. Already, Miss Nui felt a motherly tenderness for him. But she felt even more drawn to little Magali, very loving, ardently grateful, whose gaze had a singular depth, and whose childish heart suffered silently but cruelly from the loss of a beloved mother and the absolute abandonment in which she and her brother now found themselves. For the inquiries in Provence had revealed only this: the Daltys, originally from Arles, belonged to an old and very honourable family of the law. The last survivor, Luke Dalty, a man of artistic temperament, original and adventurous, had departed some 20 years prior for America. Since then, no one had heard of him. From that side, there remained no kin for the children. Thanks to the high connections of the Duchess and the Count of Volberg, Miss Newey had also received a very prompt reply from Bombay. There existed in that city a death certificate for Luke Dalty, who had been found murdered in a suburb, the perpetrator of the crime never having been discovered. Information was also gathered regarding his perfect honor and that of his widow, who was very poor and most deserving, having been left without resources after the collapse of the small commercial enterprise Mr. Dalty had directed. Miss Newey had received this reply the day before and, very perplexed, she wondered what would become of these poor little beings, so delicate in spirit and body. If only it were allowed. It would be so easy for her, Amelie, to raise these gentle children and surround them with affection. No one would notice their presence in the vast residences to which the Duchess and her children moved according to the seasons. That morning, she had tested the waters and received this encouraging reply from her friend. "I see no obstacle to it. I would even join in such a good work with joy. Only, I must ask Gerald's opinion." The Duke, despite his youth, was considered an oracle by his mother, who was very proud of his brilliant faculties and saw him as the head of the family. On this point, Miss Newey was not without apprehension. The young man's natural generosity was subject to the fluctuations of an imperious will, extremely stubborn, and caprices that were quite impossible to foresee. Slowly, Miss Amelie and Magali made 2 turns around the great lawn, followed by Freddy, then returned with small steps toward the house. There, at the threshold of a glass door, the young Duke appeared, followed by Lady Isabel and Lady Ophelia, dressed in light attire for a children's party taking place that afternoon at the British Embassy. Was it the fatigue of the short walk, or was she intimidated by the curious gazes directed toward her? Whatever the cause, Magali suddenly slipped, overcome by weakness. Miss Newey caught her hurriedly. "Give her to me, Miss Amelie," said Lord Gerald, stepping forward with a spontaneous movement. With an ease one would not have thought him capable of beneath his elegant and slender appearance, he lifted the child in his arms and carried her into the drawing-room where the Duchess and the Countess of Volberg were sitting. Once laid upon a sofa, she recovered almost at once, and a little colour rose to her matte cheeks upon seeing herself surrounded by these strangers. The benevolent words of the 2 ladies and the kind smile of Lady Isabel seemed, however, to put her at ease. "She is plain, this little one," Lady Ophelia whispered in the ear of her cousin, who stood a little distance away, leaning against the mantelpiece. "Yes, rather, except for the eyes, which are magnificent. But the little boy is delightful. Come here, little one." Freddy held tight to his sister, his large blue eyes, a little frightened, looked at all these unknown faces. At the call of the young Duke, he did not move and hid his face against Magali's arm. "Well now, did you not understand me?" Lord Gerald said a bit sharply, for patience was not his dominant virtue. At this imperious tone, Magali gave a start and directed her gaze toward him. And Miss Amelie, seeing the clash between the child's dark pupils, where a glimmer of revolt and wounded pride passed, and the young man's large brown eyes, expressing a haughtiness mixed with irritation and disdainful surprise, understood that 2 prides had met. As she had suspected, Magali possessed an excessive sensitivity. The excellent lady, with a heavy heart, thought that the poor little girl had probably just alienated, by that single look, the sympathy of the one who was to decide her fate. Lord Gerald had knit his brows and, turning his eyes away disdainfully, he said to his cousin, "What a disagreeable countenance that little girl has." Freddy, at a sign from Miss Amelie, stepped forward, a little intimidated, but so pretty and so touching that the young Duke's displeased expression softened a little. He stroked the child, asked his name, and put several questions to him in English, a language Freddy spoke almost better than French. The Duchess and Madame de Volberg, for their part, were questioning Magali. But the child knew nothing more than what she had previously stated. She did not know her mother's maiden name, which would have allowed for inquiries in England. We must see about placing these children in an orphanage, said Madame de Volberg. I know an excellent one. Oh, cousin, the poor little things, murmured Lady Isabel, whose pretty face showed lively compassion. What would you have, my little Bella? There is no other solution. Yes, there is another, said the Duchess, gesturing for Madame de Volberg to move a little away from the child. These little beings appear well-bred. On the paternal side, they are of a good family. Amelie proposes to take charge of their education, to raise them herself, at my expense, naturally, for I wish to have my part in this work of charity. We shall prepare a suitable future for them. What does Gerald say? Asked Madame de Volberg. She turned toward the young man, who had resumed his nonchalant pose against the mantelpiece. I do not oppose it, cousin. The children are English through their mother, their position is undeniably very painful and most interesting, and in truth, I believe my mother and Miss Amelie would be doing a very good work. But it seems excessive to me, Miss Amelie, that you should charge yourself with these children. The colleges are there to receive them. They are of such delicate health. And I should be so happy to have them all to myself, my lord, said Miss Amelie with a pleading look. They are so kind, and I love them so much already. Oh, dear Miss Amelie, if it takes only that to content you, keep your little protégés, he said with a smile. But perhaps, consulting your kind heart much more than your strength as always, you shall tire yourself with these children, whose nature, tastes, and upbringing you know nothing about. Rest assured, my lord, I shall spare myself, Miss Newey said gaily, inwardly delighted by this acceptance that she had hardly dared hope for a minute before. As for their education, it seems to me to have been admirably begun. Their nature is charming. He said ironically. The little girl has a look that is anything but gentle. Well, try it, Miss Amelie. There will always be time to change your mind if you have had enough. And you, little boy, make the most of your luck, for you shall not find a heart like that to devote itself to you every day. He stroked Freddy's white cheek with his fingertips, and his voice, beneath the playful tone, had a slightly moved inflection. Come, Ophelia and Isabel, it is time to depart, he said, taking his hat from a piece of furniture. Otherwise, you might risk arriving very late, though perhaps you prefer it so. It is very pleasant to make a sensational entry, is it not? He added mockingly, addressing his cousin in particular. How wicked you are, Gerald, the girl said with a little pout and a coquettish toss of her head. On the contrary, I was growing impatient inside at being delayed so, and I thought Miss Amelie might have chosen another moment to present her protégés. What does it matter? Isabel interrupted quickly. Miss Amelie chose nothing at all, and we shall still have plenty of time to dance. Goodbye, Magali. I am very glad you are staying with us. I am staying, murmured the little girl, who had not heard the decision reached, as the brief conversation had been held a little apart from the sofa where she was half lying. Yes, indeed, with Miss Newey, said the Duchess, coming closer. Does that please you, my child? With her? Oh, yes, said Magali, whose pale complexion suddenly flushed pink, while her gaze, sweet and loving this time, rested upon the benevolent face of her protector. We shall do good work together, said Miss Amelie, tenderly kissing the child's brow. I do not doubt it. You would be capable of softening the fiercest wild creature, laughed Lord Gerald as he passed the sofa to reach the door. Fortunately, Magali is no wild creature, at least I hope so, Miss Newey replied in the same tone, passing her hand over the little girl's magnificent blonde hair. Come, my child, thank His Grace, who is kind enough to authorize me to keep you with me. She wanted to try to lessen the unfortunate impression made upon the Duke by the little girl, but she secretly dreaded a resistance. Magali gave a shiver, her eyes darkened, but she rose and said, somewhat stiffly, without looking at Lord Gerald. I thank you, my lord. He made a vague gesture, which could have meant very well or it matters little to me. His gaze, disdainful or almost harsh, brushed over the child's face, which was strained by the effort she was making. Then he walked away following his cousin and his sister. When Miss Amelie had brought the children back to her apartments, she saw Magali sit down, her brow furrowed, in the embrasure of a window, and remain there for a long time, sullen and thoughtful. What is the matter, little Magali? She asked at last. The child lifted a grave look toward her. I was thinking of those I have just seen. Is it with them that we shall live, Freddy and I? With them? Not precisely. But with me. They are great lords and ladies, and our lot is to remain apart, which shall not prevent us from being happy, Magali. I prefer that, said Magali, whose brow suddenly cleared. The little blonde lady seems very kind, but I do not like the other at all. And him, how he looked down on us. Oh, I hate him. Again, the large velvet eyes grew dark, and the small mouth tightened with anger. And what a singular bitterness was in that childish voice. Magali, could you be proud? Miss Nui cried out, seizing her hands and looking deep into the little girl's eyes. Magali trembled, her long blonde lashes lowered, veiling her eyes a little. Yes, she whispered. Oh, it is very wrong, I know. My dear Mama always told me so. But I cannot. No, I cannot, she said ardently, pressing her hands against her chest. Chapter 3. Indeed, Magali was proud. The sudden pangs of her wounded self-esteem brought about terrible moral crises, and Miss Omely found herself faced with a most difficult task. She sought to instill in that childish heart the principles of humility, which alone could save a young creature destined for a life of dependence, one likely obliged, always, to submit to the authority of strangers and to accept obscurity and poverty in silence. Miss Nui and her pupils had accompanied the Duchess of Staldiff and her children to London, and the following summer, they had all gone to Hawker Park, the magnificent summer residence of the Dukes of Staldiff. As Miss Omely occupied an independent suite of rooms, the children were very rarely in contact with the noble family to whom they were indebted. From time to time, they were brought by Miss Omely to see the Duchess, who would ask them a few benevolent questions, distribute sweets, and fill their little purses, an act that unfailingly cast a shadow over Magali for the remainder of the day. Lady Ophelia affected to ignore them entirely. As for Lord Gerald, they saw him only from a distance, as he rode his horse along the park avenues or traversed the magnificent gardens of Hawker Park surrounded by a brilliant circle of youths. Lady Isabel, quite to the contrary, constantly requested Magali's presence. She was a bit of a flighty creature, but she possessed a kind heart and was devoid of that natural arrogance so prevalent in her brother and cousin. Magali pleased her greatly with her quick intelligence, her manners marked by an innate distinction, and the caressing grace she could put into her gaze and gestures whenever nothing occurred to wound her sensitivity. This fear of the slightest sting to her pride led Magali to avoid anything that might bring her closer to her noble hosts. She yielded only with some difficulty to the desire expressed by Lady Isabel, with her mother's permission, to have her as a companion for studies and play, much as Miss Omely had once been for Lady Juliane. Miss Nui had supported her pupil's request, judging such contact useful to accustom the proud Magali to the intimate little hurts inherent to her position, while also restoring, in the company of the amiable Isabel, that gaiety which the death of her mother seemed to have nearly extinguished. But what tender patience was required of Miss Omely to calm the outbursts of this haughty nature? On one hand, Magali was ardently inclined toward what was good, on the other, she was tormented by a pride whose excessive sensitivity was a continual struggle for her. Only considerations of faith held any power over this little soul, and Miss Nui placed all her hope in them to transform Magali, the little demon, as she sometimes called her with a sad severity that drew abundant tears from the child. For Magali loved Miss Omely with the same passion she put into her antipathies. From her southern origins, she possessed an ardent, enthusiastic nature that she often kept concentrated within, but which manifested itself at times with a sort of intensity, or, much more often, in acts of quite charming delicacy. Miss Nui was struck by the treasures contained within this child's heart, yet she was also somewhat concerned to observe such a burning imagination and a will that reared up so quickly before any obstacle. Little Freddy, for his part, seemed to raise himself. He was the delight of Isabel, and occasionally he was called to the drawing-room to recite, with the charming little airs that were natural to him, the fables and verses Miss Nui taught him. He would return quite joyful, his pockets full of sweets which he immediately offered to his sister, his darling Magali, telling her that Lady Ophelia had said he was very kind, and that Lord Gerald had shown himself quite good and promised him a handsome watch for his first communion. And Magali, refusing the sweets, would remain thoughtful for a long while, her brows knit. Perhaps the strange little girl was wounded by the idea that her brother served as an amusement for Lord Gerald and his cousin, for him especially, against whom she kept the antipathy that had blossomed from the very first moment. It was a reciprocal dislike, manifesting in the young Duke as a disdainful indifference, and in Magali as an almost absolute silence on the rare occasions she found herself in his presence. One August morning, more than a year after the orphans had come under the tender guardianship of Miss Omely, Lady Isabel burst like a whirlwind into the small room where Magali was hearing her brother's lessons. "I have come for Freddy. We are going to the waterfall, Gerald, and Gerald is willing for us to take the little one along." Without any show of haste, Magali straightened her brother's attire and retied the bow of his small cravat. "Do hurry, dear. Gerald will grow impatient. Freddy is quite well as he is. I cannot offer to have you accompany us, for there is just room enough for Freddy in the pony chaise. But come and see us off, Magali. You shall see my new ponies, a gift from Gerald. He is so very kind." As the three of them crossed the hall to reach the courtyard of honor, the sounds of an irritated voice suddenly reached their ears. "It is Gerald. He is angry," whispered Isabel. They advanced toward the great front steps. At the foot of the stairs, the pony chaise stood waiting. Nearby, Lord Gerald stood, his large brown eyes flashing with anger, his right hand shaking a light riding crop over the head of a small groom who was hunched over and trembling. A few paces away, Lady Ophelia, in a coquettish morning gown, looked on calmly while playing with a flower she had just plucked in the gardens. Magali's compassionate heart leapt at the sight. This groom was a good little lad, perhaps a bit scatterbrained, but utterly devoted to his masters. Doubtless, he had committed some slight fault, and Lord Gerald, the one called so kind, was preparing to punish him harshly in one of those fits of temper to which he was quite accustomed. "Oh, stop him. Stop him," Magali said to Isabel, seizing her arm. "But I cannot. He will only grow angrier." At that moment, the crop fell upon the boy's shoulders. Then Magali, listening only to the impulse of her heart, rushed down the steps and threw herself in front of the little boy. "Enough, my lord. Do not strike him again," she cried out in a pleading tone. "What business is this of yours?" "Step back," he said with violence. "Quickly now." But Magali, highly agitated, cried out with vehement indignation. "No, I shall not move. It is a dreadful thing you are doing. You are a coward to strike this poor little boy so." A flash darted from beneath the young man's long lashes, the veins in his brow swelled. The crop, raised by his nervous hand, fell with force, striking the wrist that Magali had instinctively raised to protect her face. The child uttered a cry of pain. With an abrupt gesture, Lord Gerald threw the crop far from him. Very pale, he drew nearer to Magali, toward whom Isabel and Freddy were running. But the little girl lifted her eyes to him, and that gaze expressed such an intensity of contempt and indignation that the young man stopped, his features working, and let fall the hand he was extending toward her. "My poor darling," Isabel said in a trembling voice, putting her arm around Magali's neck, while Freddy, quite pale, took hold of his sister's hand. "Show me. But it is hurt." "Oh, Gerald." "Whose fault is it?" he said through gritted teeth, turning his gaze away from Magali's distressed face and large dark eyes. "If she had obeyed me." "Yes, it shall teach her to meddle in what does not concern her," Lady Ophelia added, shrugging her shoulders. "Do not pull such a woeful face, Isabel. It is but a small, unimportant mark." Lord Gerald took the crop a servant had just retrieved and said coldly, "Are you coming, Isabel? The hour is already advanced. We shall hardly be back in time for luncheon." Isabel looked at Magali with a somewhat perplexed air. "Go quickly to Miss Omely, my poor darling. She will give you something to recover yourself," she said, kissing her affectionately. "Are you coming, Freddy?" But the little boy shook his head energetically. "No, I am staying with Magali." "My poor Magali," he replied, tenderly pressing his cheek against his sister's hand. "Come now, hurry, Isabel," Lord Gerald said in a tone of irritated impatience, which caused the girl to hasten. A few moments later, the light carriage drove away, Ophelia returned to the castle, and Magali remained alone in the courtyard with Freddy and the groom. "Oh, Miss Magali, it was for me," the boy said, weeping. She gave a slight shrug of her shoulders, her strained features softened a little. "It is nothing at all." "What had you done, Jem?" "I had forgotten an errand His Grace had given me." "Oh, Miss Magali, what a mark you have," he said in a despondent tone. "You should have let me take the blow. I am used to it." "What? Does it happen often?" "Yes, when His Grace is in a temper." "Oh, Miss Magali, it is not so very terrible. I am used to it, I tell you, and otherwise I am very well here. I saw much worse at home." "I did not think Lord Gerald was so harsh," Freddy said thoughtfully as he returned with his sister to Miss Newey's apartments. Magali did not answer. A process was beginning in her mind that continued throughout the evening. When Miss Omely came to kiss her in bed, the child wound her arms around her neck and said, "Listen, Miss Omely, I do not wish to be angry any more. I have seen Lord Gerald. And he often strikes that poor gem. Oh, do not tell me again that he is kind. I dislike him greatly," she finished in a burst of resentment. Magali, what are you saying? The Duke of Staldiff, however violent or harsh he may be at times, is nonetheless your neighbor. Magali, you are yielding at this moment to the resentment caused by the humiliation you have suffered." Magali hid her face in her hands and wept for a long time. At last, lifting her head, she said in a small, firm voice, "I shall try to forgive him, to forget, but never tell me that he is kind." Chapter 4. The sun traced sparkling furrows upon the surface of the pond, casting broad trails of light through the foliage onto the grassy ground. It enveloped in an intense radiance the head of the young girl sitting in the shade of an old beech tree. Her matte complexion, now tinged with a delicate rose, and her ash-blonde hair, with its wide natural undulations, turned to gold in that clarity. Beneath the veil of her fair lashes, her large dark pupils appeared even more velvety. This countenance, by the harmony and fineness of its lines, and by the proud grace of its expression, offered the pure and admirable type of that Greek beauty for which the women of Arles are celebrated. The pensive gravity imprinted upon her young face at this moment lent her a particular charm, most striking in its absolute simplicity. Those who had seen Magali Dalty only 2 years prior would have found it difficult to recognize, in this exquisite creature, the little girl once qualified as plain, with some reason, by Lady Ophelia. Her features, once too strong, had marvelously refined. The child had become a young woman. Of her former self, Magali kept only her long oriental pupils and her blonde hair. She also retained her delicate heart, her ardent intelligence, and those rare moral qualities discovered by Miss Omely and cultivated with motherly care. Religion had at last tamed her natural violence and the extreme sensitivity of her soul. Her will, which was very strong, had engaged her in a fierce struggle against her own nature, a struggle so painful that Magali's health had suffered for a time. But she had emerged victorious. She no longer revolted against social inequalities, nor did she rear up under the wounds to her self-esteem so liberally inflicted by Lady Ophelia. For it was Ophelia alone who seemed to make it her task to remind Magali of the distance between them. The Duchess remained extremely benevolent, and Lady Isabel grew more fond of her dear Magali every day. She never wished to be parted from her, and Miss Newey frequently had to renew her wise admonitions to make Isabel understand that Magali could not share in all the pleasures of a young lady of such an opulent family. Moreover, Magali did not desire it herself. Very serious beneath her natural gaiety, and quite indifferent to the effect her beauty might produce, she preferred, despite her deep affection for her friend, to remain apart from the brilliant youth who surrounded Isabel and Lady Ophelia. Her own future would be austere, she would have to earn her own living, for neither she nor Freddy could bear to remain long as a burden upon the Duchess or, more precisely, upon the Duke of Staldiff, the sole master of the immense patrimony bequeathed by his ancestors. Therefore, what use was it to mingle, as an inferior, with an aristocratic world where she would have only a subordinate place? Why seek pleasures that were not meant for her, a poor girl, raised by charity in this opulent home? Thus, the wise Magali resisted Isabel's entreaties as much as possible. She generally spent her days, well filled in the eyes of the Lord, near Miss Omely, her friend, her beloved confidant, and her guide in the ways of work and charity. At this moment, Magali had just reread a letter from Freddy, received but a short while ago. He was now a sensible lad of 16 and had been placed by Miss Omely in an excellent religious college. He worked very well and achieved fine successes, but he showed, above all, remarkable artistic aptitudes. The previous year, he had confided to his sister that he wished to be a painter. To this, Magali had replied with sad firmness. "My dear Freddy, there can be no question of that. You have not a shilling in the world, you must earn your living as soon as possible and, consequently, choose a profession where you can support yourself very quickly. I prefer to tell you this at once, my darling, for it would be useless and dangerous to cherish such a dream." Freddy, quite pale, had bowed his head and had not returned to the subject. But his health, which had been excellent until then, seemed to have changed over the past year. Today, he wrote to his sister that he was tired, that he was losing his appetite, and that he waited impatiently for the moment when he could come to take the fresh air of Hawker Park. Only 8 days more, fortunately, thought the young girl, troubled by this change. She consulted her watch and rose. She was indeed an heiress of the Greek race, possessing a bearing both majestic and sovereignly elegant, a patrician grace, and a proud simplicity. Standing before this perfect type of the antique past, one might have regretted the absence of the supple draperies of ancient tunics which would have so harmoniously completed her form. She picked up the white straw boater that lay upon the grass, placed it upon her hair, and took a path leading toward the castle. She thought with some annoyance that her walks would no longer be so tranquil. For several days, Hawker Park had played host to guests, and more were expected. Only the day before, the young Duke had arrived, returning from a long journey through Persia, the Indies, and Burma. Since the day she had generously exposed herself to Lord Gerald's anger, Magali had avoided him so carefully that she had never seen him again. For his part, the Duke had likely notified his mother and sister of his desire to have the child he found so disagreeable kept away from him, for both had refrained from calling Magali to them whenever the young man was present. Thus, Magali knew of the Duke of Staldiff only what Lady Isabel and Miss Omely, both very enthusiastic, told her. Such a fine intelligence! And what generosity, what delicacy of feeling, what seriousness of character beneath his somewhat skeptical appearance. Magali listened in silence, but an ironic smile would touch her lips. The brilliant gifts of the Duke of Staldiff concealed, whatever Miss Omely might claim, a pride that could not brook resistance. Was not his lingering grudge against the child who had defied him proof of this? But what did it matter to her? She would never have any business with Lord Gerald. Soon, she would leave his roof to seek freedom and her daily bread through work. At this thought, a joyful expression crossed her gaze. It was so hard for her to receive everything from these strangers, especially from him, that proud great lord. "How fast you walk, Magali," cried a breathless voice behind her. "I cannot catch up with you. Did you not hear me?" It was Lady Isabel, all rosy and trim in her elegant walking dress. "Indeed no, Isabel," Magali said gaily, affectionately pressing the hand her friend held out. "Where have you come from?" "From a short walk in the park with Lady Dulce. I left the dear soul in contemplation before a romantic vista, already lining an album with verses of an elegiac nature. For my part, I had quite enough of her company. I do not pose for elegies, you know, Magali." "Yes, I know," Magali said with a mischievous glance at the laughing face turned toward her. "You are very gay, Isabel." "Eh? It is better so. Yet Gerald told me yesterday that I laugh too much. He has already scolded me on the very day of his arrival. Oh, not very sharply, to be sure. In compensation, he has quite spoiled me. If you only knew what lovely gifts he has brought me, marvels. Oh, how kind he is, Gerald. And what an interesting conversationalist. You shall see, Magali. He has every gift." A small mocking light crossed Magali's gaze. This young Duke, the object of everyone's admiration, must be prouder than ever, and his kindness was likely but a certain generosity implanted in him as a duty of his rank. "Are you free at this moment, Magali?" Isabel asked as they neared the castle. "I should like to hear you sing that Norwegian saga, the one I spoke of." "Most willingly. I have nothing pressing," Magali replied. They entered the music room, and Isabel, throwing her hat and gloves upon a piece of furniture, began to search for the piece while continuing to chatter. "I must work on my singing with you, Magali, for Gerald is very difficult to please and I should put him to shame. He has such a beautiful voice. And he plays the violin well enough to make one weep. Even you, Isabel?" Magali asked mischievously. Tease. Isabel said gaily, seating herself at the piano. She played the prelude, which was very slow, and then Magali's voice rose, supple, penetrating, and warm, with an expression so powerful that it sent a shiver through Isabel herself. It was impossible to render those strange phrases of wild sweetness, through which passed the misty poetry of the Scandinavian soul, with more mysterious charm. You sing too well, dear. Lady Isabel cried when the last note died upon Magali's lips. You would rouse an entire hall to enthusiasm. Only that, Magali said with gaiety. But the smile suddenly vanished from her lips. Mechanically lifting her eyes, she had just perceived, reflected in the large mirror opposite her, the tall, slender silhouette of a young man in elegant morning attire, standing in the doorway. She recognized that proud and very handsome countenance, that haughty head covered in abundantly curled dark blonde hair, and above all, that extremely penetrating gaze that had struck her years ago, child though she had been. Ah, Gerald, said Lady Isabel joyfully. He stepped forward, bowed to Magali, who returned the gesture, and held out his hand to his sister. You heard Magali, Gerald? Lady Isabel cried out eagerly. For this is Magali Dalty. Perhaps you would not have recognized her? At first, I did indeed hesitate upon perceiving that unknown countenance, the Duke said, indicating the spot that had reflected Magali's image. But I quickly understood that the fortunate possessor of such a superb voice must be Miss Dalty. He spoke in a cold tone, and this implicit compliment was evidently but the obligatory fulfillment of a duty of strict politeness, as indicated by the young man's bearing. That voice stirs me to the very depths of my heart, said Lady Isabel, passing her fine handkerchief over her brow. It must produce the same effect upon you, Gerald, you who vibrate so well to every impression of art. It did not appear that Magali's voice had produced such a result, for the Duke's countenance expressed nothing resembling emotion. Oh, my dear, are you to become so impressionable? He asked in a mocking tone. I no longer recognize you, you who were still yawning last year at the opera. But it is not the same thing. Come now, Gerald, you who have traveled so much, tell me if in Paris, Vienna, London, or anywhere else, you have heard a voice more ravishing than that one. Evidently not, he replied with a sort of impatience. You seem to find that I do not pay Miss Dalty enough compliments. She will not take offense when she learns that no one is less skilled than I in that small social science. He turned slightly toward Magali, and his voice took on a briefer, almost harsh intonation. I beg your grace to believe that I have no desire to be complimented for a natural gift which may be taken from me tomorrow by the one who granted it to me, Magali replied quietly. Since Lord Gerald's entrance, her features had assumed an expression of cold reserve. A small skeptical flash crossed the Duke's gaze. He leaned toward the piano and, while brushing the keys with a distracted hand, asked negligently, Have you good news of Freddy? No, not very good, my lord. He is tired and lacks spirit, so he wrote to me this morning. Truly. Poor Freddy. Perhaps he works too hard. I have had echoes of his successes through Isabel. We shall see him soon, I suppose. In 8 days, I hope, my lord. All the better. I liked little Fred very much. Bella, would you not have the violin score for Schumann's romances here? I cannot find it in my rooms, he added, turning toward his sister, thus indicating to Magali, by the mere sound of his voice, that the conversation was at an end. I confess I know nothing of it, Gerald. Magali, are you more informed? Yes, I saw it yesterday while tidying the music, Magali said, moving toward a cabinet. While she searched for the requested piece, Isabel chatted with her brother. The Duke seemed quite gay, his laugh, very frank and extremely pleasant, mingled with Isabel's, who was quite happy at the return of this much-admired brother. But suddenly, the young man's countenance became cold again, his lip resumed its accustomed haughty curve. Magali stepped forward, holding the piece of music. I thank you, he said briefly. Until later, Isabel. Will you accompany me on horseback tomorrow morning, Gerald? Impossible, my little Bella. I have much work to do with my secretary. Isabel gave a little pout. Do leave your tiresome secretary alone. I saw him this morning, he does not please me at all. I shall confess, my dear, that I am somewhat of your mind, he said with a laugh. But he is a serious man, intelligent and hardworking. He was recommended to me by the British consul at Isfahan, and thus far, I have had only reason to praise him. Come now, do not look so vexed, Bella. I promise to dispatch my back correspondence promptly so as to be at your disposal during our stay here. He bowed slightly in Magali's direction and departed. It is tiresome. I was counting on him for a pleasant ride together tomorrow morning, Isabel said in a discontented tone. Darling Magali, if you were very sweet, you would come with me in his stead. We could go as far as the fairies' waterfall. It is so lovely in the morning. Say yes, Magali. But perhaps one of your friends would be enchanted to accompany you, Isabel? None of them are worth you, Magali. Lady Lulzy is such a strong sportswoman that I should not venture out alone with her. She would have me break my neck. Lady Henrietta Dyron is too fearful. I should hear nothing but complaints every 100 paces. Lady Dulce is so absorbed in her poetic elucubrations that she would be capable of walking right under the waterfall to admire it more closely. And besides, it is you I want, sweet Magali, she finished, throwing her arms around her friend's neck. It is a yes, is it not? It is a yes, since you wish it, Magali replied with a smile. Splendid. Let us resume our singing. By the way, did you find my brother much changed? Oh, not at all. Magali replied sincerely. Yes, he was still the same, both physically and morally. Magali had understood perfectly, from Lord Gerald's attitude and tone, that his habitual arrogance toward his inferiors was doubled, in her case, by the lingering antipathy of years past. He had not forgotten that a child, gathered by Charity under his roof, had dared to revolt against his violence and brand his conduct in terms that his pride could not forgive. Chapter 5. The following morning, Lord Gerald had evidently changed his mind, for a servant arrived to inform Lady Isabel that her brother would, after all, accompany her on the desired ride. At the moment she was about to send word to Magali that she need not trouble herself, Isabel reconsidered. Why deprive her of this outing? Poor Magali has so few distractions, and she loves riding so much. Gerald will certainly say nothing. She found her brother standing at the top of the great front steps, questioning the groom, who held the 3 mounts, about the presence of the 3rd horse. He turned toward Isabel with a slightly irritated countenance. What is Willie telling me? He asked in a sharp tone. Miss Dalty is accompanying us? I had asked her yesterday, Gerald, when I thought you were not coming. I thought it would be a matter of indifference to you if she were there, just this once. Does it vex you, dear? She asked with a tone of regret mixed with a hint of astonishment, noting a well-known knitting of his brows. Do you still harbor your prejudice against her? You truly do not know her. In truth, it would be difficult to find a more exquisite soul or a finer intelligence. That may be, he interrupted with some impatience, but I find it imprudent on your part, Isabel, to encourage, through an exaggerated friendship, the pride of a young person who must be amply provided with it, if I am to believe my own memories and the little Ophelia has told me. She, proud? Oh, what a notion, Gerald. She asks only to live apart from the world. She is so simple, so devoid of affectation in everything she does. Do not believe Ophelia, she does not like Magali. A mocking smile played upon the Duke's lips. Indeed, she must find this lady companion most disagreeable, he said, slowly descending the steps. Why so, Gerald? He began to laugh, tapping his sister gently on the shoulder. Do you know your cousin so little, Bella, that you have not understood she will always detest the one who dares to be more beautiful and more distinguished? You see I am just, despite my antipathy, than Lady Ophelia Hawker will ever be. Ah. That is quite possible, said Isabel, laughing in turn. It is tiresome for Magali, for whom Ophelia would gladly make life difficult were I not there. But if it truly vexes you too much that she accompanies us, shall I have her informed? No, that could not be done now without impoliteness. Especially as here she is. Magali did indeed appear at the top of the steps. She paused for a few seconds upon perceiving Lord Gerald, then descended with a somewhat hesitant step, her features suddenly clouding over. My brother has changed his mind. He is joining us, Lady Isabel said, holding out her hand to her. The weather is exquisite this morning. We shall have a charming ride. The Duke bowed coldly to Magali and, turning away, motioned for his sister's mount to be brought forward. He helped Isabel into the saddle and then leapt onto his own horse, a spirited animal that the groom had difficulty restraining, while a servant assisted Magali. "Are we going to the waterfall, Gerald?" Lady Isabel asked once they had entered a park avenue. "If you wish," he replied with indifference. They set off at a steady trot. Isabel chatted with her customary animation, questioning her brother about his travels and laughing aloud at a pleasant adventure the young man recounted with original verve and indisputable charm. Magali remained almost silent, smiling at the amusing turns of this journey through a little-known region of Persia, responding only in monosyllables to the "how curious, is it not, Magali?" or other such phrases Isabel directed toward her in an evident attempt to include her in the conversation. "Are you tired, dear Magali?" the young girl suddenly asked. "Not at all, Isabel." "Why? But you say nothing, you do not talk. And yet you talk so well, Magali. Is it Lord Gerald's presence that makes you mute?" Magali smiled slightly without answering. Flighty Isabel had likely not noticed that the Duke had not once addressed her sister's companion, and that it was not the place of one he so visibly treated as an inferior to intrude upon a conversation from which he seemed to exclude her. At Isabel's remark, he turned his head slightly toward Magali, as if only just noticing her presence. "Do I truly have the misfortune of producing such an effect?" he asked with a light mockery. "I am desolated. But you must admit, Miss Dalty, that my sister speaks amply for two." "Gerald," cried Isabel, wagging her finger at him. "Are you going to lecture me even on a ride?" "As long as is necessary, and anywhere," he replied with a laugh. "You shall see that it is not all pleasure to have an elder brother nearby, Lady Isabel. But I have Magali already, Gerald. She gives me admonitions, she would have me become as serious as herself." "That is impossible," said Lady Isabel, shaking her blonde head. "Yes, impossible, just as it is to become a scholar like her." "Ah, you are a scholar, Miss Dalty?" There was a strong note of irony in the Duke's voice. "Isabel exaggerates, my lord. I have merely taken pleasure in the instruction of Miss Omely and the tutors of Lady Ophelia and Lady Isabel, whose lessons the Duchess of Staldiff was kind enough to permit me to follow. But as for being a scholar, no, truly. I can only congratulate you. It is not that I claim women should be systematically kept from science, oh, not at all. I recognize they sometimes do good work there. But that must remain the exception. And I detest the pedantry that is so often the hallmark of learned women. Or rather, half-learned women. Less so today than in the past, my lord. Yes, evidently, they pose for simplicity and good nature. The male sex had better look out. It shall find itself invaded, submerged beneath the ocean of feminine claims. I claim nothing at all." Lady Isabel cried gaily. "And you, Magali?" Magali smiled. Her large dark eyes, very soft and somewhat pensive, rested upon Isabel's laughing face. "For myself personally, I have nothing to desire, since I have the right to work. I do not claim to conquer masculine employments, nor do I ask to see the law established by the Lord after the fall of Eve overturned. But one cannot deny that very useful and beautiful reforms are appearing, and I deeply esteem the women who devote themselves today, in all countries, to this social task, regretting only the exaggerations that sometimes slip in and lead down a dangerous path." She suddenly met Lord Gerald's gaze, which expressed a certain surprise. "I see you are not a fierce feminist," he said with a smile. "Indeed, I also admit this social movement in what it has of sense and utility. But I believe we might have a short gallop. We are approaching the waterfall," he added, abruptly breaking off the conversation. In 10 minutes, they reached their destination. Before them lay a velvety meadow, and beyond it fell the waterfall, a mere cascade, rather, but truly charming, especially at this morning hour when the sun turned it iridescent and wreathed it in gold. In the distance, against a sky crossed by pale clouds, the dark foliage of the forests was silhouetted. As far as the eye could see and well beyond, everything belonged to the Duke of Staldiff, one of the most opulent lords in all the United Kingdom. "How I love this view," cried Lady Isabel. "Gerald, shall we stop here a while?" "I see no obstacle, my dear." He leapt from his mount, helped his sister down, and turned with the evident intention of rendering the same service to Magali. But the young girl had noticed a small embankment. She brought her horse close to it and slid to the ground. Then, taking the bridle, she quietly joined Lady Isabel, who was sitting at the foot of an old beech tree. The Duke gave an imperceptible shrug of his shoulders. Leaving his horse, which he had trained to wait for him thus, he approached the young ladies. "Are you not sitting down, Magali?" Isabel asked. "No, it rests me more to remain standing. It has been a long time since I have ridden, and I am slightly tired." "It is true, my poor friend, you have not ridden all this year. We arrived here so late because of that journey to Italy, and you never wished to accompany me to Hyde Park. You must have understood, Isabel, that my place was not in such a worldly promenade amidst your noble acquaintances," Magali said in a firm tone. Isabel made an impatient gesture. "You exaggerate your reserve, Magali. I should be so happy to have you always near me, and you ride so well, dear. Is it not true, Gerald, you who have the reputation of being the best horseman in England?" "Very well, indeed," he replied in an indifferent tone. He leaned against the trunk of the beech tree and seemed lost in contemplation of the landscape. "Tell us your verses on the fairies' waterfall, Gerald," Lady Isabel suddenly asked after a moment of silence. "They are delightful, and here, they will be in their proper setting." He smiled and, without needing to be coaxed, began to recite delicate verses of sober form, through which passed a breath of exquisite poetry, and where a soul of ideal aspirations seemed to vibrate. The young man's warm, extremely harmonious voice increased the charm of this evocation of the old legend, where luminous fairies wreathed in rainbows crossed the foaming water of the fall to play upon the velvet meadows. Magali listened, enchanted, to these strophes irradiated with light, and her expressive face so well reflected the impressions of her soul that Lady Isabel cried out when the last syllable had fallen from her brother's lips. "You seem quite under the spell, dear Magali. I did not suspect that His Grace possessed the gift of poetry to such a high degree," Magali said in a tone where something of her secret enthusiasm vibrated. Lord Gerald's gaze brushed over her, then turned away at once. Doubtless, the Duke of Staldiff judged the opinion of a humble lady companion to be entirely devoid of interest. "Tell us something too, Magali?" Lady Isabel asked. "Something of your own. For she is a poet too on occasion, Gerald, and I assure you I have discovered some charming little pieces." "Ah, she is a poet," he said with a slightly ironic accent. Do not encourage Miss Dalty too much on that point, Isabel. I would not wish to forbid this harmless little pastime, but it seems to me that feminine poetry, unless possessed of real talent, should not leave the intimacy of the home. Firstly, you do not know if Magali lacks that talent, Gerald," Lady Isabel said with some impatience. "Oh, certainly. I do not dispute it, be assured," he replied in an indifferent tone, leaning down to pass a caressing hand over the head of the superb spaniel that had followed the riders and stood motionless near his master, its large tender eyes raised toward him. "I was speaking in general terms. But why do you not extend this restriction to masculine poetry, where mediocrity is certainly not lacking?" "Because it is always particularly disagreeable to me to see a woman make herself ridiculous," he replied coldly. Magali turned away slightly. She looked mechanically at a small white cloud of singular shape drifting toward the dark line of the forests. It was truly impossible, without overstepping the bounds of politeness, to be more disobliging than Lord Gerald. Decidedly, he had not changed, and it would not be she, Magali, who would join those who sang his praises in every key. "I believe we may return, Gerald," Lady Isabel said, rising. She seemed a little vexed and had directed a glance of timid reproach at her brother, which he did not appear to notice. "Whenever it pleases you, Bella. Beforehand, shall we go a little further to the left? At this hour, there is a most curious rainbow effect." They moved away 100 yards or so. Magali remained motionless, her hand resting on her mount's neck, her eyes vaguely fixed on the little cloud drifting yonder. Was that pride of old so ill-repressed that it still produced in her this bitterness, this sadness at feeling merely tolerated, obliged to submit to the generosity of strangers and endure 1,000 stings to her self-esteem? And was it not also the aversion of the past, stifled but not destroyed, awakening toward the Duke of Staldiff? Something of the little Magali of old reappeared in this minute. She struggled with difficulty against this impression, and the combat was reflected on her expressive countenance, in the velvety pupils that still looked, melancholy and distracted, at that small white cloud. "We are departing, Miss Dalty. Will you accept my assistance?" She turned quickly at the sound of that brief voice. Lady Isabel was already mounted, and Lord Gerald was stepping toward Magali. She cast a glance of regret toward the embankment. If she had dared, how she would have refused the offer the young man made with his haughty politeness of a great lord fulfilling an indispensable obligation toward a woman. But it could not be done without appearing singular. "You would perhaps have preferred the embankment," he said, imperceptibly ironic, while bowing and offering his hand to help her into the saddle. She blushed slightly on seeing that her look had been noticed and understood. But she replied in a tranquil tone, through which a slightly biting intonation passed despite herself. "I should above all have preferred to spare your grace this trouble." "I have no trouble with so simple an act," he replied coldly. He moved away and rejoined his mount. Shortly after, the riders took the direction of Hawker Park. Lord Gerald talked with verve, questioning his sister about the guests still expected. Then, suddenly interrupting himself. "By the way, my dear, I forgot to tell you that you are going to see a rare bird. I met old Lord Lowstead at MDelly. I ran into him again on my recent trip to London and, marvel of marvels, I finally decided him to honor us for a time with his precious presence." Lady Isabel burst out laughing. "You are very clever, Gerald. How will that poor lord manage to stay still, far from his dear Meadows? Lord Lowstead is a relative of ours, very distant, to be sure," she added, turning toward Magali. "He is at once an ardent numismatist and a relentless globetrotter. These two passions divide his life, pulling him this way and that. In London he possesses his dear collection, but the madness for travel drives him from his home. Thus his heart is never content. But he was not quite like that in the past, Gerald. No, not quite. He was very original already, but not a monomaniac. It was only upon his return from America, after that bizarre disappearance of his niece, that he began to give himself entirely to these two passions already well developed in him. Yes, imagine, Magali, that Lord Frederick Lowstead had a niece, an orphan, whom he had raised and loved as his daughter. He always took her with him on his travels across the two worlds. One year, they departed for South America. Then, a year later, Lord Lowstead returned alone. To the questions put to him about his niece, he replied in a tone of cold anger, "My niece exists no more, never speak of her to me." And nothing more was known, nothing more was heard of this young person who would be today, if she still lives, the heiress to the Lowstead name and fortune, as all male descent was extinct. Is that not so, Gerald? Yes, and in the absence of this niece, the inheritance would pass to a distant cousin. What is the matter with your horse, Miss Dalty? It seems to have difficulty maintaining the trot. Indeed, my lord, I feel it weakening. Lord Gerald, passing behind his sister's mount, moved to Magali's right. He leaned over to examine the horse, which was snorting in a singular manner. As he straightened, his whip, which he held in his left hand, brushed against Magali's face. She could not repress an instinctive backward movement. The Duke gave a slight start, a little color rose to his cheeks. He met Magali's gaze, which had suddenly darkened. Each of them, in that second, was conscious that the memory of the little scene from years ago stood between them. The Duke, turning his eyes away, said in a slightly altered voice, "I beg your pardon. Did I hurt you?" "Not at all, my lord," she replied coldly. He returned to his place near his sister, saying in an irritated tone, "This Tolwell is becoming truly incapable. The idea of sending out a horse in such a state." This small incident seemed to have cast a shadow over him, for he now responded only in monosyllables to the remarks of his sister, who alone had maintained her spirit. Magali no longer had reason to doubt the true cause of the antipathy the Duke of Staldiff maintained toward her. This young lord, so proud, this perfect man of the world, could not forgive her for being the cause of a humiliating memory, that of having struck a woman, even if she had then been but a child. Any more than he would certainly forget that he had just now been forced to blush before her at that same memory. "That looks like your secretary arriving yonder, Gerald," said Lady Isabel, pointing with her whip to a long masculine silhouette approaching from the opposite direction. "Indeed, it is he. You told me he was ill this morning?" "Yes, since a long stay in the Indies, he is subject to painful fits of fever which leave him, in the morning, broken and incapable of any work. A short walk in the open air restores him very quickly." The secretary approached. One could now distinguish his very thin body, his long, clean-shaven face with a sallow complexion, and his somewhat reddish, grey-streaked hair. The attire of this individual was of an extreme correctness. As he neared the riders, he uncovered his head with eagerness. The spaniel, which until then had been running and bounding around the horses, stopped short before him and began to growl sullenly. "Here, a Larry. Decidedly, you are not in his good graces, Roswell," said the Duke, bringing his mount to a halt. "Well, that fever. It has passed, my lord, for this time again. I thank your grace and shall be at your disposal whenever it pleases you. Take care of yourself today, Roswell. We shall see to that tomorrow," Gerald replied, giving him a benevolent gesture and setting his horse in motion again. "No, decidedly, I do not like that face," murmured Lady Isabel. "And you, Magali?" "Nor I," Magali replied spontaneously. She had met the secretary's gaze as they passed, and those grey eyes, hard and icy, had produced in her an strangely disagreeable sensation. As they crossed the hall toward the staircase, Lady Isabel said to her brother, after Magali had taken her leave of them, "If I dared, I should scold you too, Gerald. You were truly very little amiable toward poor Magali." "Because I maintained the distances," he said coldly. "I strongly urge you to imitate me, Isabel, by moderating your friendship for this young person. I suspect she remains touchy and proud, and it will be doing her a service to leave her in her place, instead of granting her an importance that would flatter her self-esteem." But Lady Isabel shook her head impatiently. "Gerald, you exaggerate. No, I shall not cease to love my dear Magali, to make her my best friend, for I have recognized that no one is worth more than she. And you shall recognize it too, Gerald, most certainly." Oh, we shall have to see about that," he said with a mocking smile. "I am willing, if that small observation is all it takes to content you, to recognize that your dear Magali is the purest type of Greek beauty I have ever encountered, that she has the bearing of a queen, and rides with incomparable elegance. I shall add that she must possess an intelligence out of the ordinary, to judge by the expression of her gaze. All that is incontestable, as you know. And she knows it even better, probably. Oh, Gerald. Poor little Magali, she who has not an atom of coquetry and who cares so little for herself. Have you not noticed that? Come now?" He shrugged his shoulders with a hint of impatience. "But, my dear, I beg you to believe that I have not occupied myself with studying the character of this stranger. It matters little to me, in truth. Nonetheless, it seems to me you should show yourself kind and delicate toward her, precisely because she is poor and is your dependent," Isabel said quickly, lifting a reproachful look toward her brother. "It must be very hard for her, being so proud, to owe anything to a stranger, especially if he makes her feel her social inferiority too much. It seems to me, Isabel, that we have spoken enough on this subject," he said in a sharp tone, with a certain knitting of his brows that suddenly reminded his sister that this imperious will had never suffered reproaches. Chapter 6. New guests had arrived at Hawker Park. The superb residence now saw a reign of uninterrupted animation within its walls, its gardens, and its immense park. Only Miss Nui and Magali remained roughly at peace, far from the brilliant aristocratic world that bustled just a few steps away. Magali firmly resisted the entreaties of Lady Isabel, who would have liked to see her take part in all the pleasures of Hawker Park. She appeared among the Duke of Staldiff's guests only to perform some service, requested with kindness by the Duchess or her daughter, or commanded curtly by Lady Ophelia, whose aversion seemed to grow each day. So it was this afternoon. Magali had received the order to copy out numerous sets of a parlor comedy, a tearful work by Lady Dulce, which Lady Ophelia had decided to have performed a few days later, asserting it would be a hilarious success. For over an hour, Magali had been working at this tedious task on the great terrace preceding the main drawing rooms. The air that day was heavy and stifling, the young girl's hands burned, and her cheeks flushed with heat and fatigue. From time to time, she paused, pressing her tired brow for a moment, and looked at Larry, the beautiful spaniel, who lay at her feet and lifted his intelligent eyes toward her. He seemed truly to pity her weariness, wagging his tail gently, and Magali could not help but offer that ravishing smile that Isabel declared irresistible. Then she resumed her thankless task, Lady Ophelia having demanded it be finished at the earliest possible moment. Isabel's cousin, surrounded by several young ladies in light gowns, sat a few paces from the table where Magali worked. Occasionally, she interrupted her conversation to call Magali over, demanding to see the copies and criticizing this or that in a wounding tone. Magali, though trembling slightly within, remained quite calm and replied in a tranquil, firm accent, where barely a vibration of impatience could be heard. Lady Ophelia's circle was discussing the casting of the roles for Lady Dulce's play. There was no agreement, and Lady Ophelia finally proposed. "Let us simply ask the opinion of Lord Doutil and my cousin. But first, Gerald must become acquainted with the piece. Magali, take one of the copies to the Duke of Staldiff, requesting his opinion on the matter," she added in an authoritative tone, turning toward the young girl. Lord Gerald sat at some distance, near the terrace balustrade. Reclining in his chair, cigarette at his lips, he listened with a distracted air to his friend Lord Archibald Doutil, who was recounting the amusing adventures of a raid through Scotland. When the brief voice of his cousin addressing Magali reached him, the Duke rose, threw his cigarette away, and walked rapidly toward the table where the young girl worked. "I thank you," he said with his accustomed cold politeness, taking the paper from Magali's hands. "Ophelia, do you truly wish to condemn me to fall asleep over Lady Dulce's elucubrations? I confess I have no desire for it. It might be very funny, on the contrary, my good fellow," said Lord Archibald, who had followed him. "I have read poetry of hers. It is so elegiac that one dies of laughter." "Well then, Archie, my dear, read this to us," said the Duke, handing him the paper. "You have a marvelous talent for mimicry, and you shall give us an idea of the whole play." In fact, Lord Doutil was an irresistible comedian. Very thin and excessively tall, he had a narrow face, almost beardless and rosy as a baby's, a nose of respectable volume slightly upturned at the end, and somewhat protruding blue eyes that could take on any expression at will. His slicked-back reddish hair, his characteristic gestures, and his bizarre voice, joined to an innate gift for diction, combined to make him an absolutely hilarious comic. Lady Dulce's work lent itself to amusing effects, and the young man, excited by the gaiety of his audience, took great delight in exaggerating the noble authoress's characters. Magali laughed silently. However, at one absolutely stunning tirade from Lord Doutil, she could not suppress a burst of laughter, so young, so fresh and delicious that Lord Archibald stopped for a few seconds and the Duke turned toward her. A little confused at having yielded to her natural gaiety before these strangers who regarded her as an inferior, she bowed her head and returned to her task. Near her, they were now speaking of the play's interpretation. Lord Gerald seemed largely uninterested in the question. He let his friend discuss it with Lady Ophelia and the other young ladies, contenting himself with a brief word now and then when someone addressed a question to him. Magali rose. She had finally finished and could now prepare to fetch her brother from the station, for Freddy was arriving today, and the young girl, despite a violent headache, felt quite joyful at the thought. "Is it done?" Lady Ophelia questioned. "Yes, my lady. I may withdraw now, may I not?" "Certainly not. You are going to serve the tea," said Lady Ophelia in a peremptory tone. Magali's face suffered a slight contraction. What, was she to be deprived of meeting Freddy? If Lady Isabel had been there, she would have protested against her cousin's demand, but Magali knew Lady Ophelia well enough to know that a simple remark on her part would only result in some acerbic reflection. It was very hard, though, not to accompany Miss Omely to meet the dear schoolboy. But finally, she had to make this sacrifice courageously, like a Christian who knows how to bear the small thorns of life with resignation. And her trembling hands began to tidy the papers scattered upon the table. "It seems to me Miss Omely told me this morning that Freddy arrives today," said Lord Gerald negligently, letting fall the monocle he had been using for a moment. "Indeed, my lord." She lifted her head, a little surprised. "By the 5:10 train, evidently? Well, You have only just enough time to arrive, by leaving this instant, he said after glancing at his watch. Ophelia, you will be obliged to do without Miss Dalty today. Poor Freddy would suffer a disillusionment if he did not find his sister at the station. Oh, what a great misfortune, she said with a slight shrug of her shoulders. She will see him an hour later, that is all. I see no necessity for that at all. Dispil will serve us tea today, as he generally does in any case, the Duke said in an accent that brooked no reply. Oh, as you wish. Magali or Dispil, it matters little to me, she replied in a tone of disdainful indifference. Lord Gerald's brows knit, a likely biting word rose to his lips. However, he said nothing and contented himself with a smile of marked irony. See that Freddy does not fail to come and see me tomorrow morning, Miss Dalty. I shall be very happy to receive him, he said, bowing to respond to Magali's parting salutation. There is a lady companion who seems to me little made for such a position, Lord Doutil observed as he watched her walk away. You are right, my lord, cried Lady Ophelia. Magali is ridiculously pretentious. She possesses an intolerable pride, against which I struggle with difficulty. I believe Archibald did not mean precisely that, the Duke interrupted mockingly. As for the pride of which you accuse Miss Dalty, Ophelia, it seems to me quite attenuated. I want no other proof than the patience with which she just now bore your little demands, patience of which I certainly would not have had a quarter, I must confess in all sincerity. You, Gerald, laughed Lady Ophelia. Are you going to compare yourself to a modest reader? In truth, it would be the last straw if this Magali were to revolt. But she truly has manners ridiculously proud for her station. But I do not find it so, said a dark-haired young lady, Lord Archibald's sister, whose mischievous gaze had not left Lady Ophelia's beautiful, cold face. Those manners are absolutely natural in her, and united with the most charming simplicity. And what beauty! How foolishly enthusiastic you are, my dear, said Lady Ophelia in a sharp tone. All that will be more harmful than useful to her in her position. What family will ever accept a governess or a music teacher with that carriage and those manners which seek to ape a great lady? Does she intend to give lessons? Asked Lord Doutil, who seemed much amused by Lady Ophelia's vexed air, as indicated by a certain movement of his long nose. Evidently, she can do nothing else, since she has not a penny to her name. She and her brother are raised by charity, quite simply. Are they truly foundlings? Asked Lady and Doutil. The Duke, a small sarcastic smile upon his lips, had until then listened to the conversation without taking part. At the young lady's question, he lifted his head with some vivacity. Foundlings? In truth, no, my lady. Their paternal origin, at least, is known. They are of an excellent and very ancient French family, perfectly honorable. As for their mother, we know only that she was English. Come now, Ophelia, continue your distribution of roles, and do not fail to give one to Lord Archibald. I shall accept most willingly, said the young man with a comical bow. Certainly, we shall not do without you, my lord. You shall be our best interpreter. And you, Gerald, what role do you desire? None. I have no disposition at all for play acting. Especially Lady Dulce's lachrymose comedy. He broke off. A group of young ladies and gentlemen were arriving on the terrace following Lady Isabel, and behind them appeared the butler and his acolytes bringing the tea. Magali has no doubt departed for the station? Isabel asked, sitting near her brother. He made an affirmative gesture. Lord Doutil, who was near his friend, said, lowering his voice. The poor miss nearly saw herself pinned here by a caprice of Lady Ophelia, my lady. She does not appear tender toward her, your fair cousin. Without Gerald's intervention, Miss Dalty was obliged to miss the arrival of her brother, her only relative, I believe. Indeed, and they love each other so much, both of them. I had forgotten to warn Ophelia to leave Magali free at this hour. She knew quite well, however, that Freddy arrived today. Naturally, she knew it, said Lord Gerald in a mocking tone. She was too delighted to thus molest this young girl whom she appears to detest. I confess that, for my part, despite the rather disagreeable memory Miss Dalty had left me, I was struck today by the very dignified patience she displayed. She must possess a rare strength of soul to be able to thus repress a nature that appears ardent and extremely proud. What an observer you make, my dear fellow, said Lord Archibald with a laugh. Take care, my lord, Gerald is terrible. He penetrates us all to the very depths of our hearts, replied Lady Isabel gaily. When you think him occupied in listening to you, he sees and hears everything happening further away. In this instance, he was not mistaken. Magali has much to struggle against in her natural pride, especially in her position, painful at times, despite all the care I take to sweeten it for her. You are a good little heart, Bella, said the Duke affectionately, placing his hand on his sister's shoulder. I should hope so, Gerald, she replied with a laugh. And I am glad you showed yours by taking the defense of poor Magali. I had no defense to take, he said coldly. It was simply a question of justice, or humanity, as you choose, for which I used my right as master of the house. And, with his accustomed ease, he immediately placed the conversation on other ground. Freddy had arrived. Magali, all radiant, did not tire of contemplating him, hearing him, and questioning him. He was still the same, slender, a bit frail, charming with his very white complexion, the delicate oval of his face, his very curly dark hair, and his blue eyes where a fine, loving, and upright soul, somewhat dreamy, was reflected. Despite the minimal difference in age, he was 16 and Magali 18, Freddy regarded his sister as a wise counselor, a tender confidant from whom he hid nothing. She was for him a superior being, and despite his somewhat timid nature, he would not easily have let her be molested before him. The day after his arrival, he had accompanied Miss Omely and Magali to the mass said each day by the chaplain of Hawker Park, the Hawkers being Catholic, and upon leaving, he had gone to the Duke's rooms, as the latter had requested of Magali the day before. Now, returned to his sister in Miss Newey's small parlour, he was gaily giving an account of his visit. Lord Gerald was so amiable, Magali. He told me he wished to occupy himself with me more than he had done until now, having been prevented by his travels, and besides being so young himself. How serious he appears for his age. That was incontestable. Little as Magali had seen the Duke of Staldiff, she had noticed in him a maturity of mind truly superior to his 24 years. Near his friends, even those older, he stood out absolutely by this seriousness, devoid of any affectation, which in no way prevented him from taking his part in the pleasures of Hawker Park, though he seemed indifferent to the worldly successes he had somewhat sought in the past. It is true, this was a reflection of Magali's, that his pride must lead him to this disdainful indifference, just as it led him to distinguish himself from his companions by this attitude of superior reason. Finally, she nonetheless owed him some gratitude. Without his intervention the day before, Freddy would have been deprived of finding his dear Magali at the station. He had shown that, if he was very proud, he did not intend to sink to the petty meannesses of his cousin. Freddy, my dear child, do not forget that His Grace invited you to go to the tennis courts, said Miss Omely, entering. Ah, that is true, I was no longer thinking of it, he said, rising quickly. Are you coming, Magali? Lady Isabel told me yesterday she was counting on me, but truly I do not care for it much, Freddy. Yes, come, my Magali, he said in a pleading tone. Otherwise I shall not go, for I do not want to leave you so soon on the first day of my stay here. From the moment Lord Gerald invited you with insistence, you told me, you cannot fail to go there, my little Freddy, Miss Omely observed. But Magali can very well go too, for once, since Lady Isabel asked her. Magali, without haste, went to put on her white flannel costume, and having joined Freddy, descended with him to reach the park. As they walked along the great terrace to take a staircase leading them more directly to the tennis courts, a French window of the Duke of Staldiff's apartment, which occupied all this part of the castle, opened to allow passage to Alary, Lord Gerald's favourite dog. Behind him appeared the young Duke in correct tennis attire. He suffered an imperceptible pause upon perceiving the two young people, then stepped toward them with the elegant and supple gait peculiar to him. Here you are late, like me, Freddy, he said, while bowing to Magali. I was detained by an important post, and meanwhile my guests await me yonder. Are you joining us too, Miss Dalty? Lady Isabel had asked me yesterday, my lord. However, without Freddy, who wished to take me, I should not have decided, I believe. Why so? He said quietly, while setting off again. The weather is truly fine, a bit cool, made to order for tennis. And Freddy will not be deprived of his sister. Do you know, Miss Magali, that I find him very little changed, this little Fred," he said, affectionately passing his hand over the young man's dark curls, whose head reached just past his shoulder. "I seem to see him again at 8 years old, in my cousin de Volberg's drawing-room." A shadow fell upon Magali's countenance. Those painful days of her childhood were always present in her memory. She saw again, as clearly as then, her mother's white face. She seemed still to feel that terrible cold. And then, that return to life amidst strangers, those days that followed, days of desolation and bitter sadness. Yes, the Duke of Staldiff's words had just evolved all that before her. He was likely conscious of it, for he immediately changed the subject and began to question Freddy about his studies with an interest that somewhat changed the haughty expression of his features. "Come, Alary, here," he said suddenly, seeing the spaniel bounding around Magali to seek caresses. "He appears to hold you in particular affection, Miss Dalty. Perhaps he recognizes in you a near compatriot." "How so, my lord?" Alary, as his name indicates, was born in the land of Mireille. "He was given to me by one of my best friends in France, the Marquis d'Ulide, a Provençal so mad for his little homeland that he set his mind on making me know and love it. He succeeded very well, too. He even taught me the language of the Felibers. This is a knowledge that must be quite rare among my compatriots, I suppose." "I believe so," said Freddy with a smile. "But your grace has received the gift of languages, and that study must have been a game for you. I should dearly love to know that land of my father." "Well, you must go there, my dear Fred. My friend Ulide will welcome you with joy. He will have you travel through his beloved Provence, and show you Arles, his dear city." Arles, the beautiful Greek with Saracen eyes. Freddy's gaze lifted to his sister. "Yes, it is exactly that," he murmured. "What, Freddy?" Magali asked, surprised. "I was thinking that you resembled Arles, my sister." "What folly are you telling me there, my poor Fred?" she said with a light shrug of her shoulders. "How, a folly? Is it not true, my lord, that she has entirely the Arlesian type?" "That is incontestable, indeed," the Duke replied briefly. They came in sight of the tennis courts. Lord Gerald was no doubt impatiently awaited, for upon seeing him, there were unanimous satisfied exclamations. "But what has happened to you, Gerald?" cried Lady Isabel. "We were going to begin without you. And you would have done very well. I beg you to excuse me, my ladies. I had a pressing post to dispatch, but thinking to have finished sooner, I had not sent word. And I met 2 other stragglers," he added, indicating Magali and her brother. "Ah, Freddy, I am very glad to see you again," Lady Isabel said kindly, holding out her hand to the young man. "He is still the same, Gerald." "That is precisely what I was just telling Miss Magali," said Lord Gerald, turning to signal the servant to bring the rackets. "Those 2 young people are truly admirable types, each in their way," whispered Lord Doutil in his sister's ear. "Indeed, and what innate distinction. Are you strong at tennis, Miss Dalty?" Lady Anne asked amably, drawing closer to the young girl. "First rate. Strong enough to measure herself against Gerald, which is saying no small thing," cried Isabel. "I should think so. Gerald is invincible," said Lord Archibald, slapping his friend on the shoulder. "The side that possesses him is assured of victory beforehand. If you can defeat him, Miss Dalty, I offer you my compliments in advance." "They are quite premature, my lord," she replied with a laugh. "I am certainly far from the skill Lady Isabel attributes to me." "We shall see to that," said the Duke, taking his racket from the servant's hands. "Archie, my dear fellow, organize the sides, if you please." From the start of the match, opinion was fixed on the truth of Lady Isabel's assertion. Magali was a tennis player quite out of the ordinary. Among these young people broken to sports, none equaled her in suppleness or marvelous skill. None, either, had that tranquil grace, that incomparable elegance she maintained even in the most unforeseen movements required by returning the ball. Lord Gerald, placed on the opposing side, was nonetheless a formidable adversary. Soon, the struggle seemed to be confined between them. Some of the players even stopped to better follow the turns of this match between these 2 beings equally beautiful, supple, and elegant, whose superb strokes raised enthusiastic hurrahs. Magali, entirely given over to this game she loved, simply yielded to her natural spirit, giving herself entirely to the pleasure of struggling against a partner much superior to the others, without any ulterior thought of self-esteem or desire for victory. But she suddenly perceived that the Duke of Staldiff was now playing with a sort of cold irritation, that his brown eyes, sparkling with disdainful anger, seemed to defy her. And something stirred within her, rose to her brain. A bit of the pride so well fought against was rekindled at the idea that this great lord was irritated at seeing himself equalled, if only on this insignificant ground, by a humble reader. A flame of pride flashed from Magali's eyes, which crossed Lord Gerald's, which were very dark. For a second, they seemed to measure one another. With a nervous gesture, Magali sent the ball back. But her partner's racket remained motionless. The ball went to lose itself far away in the meadow. Hurrah! There is a first-class match, cried the other players, drawing closer. It is marvelous, in truth. You are defeated for the first time, my dear Gerald, said Lord Doubtil. It is true you did not strike back at the last blow. The Duke slowly passed a handkerchief over his slightly damp brow. Indeed, he said in an indifferent tone. It had to end. We could have fought thus until this evening, being equal in skill. But not in strength. You have tired yourself too much, Magali, said Lady Isabel, seeing the young girl's matte complexion flushed by the heat. Oh, it will be nothing. But it is true I always give myself with too much ardor to this game. I recognize that my sister had exaggerated nothing. You do indeed play superiorly, Miss Dalty, Lord Gerald said in a somewhat constrained tone. And yet, she so rarely accepts to join us, Gerald. You know well I have other things to do, Isabel, Magali replied gravely. Evidently, said the Duke in a sharp tone. He turned away to speak to Lady Doubtil, and shortly after all the players took the path back to the castle. Chapter 7. The Duke of Staldiff's phaeton flew along the road between fields stripped of their harvests. Flew was the exact word, for the horses, beasts of superb elegance and fire, literally devoured the space under their master's impeccable guidance. Beside the Duke sat his sister, all rosy from the rapid pace, her hair a bit tumbled beneath her small white boater. Isabel adored these high-speed drives, especially when her brother took the reins, for Lord Gerald was renowned as the most skillful of all in handling the spirited horses that were his preference. Woods and meadows flashed by. Now a pine grove appeared, and two human silhouettes showed themselves upon the edge. Before her brother, who was slightly short-sighted, Isabel had recognized them. It truly looks like Magali and Freddy. Slow down a little, Gerald, if you please. The horses took a more moderate pace and soon stopped a short distance from Magali and her brother. Isabel uttered a cry of worry. What is the matter, dear Magali? The young girl, very pale and with dark circles beneath her eyes, was sitting on the embankment bordering the grove. Near her stood Freddy, quite distressed. She had a fright, he explained in a trembling voice. I thought she was going to faint. She is a little better now, but she cannot yet walk back to Hawker Park. What happened? What was she afraid of? Lady Isabel asked, jumping down and hurrying toward her friend. You shall inquire later, Isabel, Lord Gerald interrupted. The most pressing matter is to return Miss Magali to Hawker Park, where she can be given a restorative. While speaking, he had also descended, while the servant held the horses. I am truly confused to be so foolish today, said Magali's somewhat veiled voice. But I feel much better now and, truly, I might perhaps walk. You are jesting, Miss Magali, said Lord Gerald, approaching. It is indeed most fortunate that we had the thought to pass by this road, otherwise you might have waited long before seeing any vehicle whatever. Do you truly feel recovered enough to depart now? Certainly, my lord, my strength has already returned. It is quite useless for us to delay any longer. He helped her into the carriage and, once Isabel was settled beside her, he took his seat, inviting Freddy to sit at his side. A moment later, the elegant equipage resumed its route, at a very moderate pace this time. On what account did your sister have a fright, Freddy? The Duke asked after a moment. Oh, it is quite a story, my lord. This morning, although she was very tired after a day of work and a night of vigil. What was she doing? Lord Gerald said with surprise. Lady Ophelia gave her, almost at the last moment, the programs for tomorrow's comedy to illustrate, demanding a very fine, complicated design, which was extremely fatiguing. She had to work through the night. I helped her, but I am not as skillful as she in that very particular, delicate work. Not being of a very vigorous health, this absorbing task had already tired her when. How did Miss O'Malley not prevent her? The Duke interrupted. Miss O'Malley has been in Edinburgh for 3 days and does not return until this evening, my lord. Magali did not dare refuse. Why so? She owes nothing to Lady Ophelia, as far as I know, and from the moment she was asked an almost impossible task, she could perfectly well have refused it. Freddy did not answer and lowered his eyes to avoid the penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Tell me why, Freddy, the Duke repeated in an imperious tone, putting his hand on the young man's shoulder. Freddy blushed a little, visibly very embarrassed. But, my lord, Magali will not be pleased that I tell you this. I have the right to know how those who live under my roof are treated. What did my cousin say to Miss Magali, Freddy? She made her understand that she should be only too happy to be able to render some services, since she had been raised, and is still lodged, fed, and clothed by charity. And yet she does not forget it, my poor Magali, any more than I do, he said with emotion. We are ready to devote ourselves with all our power for those who have shown themselves so generous toward us. But it is a bit hard to hear it reminded in that fashion. Lord Gerald's brows had violently knit. For several minutes, he remained silent. And this fright, Freddy, he resumed at last. Ah, that is true, my lord, I was wondering. So this morning, Magali wished to go beyond Cunningham, to the home of an old woman she visits and tends every 2 days. Yesterday, because of her work, she had to miss it, but she was determined to go today, as the poor woman must have been waiting for her impatiently. I accompanied her there, she gave her care to her protégé, and we were returning by a very shaded shortcut, a very pretty path between abandoned quarries. Suddenly, we heard cries. Cries of anger, howls of pain. It came from a sort of cabin leaning against a rock face. One would think someone is being beaten. Children perhaps, said Magali. They are young voices. Freddy, we must go and see. But you do not know who lives there, Magali. I cried. Let me go first. Without listening to me, she rushed toward the cabin and I joined her. I opened the door, and we saw a large, strong woman, a real colossus, who was beating with all her might a young man of my age and a poor, rickety little girl, all disheveled. On perceiving us, the shrew remained a moment seized, then she came forward, very obsequious, asking what we desired. Her 2 victims had promptly slipped out of the dwelling. Then Magali began to reproach this woman. Reproaches so firm and yet so sweet that they would soften a tiger. In any case, they did not seem to vex the wicked woman too much. She began to tell us, in a voice somewhat taken with wine, that she and her 2 children were dying of hunger, that her son, having no health, could not find a place since the day he had been dismissed from Hawker Park. He was employed by me, the Duke interrupted. Yes, he was formerly your Grace's groom, I remember quite well, and he was dismissed after. Yes, I know, Lord Gerald said in a brief tone. His hand made such a nervous movement that the team, surprised, reared up. Hold your horses, Gerald, cried Lady Isabel. Magali is very impressionable today. He slowed the pace of the equipage, while saying, Continue, Freddy. So, this woman said they were in misery, that they had not a morsel of bread. And she began to reel off a string of insults against the rich, crying out blasphemies so dreadful that Magali turned quite pale. And suddenly, taken by a sort of alcoholic fit, she raised a chair over my sister. I only had time to turn it aside, and we left very quickly, fearing to be pursued. But no, fortunately nothing came of it. At a turn in the path, we found Jem and his sister, who overwhelmed us with thanks and begged us to take them from the hell their mother made for them. Oh, my lord, what a life those unfortunates lead. It was heart-rending to hear them. Magali promised to speak for them to the Duchess, to Lady Isabel. She is to return to see them at an agreed spot, so as not to excite the mother's fury. But all these emotions, joined to her previous fatigue, occasioned this sort of weakness which frightened me much, alone as we were on that little frequented road. The carriage now rolled through the park. The Duke, silent, seemed absorbed by the examination of the thickets bordering the avenues. The castle soon appeared, and a few minutes later, the phaeton stopped before the great steps. The Duke and Freddy jumped down. But someone had preceded them to help the two young girls. The secretary, who was strolling nearby, had run up, and it was his hand that was offered to Magali. She made an imperceptible movement of recoil, then, barely placing hers in his, she allowed herself to slide lightly to the ground. Mr. Roswell rendered the same service to Lady Isabel, who thanked him in a somewhat sharp tone, very unusual for the amiable young girl. "Take my arm, Magali," she said affectionately to her friend. "Do you feel better now?" "Oh, almost well, Isabel. With a bit of rest, it will show no more." "Yes, with rest. Consequently, no programs to paint," said Lord Gerald, who was climbing the steps behind her. Magali turned quickly. "Is it that chatterbox Freddy who told you that? I have a certain number still to do, but I expect to be finished before this evening as Lady Ophelia wished. And I formally oppose it. The programs shall remain unfinished, that will teach Lady Ophelia to set about things in advance and not to burden her neighbor with impossible task." The young man's peremptory accent did not invite a reply. However, Magali murmured in a perplexed tone. "But, my lord, what will Lady Ophelia say? It is absolutely necessary that I—" "She will say nothing, rest assured. I shall explain that to her myself. Ah, here is Lord Lowstead." While speaking, they had entered the hall. In contemplation before a marvelous 16th-century armor stood a tall, thin old man whose very white, abundant hair framed a long, parchment-like face. At the Duke's exclamation, he turned toward the newcomer's eyes somewhat veiled beneath drooping lids. "Good day, my dear lord," he said, holding out his hand to the young man. "I was admiring the marvels of this hall, well known, yet always new to my eyes." He broke off to greet Lady Isabel and cast a surprised glance at Magali. "It is true, my lord, you do not yet know my friend, Magali Dalty," said Isabel. "Magali, Lord Frederick Lowstead." The old man gave a brief start, his eyelids lifted a little. "Dalty. It is a name of French air, especially in the way you pronounce it, my lady," he said, while bowing to Magali with some stiffness. "Indeed, Magali is French through her father, but English through her mother. And here is her brother Freddy," she added, seeing the young man appear, followed by Mr. Roswell. This time, the old man's eyelids lifted completely, his dark blue, wide-open eyes enveloped Freddy's handsome face in a singular gaze. "Yes, there is Freddy Dalty," the Duke said kindly, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder. "He too, like his sister, has nothing very English in his exterior, is that not so, my lord?" "No, evidently," Lord Lowstead replied in an indifferent tone. His eyelids had fallen again, his features had resumed their habitual rigidity. "Go quickly and rest, dear Magali," said Lady Isabel. "Freddy, we charge you to see that she does not work too much today. You hear, Fred, you are invested with this difficult function," Lord Gerald added with a smile. "You shall give us a report, and we hope to have no reproaches to address," he said, bowing to take leave of Magali. He walked away with his sister and Lord Lowstead, while Magali, on her brother's arm, headed toward Miss Omely's apartment. Roswell remained alone in the hall. His grey eyes, with somewhat phosphorescent glimmers, had just now enveloped Lord Lowstead. They had followed Magali and Freddy until they had disappeared at the end of the hall. Now the secretary, leaning against the wall, reflected deeply, and his cold face was lit by a satisfied glow. "I have the means here to combine a superb stroke," he murmured. "The fortune is not entirely in entail, a part remains alienable. It should be her dowry. And so beautiful, with that. Roswell, my friend, it is a matter of maneuvering well, for never have you had such an opportunity to make a superb marriage and to avenge yourself, at the same stroke, on the proud girl who so thoroughly rejected you once. Ah, Lord Lowstead, you do not suspect that I guessed what was passing in you just now, and that this Roswell whom you barely brushed with a glance possesses certain papers it might be disagreeable for you to know." And, rubbing his hands, he returned to the room where he worked for part of the day, near the Duke of Staldiff's study. Lord Gerald, for his part, had headed toward the festive gallery where the amateur actors had just gathered for the rehearsal. Lady Ophelia was coming and going, watching over everything without losing a bit of her Olympian calm. "Well, Isabel is not coming, Gerald. We are waiting only for her. She has gone to change her attire," the Duke replied, approaching a small table where the programs were placed. He took one, examined it with attention. "They are masterpieces, are they not?" said Lady Doubtil. "This Miss Dalty has every talent, in truth." "Yes, these paintings are ravishing. But the author of these little marvels has been subjected to a work beyond her strength, and because of that, your programs will remain unfinished, Ophelia." The young girl, occupied in straightening a slightly flattened wave of her coiffure before a mirror, turned quickly. "Unfinished? For example, what a jest, Gerald. Magali can very easily give them all to me this evening. I calculated the time she needed." "Well, you calculated badly," he said quietly. "You should have set about it sooner to ask this service of Miss Dalty's kindness. I do not say demand it, naturally. But now you must resign yourself to having only a little more than half of these charming programs." "Certainly not," she said, trying to master her irritation. "I do not intend for Magali to act as she pleases and thus break her word to me. And I do not intend for those who live under my roof to be employed in tasks beyond their strength," the Duke interrupted, without raising his voice, but in a tone of icy authority. "I have forbidden Miss Dalty to finish this work. You are thus warned once and for all, Ophelia." He headed toward the end of the gallery, where Lord Doubtil was busy making a curly-haired, chubby little lord, who was to appear in Lady Dulce's play, rehearse his role. "You are going to fall ill from fatigue, Archie," Lord Gerald said with a laugh. "Do not speak to me of it. I am supervisor, choirmaster, manager, actor. What do I know?" said Lord Archibald, tossing back a lock of his long reddish hair. "There are actors who give me trouble, like my sister, for example. No way to make her keep her seriousness. Ah, it is not like Lady Ophelia. She plays in a fashion. You shall see that tomorrow, my dear fellow." A slight smile of triumph parted Lady Ophelia's lips. She had come forward and heard the remark. "Yes, my lord, we shall have a superb evening," continued the enthusiastic lord. "There is only Lady Diron who plays so badly. It is truly distressing not to have been able to find someone else. What a success she would have had in this role, all of grace and sweetness." "Yes, but that touchy person refused outright," said Lady Ophelia with a mocking laugh. "She does not wish to appear on a stage, she plays the little Violet. I did not insist, thinking you would easily find a replacement. But it must be admitted, it becomes impossible to ask her a service without seeing an insufferable face, without hearing more or less veiled protestations. This young girl should well remember that she could nonetheless pay for the generosity of those to whom she owes everything." The Duke leaned slightly, his hand rested a second on his cousin's arm. "It seems to me, Ophelia, that you might dispense with making her feel it." His voice was calm, very cold. He had only emphasized that you in a particular way. Ophelia turned crimson, her lips pinched violently. She had instantaneously understood the intention hidden beneath that seemingly insignificant phrase. Daughter of a younger son without fortune, orphaned from the cradle, she had been raised with Lady Isabel, and never a word had come to remind her that she owed everything to her cousin's generosity. It had taken her persistence in humiliating another orphan, poor and dependent, for the Duke of Staldiff to finally make her understand that she, less than any other, had the right to do so. Chapter 8. All the guests of Hawker Park were gathered that evening in the festive gallery for the performance organized by Lady Ophelia and Lord Archibald. It was an extremely elegant and aristocratic assembly, and the superb gallery, profusely illuminated, offered a truly magical spectacle. From a small corner where she had modestly taken refuge with Miss Omely, not far from Lady Dulce, who sat there to witness the interpretation of her own work, Magali enjoyed the sight with the eye of an artist. She had at first refused to attend the evening, but before the pressing entreaties of Lady Isabel, Miss Omely had said, "Since you feel quite recovered, my child, you should yield to Isabel's desire." This little performance promises to be most successful, Lord Doubtil being of the first rank and Ophelia also excelling in the art of elocution. And we shall know well how to keep ourselves apart from this elegant world, the two of us. You shall see, Magali. Magali had yielded without much enthusiasm. She wore the simple and vaporous white attire fashioned with the help of Miss Omely, in anticipation of the gatherings where she might be obliged to appear. Now, seated near the elderly lady, she listened with interest to the amusing repartees of Lord Douthill and Lady Ophelia, who revealed herself to be a consummate actress. Feeling isolated in her little corner, Magali allowed the impressions of her soul to show upon her expressive countenance. She laughed like a child at the gay passages, and her large velvety eyes clouded with emotion at the moving parts. The somewhat proud reserve in which Magali usually shrouded herself in society habitually concealed something of her true personality, leaving one only to suspect the charming gaiety and the rare simplicity of this young girl's soul. She would have wished to exchange impressions with Freddy, but the Duke of Staldiff had called the young man to his side. Magali met only the amused gaze of her brother, seated at a certain distance amidst a group of Lord Gerald's friends. The Duke, reclining slightly in his armchair in the nonchalant attitude familiar to him, seemed to listen to the actors with profound attention. It was impossible, however, behind the sparkling lenses of his monocle, to determine the exact direction of his gaze. In truth, it would be perfect if poor Lady Dyrun did not jar so deplorably. Lord Dorwelly, a lieutenant of the Horse Guards, suddenly whispered in his ear. Lord Gerald gave a start. "I did not hear you, Rupert." "What? You seemed to be listening so well, however. What were you thinking of, my dear fellow?" A fleeting smile hovered upon the Duke's lips. "I was studying, Rupert." "Studying? And what, Gerald?" "A soul." The play ended shortly after amidst a stir of chairs and a deluge of compliments. The Duke rose and headed toward Lady Dulce. Miss Omely and Magali could not restrain a smile at the thought of the small chore Lord Gerald's duties as host imposed upon him. He was obliged to offer congratulations to Lady Dulce for a work whose success was due only to the skill of the performers. Once again, one could observe Lord Gerald's incomparable ease in the art of saying exactly what was necessary without too great a strain upon the truth. The excellent Lady Dulce, intoxicated by the applause, was literally exulting. Seeing that a numerous group of mischievously complimentary guests surrounded her, the Duke judged his task finished on that side, for he turned away and approached Miss Omely. "I believe you were both amusing yourselves at my tedium just now," he said in a low voice with a smile. Miss Omely began to laugh, and Magali echoed her. "Your Grace sees only too well," the elderly lady said gaily. "Yes, it seems I see everything," he replied in the same tone. "Isabel told me this morning that you no longer feel the effects of your malaise of yesterday, Miss Magali?" "Not at all, my lord. It was a very passing fatigue. Provided the cause is not renewed. On that subject, permit me to say that you had committed an imprudence, for an excellent and charitable purpose, to be sure, but one for which you might have paid dearly." A rosy tint covered Magali's cheeks. "What has that chatterbox Freddy been telling you now?" she said in a vexed tone. "Things most useful to know," he replied with an enigmatic smile. "But I advise you to be more prudent in the future and not to exceed your strength." He broke off as Lady Ophelia approached. She looked very beautiful in her Nile green attire, a masterpiece of the dressmaker's art. "I was wondering where you had gone, Gerald. Have you finished with your compliments to Lady Dulce?" she asked, casting a veiled look of anger toward Magali, whose pure profile stood out harmoniously against the crimson background of the hangings. "Yes, my task is fulfilled on that side. I owe you congratulations now, Ophelia. I did not know you possessed such remarkable talents as an actress." Was it truly a compliment, or one of those subtle ironies familiar to Lord Gerald? The young man's tone left some doubt, and his cousin could not restrain a slight knitting of her brows. A conversation followed regarding the nature of drawing-room theatre, where Gerald expressed his disdain for such exhibitions for young ladies, claiming they lost their simplicity and moral freshness. "You are frighteningly rigid, Gerald. A censor such as you," cried Lord Archibald. Lord Gerald passed his hand slowly over his blonde moustache. "I have indeed, my lady, ideas quite out of conformity with those generally current in the world. I do not pose as a censor, as Archie says, but I deplore many errors in modern feminine education. And though you may tax me with excessive idealism, I shall confess that nothing seems superior to me, nothing more worthy of my respect, than one of those young souls, transparent as crystal, where the simplicity of the child mingles harmoniously with the seriousness of a woman who has studied and reflected. One of those exquisite souls who hide beneath their humility and reveal themselves only through their virtues and charity. All looked at him, surprised by his serious accent. In Magali's large pupils, there passed an unspeakable astonishment at hearing such an opinion stated with such grave sincerity by this young man of 24, in the face of those elegant worldlings. In the days that followed, various parties succeeded one another at Hawker Park. Magali, taking advantage of a lingering cold, appeared very little among the guests. However, Lady Isabel would not resign herself to seeing her dear Magali remain apart. One afternoon, she insisted that Magali join them for music. Magali dressed in a simple, pale pink gown of her own making. Before joining the others, she and Freddy went to the library to find a book. There they found Lord Gerald and Lord Lowstead. Gerald, in a gesture of grand generosity, presented Lord Lowstead with a rare medal the old man had been admiring. Magali, watching from a distance, reflected on the Duke's character. She had learned that morning from the boy Jem that the Duke had re-employed him and his sister, providing for their care. "His Grace told me I should thank you, Miss Magali," the boy had said. In the library, Gerald noticed a drawing by Freddy. "This is remarkable, Freddy. Why have you never told me of this talent?" Magali explained that they wished to be independent and not rely further on charity. Gerald, moved by her pride, proposed a business arrangement. He would sponsor Freddy's studies, and Freddy could repay him in paintings once he became a famous artist. "You are very proud, Miss Magali," the Duke said. "But I must follow the traditions of my ancestors, who were always protectors of the arts." As they prepared to leave for the music room, Gerald mentioned that Lord Lowstead was a great lover of music, particularly of the voice, a passion he once shared with a niece who had since vanished. Chapter 9. In one of the drawing rooms, hung with marvelous Venetian silks, the Duchess of Staldiff had gathered her middle-aged guests. As this room adjoined the music salon, they could fully enjoy the recital to be given by the musical youth of Hawker Park, who were currently exchanging their polo attire for more elegant dress. The Duke and Lord Lowstead paused in the first room, while Magali, followed by Freddy, headed into the next to prepare the piano. Lord Archibald was already there, occupied with examining a guitar. He greeted Magali with a respectful eagerness. "A great afternoon of music is being prepared, it seems to me, Miss Dalty. Are you going to play the guitar for us, my lord?" Magali asked with a laugh. Before such an audience, I should not dare. I merely strum a bit in private," he said modestly. As if to prove it, he drew a few strange notes from the instrument. "Heavens! Archie, what is that?" cried Lord Archibald's brother, who appeared at the threshold in the company of Lady Isabel and Lady Anne Doutil. "Do you intend to give Magali a sample of your talent, my lord?" Lady Isabel asked, bursting into laughter. "You will pierce her musical ears, if I may say so without offending you." Lord Archibald made a slight grimace, but being an excellent fellow and not at all touchy, he sincerely confessed. "It is true, my lady, I am not very strong in music. Gerald has often told me I should make every cat in London take flight." What a dark look, my dear fellow." These words were addressed to the Duke, who was entering. A deep furrow of vexation had indeed formed upon his brow. His entire countenance betrayed a difficulty in restraining his displeasure. "I am furious with that foolish Lady MacDolly," he said with impatience. "Has she not imagined she might have herself invited by my mother, along with that young American girl she patronizes among the English aristocracy? Miss Hetty Ludler, the daughter of the near-billionaire? Yes, that is the one. Do you know her, Archie? I saw her this year in London during the season. A pretty person, very elegant, who makes no secret of her intention to buy a duchess's coronet with her £20 million dowry. But all is explained. You shall offer her yours, Gerald." Lord Dorwilly cried out, laughing. A smile of inexpressible disdain parted Lord Gerald's lips. "She may search for another, for this one is not for sale," he said with a haughty toss of his head. "But it is truly disagreeable to have this stranger introduced into our circle. A parvenu of recent date, whose grandfather gathered empty tin cans in the streets of New York, and whose father began his fortune preparing the ingredients to fill similar cans. What proud contempt vibrated in his accent. Magali felt a brief tightening of her heart. Yet this same man, so disdainful and proud of his high birth, had just shown himself delicately kind to Freddy. Even toward her, he had not maintained the distant attitude of the early days, but treated her with a respectful regard, marked only by a more accentuated shade of reserve. The other young guests entered, following Lady Ophelia and Juliane de Volberg. The Duchess's little cousin and goddaughter, a pale, dark-haired girl of sentimental and poetic soul. It was no mystery that the Duchess ardently desired her son to marry the young Countess. However, beneath the affectionate courtesy Lord Gerald always showed his cousin, it was impossible to discern if he shared the sentiment. Even his mother knew no more of the true feelings hidden beneath the veil of proud, and sometimes ironic, reserve in which the young Duke shrouded himself. Magali sat a little apart, in the semicircle formed by the grand piano. She worked at her embroidery, as befitted her role as a lady companion, but she silently enjoyed the superb talent of the young Countess Juliane, followed by Lord Dorwelly, who performed a piece on the cello accompanied by Lady Isabel. From time to time, her gaze involuntarily turned toward Lord Lowstead, seated a few paces away in a window embrasure. The Duke had spoken the truth. Music produced a strange effect upon the old man. The rigid lines of his face softened, his eyes closed completely, and his features expressed a peaceful beatitude. With his head slightly tilted and his ear strained, he listened without a gesture or a shiver. Maximilian de Volberg, Lady Anne, and several others were heard, and now the company called upon Lord Gerald. Lady Isabel cried out eagerly, "But Gerald, what if you sang a duet with Magali? It must be superb to hear two such beautiful voices together." Magali repressed a movement of vexation. What was that flighty Isabel imagining? Truly, the Duke of Staldiff would hardly care to sing with a humble reader before this aristocratic public. He would surely elude his sister's offer with that polished, yet haughty ease of which he held the secret. But perhaps he judged it difficult to do so, for he replied at once, without his countenance betraying the slightest displeasure. "Certainly, nothing is easier, if Miss Magali is willing." Magali bowed in assent. It was impossible to escape what she considered a real ordeal. It was, in fact, the first time she was to be heard in public. Until now, she had only sung before a few friends of the Duchess. The Duke rose and joined his sister near the music stand. He opened a volume and leafed through it attentively. "I am among the French music here, Gerald. Does this suit you? Here is Mireille. Oh, that charming duet for Magali. I always hear it with such great pleasure. Shall it be this, Gerald?" "No, I prefer something else," the Duke said quietly, restraining the volume with a somewhat nervous movement as it slipped from his hands. "Here is our business, I believe. Do you know this, Miss Magali?" he asked, stepping toward the young girl and presenting the open volume. "Yes, I studied it last year, my lord." "But that is almost a sacred piece," Lady Isabel exclaimed. "It is the genre that best suits the voice and temperament of Miss Dalty," he said peremptorily. "If you do not dread the difficulties of this superb piece, Miss Magali, we might attempt it. Isabel shall soon be convinced that I am not mistaken." Among these worldly young people, there were relatively few serious minds or hearts accessible to strong emotions. Some were already quite jaded. And yet, a unanimous shiver of admiration shook them all at the accents of these two magnificent voices, which complemented each other perfectly. The same breath of soul and warmth of expression passed through both. Yes, it was truly two souls speaking in a mysterious dialogue, by turns melancholy as a twilight or radiant as a luminous dawn. They rose together toward the heavens, seeking an ideally pure happiness, and their rapture was exhaled in phrases of exquisite sweetness. The final notes, sung by Lord Gerald, held such a poignancy of emotion that every listener started, and Magali herself remained motionless, quite overcome. "You make us tremble to the very depths of our hearts with voices such as those," Lord Dorwelly cried out, without even waiting for the accompaniment to end. All rose. Guests arrived from the adjoining room to congratulate Magali, who was all rosy with confusion at this success. The Duke remained as calm as was his custom, though a small, moved flame flickered in the depths of his pupils. Lady Ophelia, throughout the entire performance, had not taken her eyes from her cousin and Magali from behind the shelter of her fan. When the duet ended, she rose like the others and approached the young girl. "There is a success, if I am not mistaken," she said in an ironic tone. "It bodes well for the impression you will produce upon the stage, Magali." "What? Does Miss Dalty have such an intention?" Lady Anne cried out. "Not at all. What an idea you have, Ophelia," Lady Isabel said with vivacity. Lady Ophelia gave a sarcastic smile. "Bah! Seeing such a future open before her, do you think she will have the courage to resist? At the very least, concerts would offer her a more lucrative position than the lessons she claims she will give." "It shall nonetheless be the latter course that I choose," Magali replied somewhat coldly, mastering the friction caused by this discussion in the presence of strangers. "Evidently. There can be no question of anything else, as you well know, Ophelia," the Duke said in a sharp tone. He leaned against the piano, arms crossed over his chest, and the look he directed toward his cousin held an expression well known to those who had seen him irritated. "I should only fear that success might not be very easy." "But why so, Gerald?" "With such talent, one always succeeds," said Julian de Volberg, whose sympathetic gaze enveloped Magali. He did not answer and turned his eyes away from Magali's, which had involuntarily lifted to him in surprise. But Lady Dulce, whom her 35 years did not prevent from being an enfant terrible, cried out, tapping Magali on the shoulder. "My dear child, you are much too pretty to be a teacher. All your pupils would be jealous of you, with that beauty and that regal carriage." Poor Magali turned crimson. She saw all eyes fixed upon her, she heard the murmurs that seemed to discreetly approve the opinion so bluntly stated by the flighty lady. "Julian, shall we play that Grieg sonata that so delights my mother?" said Lord Gerald's brief voice. His brows were violently knit, and the look which, for a second, brushed Lady Dulce expressed intense irritation. He turned away to take up his violin, and Magali, taking advantage of this diversion, regained her seat. She felt a slight start on perceiving Lord Lowstead standing a few paces from her. The old man's countenance expressed a strange mixture of anger and emotion. His lips opened and closed as if he could not decide whether to speak. "You have a very beautiful voice," he said at last with an effort. "I listened to you with much pleasure. I am extremely fond of music in all its forms, and I am very difficult to please, being a connoisseur. You may therefore be assured of my sincerity when I tell you that no voice in the world, save one, has ever produced such an impression upon me." And the bizarre old man, without waiting for a reply, regained his window embrasure, where he began to listen with ardent attention to the Duke's violin. As the sonata ended, Miss Omely, dressed for outdoors, appeared at the door and gave a discreet sign to Magali. The girl rose and approached Lady Isabel. "If you have no further need of me, Isabel, may I go as far as Cunningham with Miss Omely?" she asked in a low voice. "Certainly, my darling. But can you not wait for tea? You must need something after singing so admirably. It would be charitable of you to wait a little, Miss Omely," the Duke added, turning toward the elderly lady. When an artist renders a work of such great difficulty with such perfection, and, above all, puts so much of her soul into her voice, it is quite impossible to do so without real fatigue. The compliment had been slow in coming, but it was nonetheless delicate for being indirect, as if Lord Gerald wished to spare Magali's modesty while still fulfilling his social duty. Decidedly, everything conspired today to draw the poor flower of the woods, as Lady Isabel sometimes called her, out of her usual shadow. Isabel began to laugh, gaily pressing the hand of the slightly blushing Magali. "For someone who does not like compliments, you have plenty today, my dear. That is what comes of having such transcendent talents." The Duke stepped forward and brought a chair for the elderly lady. Then he sat near her and began to chat gaily, while Lady Isabel and Magali served the tea. He broke off as Lord Lowstead approached. "How did you find Miss Dalty's voice, my lord?" the Duke asked. "Incomparable, like everyone else," the old man replied with a sort of constraint. "Yes, the admiration is unanimous," Lady Isabel said in a satisfied tone. "I thought Lord Archibald was going to faint, even the sensitive Lady Dulce was weeping." "Oh, Lady Dulce, the Duke interrupted with a gesture of impatience. What a fool. His sister began to laugh. Any other woman but Magali would have been secretly delighted by such a blunt compliment. Admit it, Gerald. But my little flower of the woods has neither the vanity nor the poise for that. She felt a painful confusion when Lady Dulce, with her trumpet voice, drew such attention to her. You fortunately created a diversion, Gerald. It was a duty. Miss Magali's dependent position, her character, and her habits demand a delicacy of conduct from those around her, one that is quite unnecessary with most of our modern young women. His hand, with a discreet but somewhat disdainful gesture, indicated the brilliant circle surrounding Lady Ophelia. Magali is a sensitive soul, said Miss Omely, with a look of moved affection toward the young girl moving yonder, her tray in hand. An incomparable lily, Lord Gerald murmured in a tone of restrained admiration. Lord Lowstead, whose veiled gaze had been resting for a moment upon Freddy, turned suddenly toward the Duke. What exactly are these two young people, my lord? I was told they were taken in by the Duchess. If you desire to know this sad story, my lord, here is Miss Omely, who can give you every detail better than any other, since it is to her these children owe being known to us. Lord Lowstead listened with attention to the story told in a moved voice by Miss Omely. His cold face suffered a slight twitch when she spoke of the young woman who died, so touching in her frozen beauty. But it was only a flash. Lord Lowstead was not known for having a very tender heart. So the name of this person could not be discovered, he asked, stirring the spoon in his tea. No, my lord, despite all our efforts. We know only her Christian name, engraved upon her wedding ring, Ethel. Ethels are not lacking throughout all England, the old man said in an indifferent tone. It is probable you must give up knowing more, if you have no further clues. And he began to drink his tea slowly, while watching Freddy, who was quite gay and animated yonder, in deep conversation with Lord Dorwelly and the Duke of Staldiff. Chapter 10. From that day forth, Magali found herself, despite her best efforts, drawn somewhat into the whirlwind she had hitherto avoided. People wished to hear her sing, she was reclaimed for tennis and golf, and she was, in everyone's estimation, too remarkable a horsewoman to be excluded from the riding parties. She dared not resist the desires expressed by the Duchess and her daughter, and thus she mingled in that worldly life which caused her a dull malaise, that of a soul finding itself outside its natural element. And yet, without losing an atom of her simplicity or her slightly proud reserve, she was, quite unconsciously, becoming lightly intoxicated by the respectful admiration of which she was the object, by that subtle incense of praise attracted by her voice and her rare intellectual faculties. She lived somewhat in a dream, almost forgetting at certain moments that she was not the equal of all these noble ladies, as she received the same considerations from all these young lords, even from the Duke of Staldiff himself, the proudest of them all. Her fine and highly cultivated intelligence surrendered to the charm of interesting conversations with elite minds, literary men and artists who had recently become the Duke's guests, and especially with the Duke himself. He equaled them all in his remarkable faculties and often surpassed them with his steady judgment and the seriousness of his thoughts. Occasionally, Magali and he spoke of religion, and the young girl noted with surprise how deeply he remained a believer, how, beneath his impenetrable exterior, that soul could vibrate to the highest religious impressions. In knowing this nature of noble instincts better, Magali regretted all the more the pride that still dominated it, a pride manifested on frequent occasions, even toward his peers, by a word, a look, or a simple movement of the head. But she had to admit that, for her part, she had no longer felt its effects. Not even when one day, upon hearing him address a biting mockery to someone who had displeased him by contradicting him with some obstinacy, she had involuntarily allowed an intense reproach to pass into her expressive gaze. He had turned his eyes away, though without anger, and shortly after, passing near her on his way to the billiard room, he had said softly, "You judge me as wicked as before, do you not, Miss Magali?" "Oh, no, my lord. But it was very harsh, what you said there." "Yes, it was too much. I thank you for making me understand that," he had replied with a moved gravity that quite startled Magali. The pretty Miss Hetty Ludler, who had arrived shortly before at Hawker Park with Lady MacDolly, had experienced a secret disappointment in the presence of the Duke of Staldiff. Despite her self-confidence and her natural poise, bolstered by her millions, she found this great lord most disconcerting. His perfect politeness was strongly tinged with haughtiness, and he seemed to ignore the rich American as much as his duties as host allowed. Miss Hetty was not at all accustomed to such disdain for her gilded little person. But, faced with the difficulty of making this haughty fortress capitulate, all the tenacity of her race and all the vanity of a woman were awakened. Miss Hetty swore to herself that she would become the Duchess of Staldiff. As a clever woman, she first tried to profit from the Duke's very pride by skillfully using discreet flatteries and subtle praises. However, she noted with spite that Lord Gerald, even if he secretly derived some pleasure from it, allowed nothing to appear but a light irony, which was at times very irritating. The Duke's guests, spectators of the American's maneuvers, were much amused, especially the Duke's intimate friends who knew his contempt for the ambitions of parvenus. That morning, Lord Dorwelly and Lord Archibald, seated in the great conservatory, bit their lips to keep from laughing as they heard Miss Hetty declare with a tone of compunction that she did not like the world and only appeared in it out of duty. "I hinted to her yesterday that Gerald does not appreciate frivolous women," Lord Rupert whispered into the ear of Maximilian de Volberg. Lady Ophelia, seated not far off, suffered a brief knitting of her brows. Her gaze brushed disdainfully over the American. She had never inspired fear in Ophelia, and, passing over Miss Hetty, settled upon the beautiful girl working yonder. Magali's admirable head was wreathed in a ray of sunshine, standing out like an antique cameo against the deep violet background of the clematis. Feminine instinct, joined to the jealousy inspired by the ever-increasing beauty of Miss Omely's ward, had allowed Lady Ophelia to guess the truth. Beneath her cousin's absolute reserve toward Magali lay a profound admiration, an admiration that had never translated into a word or a look, but only into a deeper respect and an extreme care to remove any cause of friction for that delicate soul. Hearing him talk with Magali of grave subjects, Ophelia understood that physical beauty was not the true danger. Lord Gerald was being captured even more by the charm emanating from that lovely soul. Ophelia's dull resentment was increased by a vague fear. Proud as she knew her cousin to be, she told herself that he might be capable of the folly of a misalliance, even one as striking as this would be. "Magali, move elsewhere. You brush against that orchid every time you pull your needle, and you will end by breaking it," Ophelia said with impatience. The young girl glanced at the flower, which leaned its pale mauve head toward her. There was no danger of the accident Ophelia predicted. However, Magali, judging it useless to argue, rose quietly. "Come here, Magali, you shall be quite well," said Lady Isabel, who was chatting nearby. Lord Gerald rose and brought a chair for Magali. A contraction passed over Lady Ophelia's face. Leaving her seat, she approached the little group. "What were you thinking of so deeply just now, Ophelia?" Lady Anne asked with a laugh. "Of an idea that came to me yesterday. Let us elect a May Queen." "Oh, what a charming idea!" Miss Hetty cried with enthusiasm. "Unfortunately, the month of May is past," the Duke said, leaning against a carved column. "What does it matter, Gerald? It is a matter of distracting ourselves. What do these May feasts signify, if not the royalty of youth and beauty? And that springtime does not end for you with the month of May, my ladies," Lord Dorwelly said gaily. "I agree with Miss Ludler, the idea is charming. Gerald, as host, would be the Queen's Prime Minister," Ophelia continued. "He would accompany her on the drive we shall organize after the election. He would sit at her right for dinner, where she would naturally occupy the place of honor." Oh, my dear, you place me in honors the whole day long," the Duke said with a mocking smile. "It is your role, Gerald. And the 4 young ladies whose names follow the elect shall be her ladies-in-waiting. Well, Gerald, what say you? I do not oppose it, on the condition that the election remains absolutely secret, for one must not wound anyone." Lady Ophelia directed Magali to go and tell the head gardener to come and speak with her. "It is field flowers you would need, my dear," the Duke observed. "It would be much better for a May Queen." The gardener's assistants brought such an abundant harvest of wild flowers that Magali, seated in the conservatory to weave the garlands, found herself half submerged beneath the charming flood. Her artist's eye chose the best elements, and her fairy fingers formed delicious flowered masterpieces. Without any envy, she wondered which of these noble ladies would wear the crown. Yonder in the salons, the election was taking place. Magali heard exclamations, but from her flowered retreat, she could see nothing. Steps crunched on the sand, several people approached. "Will your gracious majesty permit me to lead her toward her faithful subjects?" said the voice of the Duke of Staldiff. She lifted her eyes and saw the young man bowed before her with that grave courtesy he always used toward her. Behind him stood a radiant Isabel, a furious Ophelia, and a sullen Miss Hetty. "In my capacity as Prime Minister, I have the great pleasure of informing you, Miss Magali, that you have been elected by a strong majority as the May Queen." Oh, what a notion," she cried, rising and blushing deeply. The movement scattered the flowers around her. Some clung to her skirt, pink heather hung from her shoulders. From the roof of the conservatory, flesh-colored climbing roses fell over her. The sun gilded her ash-blonde hair, enveloping and irradiating her. "Tell me if the general opinion has not chosen well," cried Lady Isabel. The Duke leaned down and took the crown Magali had woven. "Is it within the Prime Minister's duties to crown the Queen?" he asked, smiling. He placed the flowery crown upon Magali's blonde braids. Maximilian de Volberg whispered to Miss Hetty, "It would be impossible to dream of a more ideal duchess, but do not fear. My cousin would never think of a misalliance. What others do for millions, he would not do even to follow the attraction of his heart." Exclamations greeted the entry of the May Queen into the salons. It was a sweet satisfaction to be chosen as the most beautiful, more beautiful than all those aristocratic ladies. The serious Magali allowed herself to be carried away into a flowered dream. The drive was to the fairies' waterfall. The atmosphere was exquisitely sweet, and the summer seemed to adorn itself to greet Magali. She descended from the carriage at the same spot where, one morning, the Duke had made her feel her place as a humble subaltern. Today, all the young lords surrounded her with respectful homage, and he himself showed himself the most attentive Prime Minister. "Magali, come this way," Lady Isabel cried from a small height. Magali and Lord Gerald climbed a small path. On a protruding rock, the view was superb. Under the sun's rays, this young creature dressed in pink and crowned with flowers seemed the very queen of the fairies. "This brings to mind a certain small poem I read one day," the Duke said softly. He began to recite the verses Magali had written beneath Freddy's drawing. Magali turned crimson. "It is unkind to mock so, my lord," she said. "Mock? That thought is far from me," he replied seriously. "I have often heard feminine poetry, but very few have given me this impression of freshness and light." He broke off. "Who is yonder?" He pointed toward a hollow in a granite block. Someone was sitting there, a man of a certain age in ecclesiastical dress. "It is Father Nui," Magali cried joyfully. Father Nui was the elder brother of Miss Omely, a Jesuit recently driven from France. The Duke had invited him to stay at Hawker Park. He was Magali's trusted advisor. He stepped forward, and the Duke greeted him with respectful cordiality. "We have elected a May Queen, Father," the Duke laughed, "and the choice fell upon Miss Magali." "It is a royalty somewhat intoxicating for a head of 18 years, the priest said softly. The Duke asked the priest to join them for refreshments. As they descended, the Duke noticed a figure fleeing through the bushes. It was the child of a poor smuggler family. Magali explained they were honest people seeking work. "Well, it seems the most gracious privilege of a queen is to spread benefits," the Duke said. "What does your majesty wish for these poor people?" Magali asked for work for the father. "I shall occupy myself with it seriously," the Duke promised. "How kind you are, my lord," she said with spirit. "No. But I should like to become so," he murmured with emotion. They rejoined the others. Lord Gerald stood a few paces off, watching the scene. His countenance seemed to brighten at the sight of Magali's gaiety. An expression of extreme sweetness chased the haughtiness from his eyes. Mechanically, he lifted his hand to push back a lock of hair. The movement made the emerald on his hand sparkle. This ring had been in his family since time immemorial. All the Dukes of Staldiff had worn it. It was said that when one of them was about to forget the duties of his rank, the emerald would warn him with a flash of light. Was it this warning sign that made Gerald suddenly close his eyes, a deep paleness spreading over his face? His hand gripped the ring, his lips murmured, "But it is a mad dream." Yes, mad, impossible. Had I forgotten who I am? It is time to react. He walked toward the group surrounding the young queen. He offered her his arm to lead her to a table, saw that she was served, and, judging his task finished, stepped aside to talk with Father Nui. "Your crown is slipping, Magali. It is going to fall," Lady Isabel said. "Gerald, do look." He turned slowly, so slowly that before him, Lord Doutil and Ferdinand de Volberg were already reaching out their hands. But Magali had already set the light garland back in its place. Chapter 11. While the carriages were being prepared, the strollers scattered here and there to enjoy at their leisure the sight of the waterfall, now bathed in the rosy rays of the setting sun. Magali climbed a small mound from which the eye embraced the sparkling sheet of water and the horizon of verdant slopes and dark forests. Never as on this day had she found the landscape so charming. Never had the sky appeared purer nor the atmosphere more ideally sweet. She felt a slight sensation of impatience upon seeing Lady Ophelia approaching her. Several times that afternoon, Magali had met those blue eyes expressing a difficultly contained anger. Evidently, the proud Ophelia could not forgive her for her graceful royalty of a single day. The young lady's face was very pale and drawn, her lips were tightly pressed together. She came to stand near Magali and, for a few seconds, appeared to contemplate the waterfall. Suddenly, turning slightly, she placed her hand upon Magali's arm, her lips drew close to the girl's ear. "You are a triumphant little coquette, are you not?" she hissed in a sibilant tone. "But it is only for one day. You shall not achieve your goal, I answer for that. It is not he who will ever give you the crown you covet." Magali gave a violent start, her eyes, widened by surprise, fixed upon Lady Ophelia's strained features. "What crown?" she stammered. "The most sought after of all the ducal crowns in the United Kingdom, no less. The one that Lord Gerald will offer to his wife." Magali, turning deathly pale, recoiled. "Whatever are you thinking of, my lady?" she said in a trembling voice, lifting her head with pride. "I have done nothing, as far as I know, to authorize such a supposition on your part." Lady Ophelia gave a sarcastic burst of laughter. "Do not play the innocent, it is quite useless with me. If you have judged it well to emerge from the shadows so properly suited to you, it is because you had the idea of attempting this difficult conquest, it is. I shall first remind you, my lady, that I have always yielded only to the entreaties of Lady Isabel," Magali interrupted in a firm tone, proudly sustaining the irritated gaze fixed upon her. "You make of Isabel what you will, it was easy for you to feign obedience to her," Lady Ophelia cried ironically. But she broke off. Magali's large black eyes were resting upon her, very grave, somewhat disdainful, and of such absolute limpidity that Lady Ophelia's gaze turned away, embarrassed. "I shall pray you, my lady, to cease these accusations," Magali said in a somewhat haughty tone. "I have never held the madly ambitious thought you attribute to me. But if your pride is moved at seeing me today surrounded by an attention quite disproportionate to my station, I recognize it. Whose fault is it?" Ophelia bit her lips. Yes, she herself had prepared the triumph of this detested Magali. But then, would she ever have thought a mere lady companion would be numbered among the candidate? "Nonetheless," Magali continued, "I recognize that I was wrong to yield to Isabel's affectionate desires by mingling with a superior society. I deplore it, understanding now what interpretation the world can give to the simplest acts. But rest assured, my lady, I shall know how to withdraw and return to the obscurity which indeed suits me." "Yes, now that you think you have produced your little effect," said Lady Ophelia, irritated by the girl's biting accent. "You tell yourself that the Duke of Staldiff, touched by your humility, will hasten to offer you his name." "My lady," Magali cried, drawing herself up. For a second, they seemed to measure one another with their eyes. Magali was extremely pale, her lips trembling slightly, but her voice was firm as she pronounced, "I can tell you nothing else, my lady. But that I have never dreamed of such folly, never, never, she repeated with a gesture of protest. Lady Ophelia gave a slight shrug of her shoulders. Her fingers, very hard, pressed upon the girl's arm, almost making her falter. Let us admit for a moment this impossible thing, that Lord Gerald offers to make you his wife. What would you say, Magali? Magali's fingers tightened upon her skirt, a sort of anguish crossed her gaze. I should say no, naturally, she said with a haughty toss of her head. Have no fear, my lady, I have my pride too, and it will always forbid me a disproportionate marriage. But what use is there in speaking of this, she added with a surge of anger. I know as well as you the distance that separates me from the Duke of Staldiff, and I only regret that his kindness, a scruple of delicacy, perhaps, has led him to appear to forget it at times. It is therefore useless to inflame your imagination over a chimera, my lady. Yes, a chimera, you have said it. But I wished charitably to warn you, Magali, said Lady Ophelia, who did not take her eyes from that very proud but slightly altered face. I thank you for such disinterested charity, my lady, Magali replied ironically. She turned away and headed toward the carriages, which were now ready. How pale you are, my child. Are you unwell? Asked Father Nui, who was chatting with Maximilian de Volberg. Only a little weary, father, she replied, trying to smile. Your springtime royalty is nonetheless not very heavy to bear, Miss Dalty, Monsieur de Volberg observed. She made a vague gesture, a sort of tired smile, and moved away to answer the call of Lady Isabel, who was standing near the carriage. The Duke stood near the horses and appeared absorbed by a detail of the harness that the coachman was adjusting. He did not seem to notice Magali approaching the door. It was Ferdinand de Volberg who helped the May Queen into the carriage. It was he, too, who animated the conversation during the journey. His cousin, seated opposite Magali, appeared much more disposed to examine the fields and meadows bordering the road than to engage in one of those brilliant and profound conversations that eclipsed the young count's superficial chatter. Never, as in this end of the day, had the hours seemed so long to Magali. She had to smile, to converse, and to sit at dinner in the place of honor, having the Duke of Staldiff at her right. But her fresh laughter rang out no more, her smile was an effort, her large velvet pupils were veiled, and it was almost mechanically that she replied to Ferdinand de Volberg, her neighbor on the left. Fortunately, she had hardly any conversation to maintain with Lord Gerald. He continued with perfect correctness the role imposed by Lady Ophelia's idea, but with a shade of haughty coldness that did not escape Magali and caused her both relief and a painful tightening of the heart. He was almost silent, as much as his duties as host permitted, and refused nearly all the dishes presented to him with an impatient gesture revealing some inner perturbation. Poor Magali thought he was likely weary of the prolongation of this feast imagined by his cousin, that his pride at last found it disagreeable to be so long constituted the cavalier of this little plebeian. If he only knew how gladly I should depart, she thought. But no, she had to remain there, answer the young Count de Volberg's eager attentions, and maintain a sufficiently gay air under every gaze, especially that of Lady Ophelia, dressed with extreme elegance and looking very brilliant this evening under the dazzling light that set off the whiteness of her skin and the tawny shade of her hair. Miss Hetty rivaled her in brilliance and spirit. They both seemed to try to make one forget the one whom the majority had proclaimed the most beautiful, the ravishing May Queen who felt her fresh crown of heather weighing so heavily upon her brow. And, the dinner finished, she had to sing and converse further. The Duke stayed in the adjoining room, deep in conversation with the most important of his guests, and made only a brief appearance in the music room. At last the evening came to an end. The guests of Hawker Park rose to seek their apartments. But the May Queen must distribute the flowers of her crown to her subjects, must she not, my lords? Lady Isabel cried gallantly. But naturally, my lady, you owe them to us, Miss Dalty. With a weary gesture, Magali removed her garland, she took away one by one the flowers that leaned languidly, she destroyed with a bitter joy the charming diadem with which Lord Gerald had crowned her that morning. At random, she distributed the heather and the wild flowers of late summer. But you are forgetting your Prime Minister, Miss Dalty, cried Lord Dorwelly. Gerald, my dear fellow, what are you thinking of not to come and claim your share in the distribution? The Duke, standing some distance away, was talking with the Marquis of Stelbay, Lord Rupert's father, and did not appear to hear his friend's call. But Lord Rupert, a little surprised, repeated it. The Duke turned and walked toward the group in the midst of which Magali stood. There remained between the girl's fingers only a sprig of pink heather. Without looking at Lord Gerald, she held it out to him. He bowed, took it, and slipped it, like all the others, into his buttonhole, saying with a courtesy tinged with coldness, "I thank you, Miss Magali. But you have reserved nothing for yourself as a souvenir of this day." "Oh, it is unnecessary. I shall remember it." A bit of bitterness passed, despite herself, into the quiet accent of her voice. Lord Gerald gave an imperceptible start. His gaze, expressing a veiled anxiety, brushed Magali's features. But she was cold, very calm. The young girl turned to take leave of the guests, and the Duke, with a slight furrow on his brow, moved away toward the next room where his mother was calling him. At last Magali's springtime role was over. Hastily, she left the salons and headed toward Miss Omely's apartment. She was going to be able to be alone, to calm the secret suffering brought on by Lady Ophelia's unexpected attack. At a corridor crossing, she almost collided with William Roswell, whose apartment was on that side. He bowed deeply and, as Magali was about to pass by after a brief greeting, he said in a respectful tone, "Permit me to congratulate the May Queen, so justly elected, upon her success. I had occasion to see you at the Fairies' Waterfall, Miss Dalty, from a distance, for I did not have the happy privilege of the noble lords who formed your court. The Duke of Staldiff must have been proud of his role as Prime Minister." "Oh, I doubt it," Magali interrupted sharply. She made a move to walk away. But Roswell resumed in a sharp tone, "I know not why your name reminds me of something. It seems to me I must have known a Dalty once." A sudden interest showed in Magali's eyes. "Truly? And where, then?" "I could not say. The memory is very vague. I have traveled so much. In the Indies, too?" "Yes, much." "Do you know Bombay?" "That is where we lived." "I know that city very well. But I cannot remember in a precise manner. If you could gather your memories, and let us know something of our parent," Magali said, forgetting in a sudden hope the antipathy the secretary inspired in her. "I shall at least try with all my power, be assured of that, Miss Dalty." Something in his accent displeased Magali. She gave a brief nod and walked away, while Roswell resumed his way to his apartment, rubbing his hands and murmuring, "I had a good idea to speak to her of that. Otherwise, the little minx seemed to treat me from the height of her grandeur. She likely imagines she is going to succeed in making some aristocratic marriage. It seems possible to me, moreover. And he, that handsome Duke. Will caste pride resist it? Let him not think to stand across my projects, for example." In Miss Omely's parlor, Father Newey and his sister were talking in low voices, and both had the same worried expression upon their features. "You were imprudent, Omely, in letting her mingle with that brilliant world in whose midst she is not destined to live," the priest was saying. The poor little one, despite her seriousness, her piety, and her absolute absence of vanity, was bound, quite innocently but almost inevitably, to be a little intoxicated by the admiration and homage her brilliant gifts could not fail to attract. And above all, one had to think that such a heart, at once so delicate and so ardent, might unconsciously surrender to some impossible dream. "It is true, Jacques, I was weak. I yielded too easily to Lady Isabel's desires. And also, I must confess, to the pleasure of seeing my Magali so pretty in her simple light attire. It will be my fault if she suffers," she said in a desolate tone. "But perhaps you are mistaken, Jacques?" He shook his head. "I doubt it. I know them both. I know what delicacy of feeling and what desire for the ideal hide beneath Lord Gerald's skeptical and cold exterior. Well," observing from my vantage point the profound respect shown by his attitude and his gaze, perceiving them both above the waterfall, so well suited to each other and forming a picture to delight a painter, I understood, from the mere radiance of their faces, without their having pronounced a word, that the poor children were walking, without suspecting it, in a total dream, an unreachable dream. "Yes, poor children," he murmured with compassion. "I should never have thought that he, so proud, would forget even for a second what separates him from Magali. And she, my sensible Magali, how she will suffer, my poor little darling, if you have guessed truly." Miss Omely said with consternation. It is such a short time, however, since they felt only antipathy for one another. You were blind, my dear sister, in not seeing that these two beautiful natures, equally proud, noble, and ardent, were bound to understand and love each other. If Lord Gerald was struck by Magali's beauty, I believe I can affirm that your ward's moral charm had an even larger share in his respectful admiration. And if she, Magali, felt the attraction of the Duke's physical and intellectual gifts, I am certain she sees in him above all the generous, delicate, chivalrous heart that a proud reserve too often conceals. He broke off. Magali was entering the parlor. Well, here you are at last, little May Queen, Miss Omely said with a gaiety one could guess was forced. Yes, here I am, Magali said in a weary voice. It is over. At last. She walked toward Miss Omely and, suddenly, she allowed herself to slide to her knees. Her head rested against the elderly lady's chest, and she burst into sobs. Father Nui looked at his sister, and the look clearly expressed, "Do you see what I was telling you? Magali, my little darling, what is the matter?" Miss Omely said anxiously. "Has someone distressed you, wounded you? What has happened, my little girl?" Magali, in a broken voice, told them of the words addressed to her by Lady Ophelia. When she had finished, Miss Omely took her hands and enveloped her in an affectionate gaze. "There is no reason to distress yourself so, my child. It is one of the 1,000 little wounds the world distributes to upright and good souls. All that will quickly be erased, especially if my serious Magali resumes her peaceful life of before." "Oh, yes, Miss Omely," Magali's trembling voice murmured. "How wicked the world is. How could anyone have thought that I, the poor creature raised by charity, would dare to have such a mad idea, and all because he showed himself simple and kind toward me, to repair his violence of long ago, certainly." "Yes, that is quite certain," Father Nui said, resting his grave gaze upon the girl's altered features. "The world, beneath its apparent flowers, conceals only poisons, you see, my poor little child. Come find me tomorrow at the chapel. We shall talk of this, and we shall pray together, shall we not, Magali?" Magali's eyes, darkened by a sort of anguish, lifted to him. In the priest's gaze, she read the infinite compassion of the shepherd for his poor little sheep wounded by the thorns of the road. And, unconsciously joining her hands, she cried out, "Oh, yes, we shall pray. You will help me, Father, for I truly know not why I suffer so," she finished in a light sob. Father Nui gently placed his hand upon her shoulder. "Go and rest, my poor little girl, for the crowns of the earth are heavy, even sometimes that of a May Queen, is it not so?" "Oh, yes," she murmured with a shiver, pressing her burning brow against Miss Omely's hands. The Duke of Staldiff, that evening, did not linger to chat with Freddy or to smoke upon the terrace with his friends. He promptly regained his apartment, dismissed his valet, and, opening a French window, went to lean upon the balcony. The sky was peppered with stars. The penetrating perfume of the late-season roses rose from the gardens lit by the pale light of the moon in its first quarter. Yonder, the lake stretched its silver sheet, the conservatories raised their superb domes. The evening was delicious in its freshness and imposing silence. The young man lifted his eyes. He contemplated for an instant the stars trembling up there. Pensively, he murmured the verses of the singer of Mireille. And her gaze was a dew which dissipated every sorrow. Of the stars, less sweet is the ray and less pure. If Mistral had seen her, he could not have spoken otherwise. With his arms crossed over his chest, he absorbed himself in a melancholy reverie. His memory traced for him clearly the admiring surprise produced by the sight of Magali and by her magnificent voice the first time he had seen her again, a surprise quickly changed to coldness when he understood he was in the presence of the child taken in by Miss Omely, the one who had formerly lashed him with a word his masculine pride could not forget. He saw again the young equestrienne treated by him with such haughtiness, then the lady companion patiently submissive to Ophelia's caprices. And also that tennis match where, with the speed of lightning, he had understood that Magali's simple and radiant charm was in the process of chasing away the grudge held against the child of before. And more, without having an exact consciousness of it, he had submitted to the influence of that goodness, of that charity which radiated in Magali, of that candid grace joined to a rare, highly cultivated intelligence. She possesses everything I could dream of, he murmured, tightening his hands a bit upon the stone balustrade. But it is impossible. I, to marry a girl of plebeian race, and of whom, above all, I do not even know the maternal origin. He passed his hand slowly over his burning brow. Nonetheless, it would be happiness. Many, in my place, would not hesitate. Today, misalliances pass so easily. Magali's image, dressed in pink, crowned with heather, obstinately presented itself to him. How gay she was this afternoon, but in the evening, a veil seemed to have fallen over her features. Provided that she, too, without taking care, has not imagined something impossible. But no, she is so serious. And never anything on my part could have revealed to her what I hardly knew myself. It is doubtless some small friction, due perhaps to Ophelia or to one of those young ladies jealous of her. Unless she was wounded by my change of attitude during this evening. But it must be, I must do it, despite all that I suffer. Yes, the Duke of Staldiff, amidst the failings of the current aristocracy, must hold firm the banner of his race's traditions. His head drew up with a haughty movement, his left hand lifted, and by the light projected from the electric lamps in the room, the emerald sparkled. It is a matter of having a heart as hard as this stone. It will be long, but I shall achieve it. His gaze, lowering, suddenly met the sprig of heather attached to his buttonhole. He took it, looked at it for a long time, and held his hand out over the balustrade. His features tightened, a poignant hesitation passed through his gaze. His fingers spread abruptly and let the small pink flowers fall into the void. "My poor little May Queen," he murmured hoarsely. And this man, so proud, so master of himself, felt a tear slide beneath his eyelid. Chapter 12. An indisposition of Lady Isabel's, who had taken a chill while conversing too long upon the terrace in the evening, provided Magali with a pretext to remain apart from the pleasures of Hawker Park. She spent a large part of the day near her friend, and, for the remainder, worked with Miss Omely, made long visits to the chapel, or went for walks with Freddy, whenever the latter was not with his noble protector, who seemed to grow more attached to him every day. When Lady Isabel was quite recovered, Magali, in order to resist her entreaties, announced that she had undertaken serious works of painting with the aim of eventually earning her own living. "It seems it is not too presumptuous of me," she said. "Father Nui, who understands such matters, assures me that I am succeeding quite well. My brother is of the same mind, Magali. I remember he much admired your delicious programs and called them little artistic marvels. Did you not, Gerald?" she added, addressing her brother as he entered the room. "What, my dear?" he asked in a negligent tone, bowing in a somewhat distant manner to Magali. She rose, as was now her custom upon his entry, to maintain that subaltern role she had briefly forgotten while being treated as an equal, a lapse that had cost her an awakening whose bitterness she would long feel. "That you found the programs painted by Magali delicious?" he replied with indifference, seating himself near his sister. "Yes, they were very pretty. I gave mine to Lady Doutil, who had none, yet I should have liked to keep one in memory of my dear Magali. Gerald, if you were kind, you would give me yours." "I would have done so most willingly, Bella, but I confess I did not keep it." "Oh, Gerald, could you have thrown away such a charming little thing? You, an artist?" Lady Isabel cried, stupefied. "I burned it recently. Admit, my dear, that if I were to keep every program, artistic or not, from the worldly feasts I attend, I should require a special wardrobe," he replied in a light tone. Whenever he visited Isabel, Magali withdrew almost immediately, without affectation, always having a good pretext for the young girl's entreaties in which he never joined. When, on the contrary, she entered Isabel's rooms while he was there, it was his turn to depart after a short time, following an exchange of indifferent words, tinged with the haughtiness he had briefly abandoned toward her. "How grave and silent you are now, darling Magali," Lady Isabel said one day. "And you have grown pale, you seem tired. You were so gay, so delicious on the day of your royalty. Was it not impossible to dream of a more charming May Queen, Gerald?" The Duke, currently occupied in leafing through a French magazine, made such a sudden movement that a crystal vase upon the table fell to the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. "Oh, My pretty vase. Magali gave it to me for my birthday. Isabel cried in consternation. I beg your pardon, my dear Bella. I am indeed inexcusably clumsy, he replied quietly. And he engaged the conversation upon a worldly subject that excluded Magali, as the persons of whom the brother and sister spoke were entirely unknown to her. Once Lady Isabel returned to the guests of Hawker Park, Magali confined herself almost entirely to her solitude. Occasionally, she was requested to sing, or to reinforce a tennis side nearly certain of defeat by the presence of the Duke of Staldiff on the opposing team. But the latter occurred rarely, as Lord Gerald had taken tennis into aversion. Moreover, music, and singing especially, seemed also to have much declined in his favour. When the musical sessions began, he generally departed to join the Marquis of Stelbay and other guests, irreconcilable enemies of the art of Orpheus, upon the terrace or in the smoking room. It is truly not permitted for a man to be so capricious, said Miss Hetty, secretly irritated at exerting herself to no avail. To him, everything is permitted, replied Lord Dorwelly, much amused by the American's contained anger. Besides, everyone does not judge as you do, Miss Ludler. Lady Ophelia, for example, finds it quite natural that her cousin changes his tastes. Yes, because she is a very mediocre musician and does not like tennis, Miss Hetty replied bitingly. The great hunting parties of Hawker Park, famous throughout England, had brought a contingent of new guests. The festivities succeeded one another, marked by the Parisian taste Lord Gerald and his mother had acquired in France. From the room where she worked near Miss Omely, while Father Newey read to them, Magali heard the echo of these varied pleasures: hunting horns, the baying of hounds, the gallop of horses, and the laughter of the brilliant youth. One morning, she set out into the park to gather white heather to adorn the altar of the Virgin. Often, Freddy accompanied her. But that morning he followed the hunt, having insisted on accepting Lord Gerald's invitation despite feeling a bit unwell. He could refuse nothing to the one he loved with all the ardor of a tender heart. Magali made her harvest quickly and, feeling a bit uneasy, took the most direct route back, hoping Freddy might have returned early. A silhouette suddenly appeared at the end of the avenue. Magali recognized Roswell approaching with hurried steps. That man again, she thought with annoyance. In seeing him approach, Magali noted that the secretary was flushed like a man who had run a great deal. They are looking for you everywhere in the park, Miss Magali, he said in a breathless voice. Looking for me? Why? She cried, anxious. A small accident has happened to Master Freddy. He fell from his horse, he has a wound to the head. Already Magali was running toward the castle. Roswell followed with long strides, continuing to speak. It is somewhat the fault of the Duke of Staldiff. Yes, it cannot be denied. He had Freddy mount one of his horses, one of those spirited beasts he knows so well how to master. An obstacle presented itself, His Grace wished your brother to clear it. Freddy did not seem very disposed to it, but he tried. However, the beast reared. Come now, Freddy, a bit of grip. Are you a weakling? Cried the Duke, who was very nervous and impatient this morning. The horse leapt. But feeling a hand too weak, it reared before the obstacle, and the rider rolled to the ground. Heavens! Magali murmured, shivering. Fortunately, the ground was soft. Ah! It is a sad thing to be subject to the caprices of a master such as that, Roswell murmured as if to himself. Generous one day to excess, the next authoritarian to the point of hardness. Poor Freddy wanted to refuse, but he did not dare. He knows what it costs to be a dependent. In Magali's brain, a dull anger rose. Was it he who had caused the accident? The secretary was right, it was but a matter of caprice. Finally, the castle was reached. Magali entered Freddy's room. The boy was stretched upon his bed, his head in bandages, eyes closed. Lord Gerald, very pale, moved back to let her approach the bed. But does he live? She cried. Yes, it is only a faint. Do not distress yourself, Miss Magali, said the Duke's altered voice. Magali's dark eyes, sparkling with a sort of fever, enveloped him for a second. Was it not enough, what you did to me long ago? She said in a harsh tone of irresistible anger. Must you now take my brother as a victim of your caprices? I shall not suffer it. I have only him, my Freddy. The Duke, nearly livid, recoiled a few steps. Magali! Miss Omely cried in reproach. But the young man interrupted her with a gesture. Leave it, Miss Omely, he said coldly. I deserved to hear that reproach for what happened long ago, but I hoped I had proved to Miss Dalty that my interest in her brother was truly affection, and not a caprice. Today, there was an imprudence on my part which I deplore with all my soul. But it would have been charitable, Miss Magali, not to awaken the memory of an act which will always be one of the greatest remorses of my life. He bowed and departed rapidly. Magali, it was he who prevented Freddy from faring even worse by rushing to the horse's head, at the risk of being trampled himself, Miss Omely whispered. The doctor confirmed that the wound was not grave, but the shock required absolute rest. Magali settled at her brother's bedside. This forced occupation did not, however, succeed in removing from her mind the thought of the unjust words she had addressed to the Duke. Now, a poignant regret gripped her heart. She learned that the Duke had been absolutely desolated by his imprudence. He himself, with Lord Dorwelly's help, had carried the wounded boy. He was trembling, poor Gerald. Lady Isabel had said. Now, he sent morning and evening to ask for news of Freddy. He sent books, art publications, and ordered the French chef to prepare whatever might please the young man's capricious appetite. But he did not come to see Freddy himself. It is very strange, Magali. Everyone has come to see me, yet he alone abstains. He whom I love so much. Freddy said sadly. Magali told herself with bitterness that he was doubtless profoundly wounded and did not forgive her for the outburst. It was a remorse for her, and it obliged her to an act that cost her dearly. She had to thank Lord Gerald and apologize for her accusation. One morning, leaving the Mass, she perceived the Duke in the gallery. He bowed coldly to Magali, inquired after Freddy's health, and made to turn away. Would your Grace permit me to say? Magali murmured, turning very red. What have you to say to me, Miss Dalty? He asked in an icy tone. I would wish to thank your Grace for all he does for Freddy. And also let him know that I so regret having said to him, the other day. The Duke turned his eyes away, saying haughtily, let us not speak of that, I pray you. You judged me as you pleased, you are free. All the more as I had given you the right by my past conduct. In my turn, I say, let us not speak of that, my lord, she cried quickly. All has been forgotten on my part. But not on mine. And permit me to say that you yourself kept a certain memory of it. And even a grudge. I yielded to a movement of anger which I deplored at once, she whispered, bowing her head. And then, things had been presented to me in a particular light. By whom? And as Magali did not answer, he resumed imperatively. Tell me who first told you the story of the accident, Miss Magali? It is impossible, my lord, I cannot thus do wrong. It is well, I shall know it in any case. But I pray you, do not distress yourself over all that. Something relaxed in his features. I am still the most guilty, and it is I above all who owe you apologies, he resumed in a softened tone. It will be a lesson, but I would have preferred 1,000 times it were given to me otherwise. His hand rested upon a small marble bust of King Charles I. I owe having partly mastered my natural violence. To what you know, he said, gesturing toward the young girl's wrist. I understood that day, better than every sermon could have achieved, to what excesses such a tendency could lead me. And it was from that day that I seriously resolved to become gentle. Your Grace sees there is no cause to regret that little incident which produced such good results, she added with a smile. For me, he said hoarsely, there will always remain the remorse of having struck a woman. My lord, I was but 11 years old. You might have been 16 and I should have acted the same. In my fits of anger, I no longer possessed myself and you were, I know not why, most antipathetic to me at that time. He bit his lip and turned away. Magali said mechanically, as if to herself, yes, there was a true antagonism between our two natures. It was doubtless because I, too, was very proud. He began to laugh without a shadow of vexation. There. You make at once your accusation and mine, Miss Magali. Yes, you were proud and I even more. And while you became humble and patient, I remained as before. But that is an hereditary defect in my family. A quality, some say. In any case, I possess it amply, he added with a tone of haughty mockery. He promised to visit Freddy that afternoon. Magali walked away, relieved of her apologies, yet perplexed by the contradictions of this nature, at once charming and haughty, generous and vindictive. Freddy was now at the height of his wishes. His dear Lord Gerald visited him nearly every day. The Duke found himself quite free to visit his friend, for he never encountered Magali. She had fixed her daily walk or her visit to the chapel for that hour. One afternoon, entering the room preceding her brother's chamber, she perceived the Duke sitting near Freddy's lounge chair. The boy's head rested slightly upon his friend's shoulder. Lord Gerald's voice, in speaking to his protégé, had warm and caressing inflections, very rare for him. It is extraordinary, this sympathy between them, Magali thought as she softly withdrew. That same day, crossing the hall, she met Lord Lowstead. He inquired after Freddy with his usual coldness. As he departed, William Roswell appeared. Is he going to stand across my projects, that one? Roswell murmured between his teeth, watching Lowstead. For he is her portrait, that girl. Magali felt an involuntary recoil. Roswell informed her he was happy Freddy would have no lasting trace of the accident. No, thanks to the Duke of Staldiff. You had forgotten, in your story, to tell me that he had held the animal nearly at the risk of his life, she replied dryly. The secretary's face paled. I was so moved by the accident that I perhaps did not narrate every detail. The Duke has, indeed, righted his wrongs. I told you, Miss Dalty, he has superb qualities. Yes, chivalrous qualities. But they are often stifled. He broke off as Lady Isabel appeared. Magali joined her, and the secretary departed. You were in conversation with that disagreeable person? Isabel asked. He was an adept of an old Brahmin in the Indies who taught him magnetism, occult sciences, the art of poisons. It all gives one the shivers. Gerald told me yesterday he would look for a replacement. All the better. As they walked through the gardens, they met Miss Hetty, who was strolling with furled brows. Ah, we see you at last, fair recluse, she said. Will you finally resume your place in our circle? Poor Lord Doutil is becoming quite melancholy, and yesterday, Count Ferdinand de Volberg told me, after hearing Madame Dialano sing, what a difference with the voice of Miss Dalty. For me, there is only that one. It makes one shiver, it makes one think. Magali gave a slight shrug of her shoulders. I should wish my voice might have that happy result, she said with irony. Eh? Who knows, the American replied with a mocking laugh. One has seen more extraordinary things, Miss Magali. Chapter 13. Gerald, I must confide something to you. The Duke turned his head toward his friend Archibald, who stood near him leaning against the terrace balustrade. They were alone, both occupied in smoking, and until then equally silent, an extraordinary state of affairs for Lord Doutil. Something serious, my dear fellow? Lord Gerald asked with a half-smile. Very serious, Gerald. I am thinking of marrying. Well, all the better, Archie. Whom have you chosen? Lord Archibald began to chew on his cigarette. His fingers made a small gesture familiar to him whenever he found himself in embarrassment. My dear Gerald, you are going to hurl your thunderbolts at me. It is a folly on my part, I know. In one sense, that is, for in the entire world, I could not discover a woman so perfectly realizing every perfection, he cried in a burst of enthusiasm. There is not one here who equals her, admit it, Gerald. The Duke gave a start, his eyelids lowered slightly, veiling for a second a look in which a glimmer of suffering passed. You must at least tell me the name of this marvel, Archie, he observed quietly, leaning over the balustrade to shake the ash from his cigarette. Oh, the thing is quite easy to guess, Gerald. It is Miss Dalty. You were right, Archie. It would be, on your part, an unqualifiable folly, the Duke said coldly. Lord Doutil made a gesture of almost indignant protest. Unqualifiable. Because this girl is of a rank inferior to mine? That question did not make me hesitate long, Gerald. I am of my time. I do not show myself rigid, like you, on the chapter of aristocratic traditions. Since I find on my path a woman charming in every point, It is not such a question that will prevent me from offering her my name, which she will wear as well as my noble ancestresses, none of whom equaled her incomparable beauty and distinction. The Duke replaced the cigarette between his lips, took a light puff, and said calmly, "Since you consider things from that point of view, all is well. But I wonder what your mother and your uncles will say, Archie. They will be a bit angry to begin with, but Miss Magali will soon have them all enchanted. That does not worry me much. But the main thing is that she accepts my proposal. Have you any idea if I shall be favored, my dear Gerald?" he asked with an anxiety reflected on his long, rosy face. "Faith, my dear fellow, I have no formed opinion on the matter," the Duke replied in a light tone. "It is very difficult to guess what passes in feminine hearts, even those that touch us most closely. How much more impossible is it regarding a stranger? Well, I shall see. Gerald, do you disapprove of me?" Archie asked, looking with some perplexity at his friend's slightly darkened countenance. "I cannot tell you the contrary, my dear Archie. You know my opinion on misalliances. Yes, I know you would do anything in the world to remain faithful to your principles, even if it had to break your heart 20 times over." "Yes, even if it required that," the Duke said in a somewhat stifled voice. "But I am not of that metal," Lord Doughtill cried with a gesture of revolt. "This marriage is perfectly honourable, I discover no serious obstacle in it, and I am not going, for a matter of tradition, to miss the happiness of my life." "All opinions are free, my friend," Lord Gerald replied with tranquillity. "Keep yours, I shall keep mine. And we shall not get along any less well, I think, Archie." "No, Gerald, though it is disagreeable to me to think that you disapprove of me. I have been used to following your advice, for you have always been the most serious among us. But you are sometimes too rigid. It is not you who would have the idea of looking lower than yourself, my proud friend." The Duke did not answer and appeared absorbed in the contemplation of the gardens. On the second terrace yonder, Lady Ophelia and Juliane de Volberg had just appeared in elegant white serge costumes. "And you, Gerald, will you not decide to choose a companion among the noble ladies who aspire to become Duchess of Staldiff?" Lord Archibald asked. The Duke threw away his cigarette and gave a sharp little tap to his shirt front to brush away some ash. "I am in no hurry, Archie. I am but 25, not even that yet. Yes, and you know you have only to choose when it pleases you. Ah, if I had all the gifts you possess. Happy mortal," Lord Doughtill murmured, enveloping his friend's elegant figure and superb face in a look of envy. Lord Gerald gave a low, somewhat harsh laugh. "Envy me, Archie? Do you know that at certain moments I have wished to be a poor wretch, a small official, some humble functionary or other?" "Gerald, is it you speaking thus?" Lord Doughtill cried, stupefied. "Yes, it is indeed I, Archie. You find it mad, and you are right. Everyone in this world, from one end of the social hierarchy to the other, has his obligations, his trials, and his sacrifices. It is a matter of being energetic, that is all. But do not believe me any happier than the others," he said in a somewhat changed voice. "What is the matter, dear fellow?" Lord Archibald asked with affectionate interest. "You have not been quite the same for some time." An imperceptible contraction passed over the Duke's face. Without answering, he leaned his elbows on the balustrade. Shortly after, Ferdinand de Volberg appeared to call them to billiards. "I shall perhaps join you later," Gerald replied. "But I have given a rendezvous in the conservatory to the head gardener to confer with him about a change I wish to make there." They moved away, and Lord Gerald remained alone, his arms crossed, his face dark and almost strained. "It was inevitable," he murmured. "She would be happy. Archibald is an excellent fellow. There is also that fool Ferdinand who would be capable of doing the same, but his father would never permit a misalliance, and it is not she, such as I know her, who would dispense with that consent." He pressed his hand to his brow. His mouth held a sarcastic smile. "Come now, Gerald, my friend, you are one of the first in England. You can well afford not to envy another the happiness of possessing this rare pearl. You will make a marriage of reason, you will seek out the quarters of nobility according to your own. It is your duty, Duke of Staldiff." In the Duke of Staldiff's study that evening, someone entered with precaution, ears alert. The Duke was detained in the drawing room by his duties as host. He was never here at this hour. But William Roswell felt that one could not exceed in the matter of prudence, especially when it was simply a matter of casting a curious eye into his master's drawers. He stopped a second before the high black marble chimney-piece, and a mocking smile parted his thin lips. He remembered finding the young Duke here once, looking darkly at fragments of delicately painted paper, Magali's programs, which were flickering, half-burnt, in the hearth. Roswell had left satisfied that day. Caste pride was proving stronger than the heart. "He has a head on him, that man," the secretary murmured. "I had little to fear from him. I knew he would look 4 times before making a misalliance. He would have dashed my plans. I could have sold him my secret for a famous price. But I prefer my other way. Thus, I shall have Miss Dalty and her fortune, then I shall take the upper hand over the little lord." He set to work with a collection of instruments from his trunks to explore the desk. Papers passed under his investigative eye. He pocketed some, along with a bundle of banknotes. In a drawer, he discovered Freddy's drawing. Oh, here is a very precious paper. There is something written. Verses. It is prettily turned, Faith. It is perhaps Miss Dalty's. He suddenly drew himself up. His ear had perceived a slight noise. He only had time to push back the drawer. The door he had not locked opened, revealing Lord Gerald. "Well, what are you doing here?" the Duke said abruptly, stopping for a second. Roswell, no novice, instantaneously assumed the most natural attitude. "I could not find the Spanish dictionary necessary to answer certain letters, and I took the liberty of coming to see if, by chance, it was here," he replied quietly. The Duke walked to the desk. In the bright light of the lamps, Roswell saw his brows violently knit. "I have never authorized you to enter my rooms in my absence," Lord Gerald said in an icy tone. "This denotes a lack of discretion I shall not tolerate. You will leave Hawker Park the day after tomorrow. Beforehand, you will see my steward to settle your emoluments." The secretary's lips twitched. This did not suit his plans at all. He tried to play the humble servant to soften the Duke. "In truth, I had not thought to thus displease your Grace. I beg you to forgive this most inconsiderate act. Your Grace would not wish to take from me this position so necessary to my subsistence, to cast me out like a malefactor. If I recognized in you a malefactor, you may believe it would be this very minute that you would leave my house. But I have never been able to endure the indiscreet. It is useless to seek to make me change my mind. My decision is irrevocable," the Duke said dryly. Roswell knew it was useless. He bowed, saying in a low voice, as a final gambit, "As your Grace wishes. But truly it is a great pity, for I was much interested in the young Daltys and had begun to search my old memories of the Indies, hoping to recall where I had heard that name." He received in reply only a disdainful shrug of the shoulders. Hiding his fury, he departed with a wicked grin. "Ah, you play the scorner, my Lord Duke," he muttered. "If you only suspected what this Roswell could tell you. Ah, my lord, she would soon be a duchess, the fair Magali, if I wished to tell you. But there, I shall tell you nothing. And she shall become Mistress Roswell, by fair means or foul." Lord Gerald, once alone, sat at his desk. His gaze was drawn at once to the drawer the secretary had not had time to close completely. "It seems to me it was locked, however," he murmured, opening it mechanically. He took Freddy's drawing, and his lips murmured the verses once more. Abruptly, he threw the drawing back and locked the drawer. "That individual was perhaps examining the contents of my desk. He seems quite suspicious to me. Certainly, there is not the slightest importance to attach to his so-called memory of the Dalty name. It was a maneuver to attract Freddy and his sister. For what purpose, I know not. Unless he wishes to offer his name to Miss Magali." He gave a nervous laugh, in which both contempt and suffering passed. "In any case, I do not regret having dispatched him. Isabel was right in her prejudice." He passed his hand over his brow and set to work, seeking a document for Lord Stelbay. Chapter 14. The following day, a grand soirée gathered all the local notables at Hawker Park. The guests were expected to wear the national costume of some corner of the globe. This fate, particularly brilliant, was to be the last of the season, and Magali, after long resistance, had finally yielded to the entreaties of Lady Isabel. It was the first time since Freddy's accident that she had reappeared at one of the Hawker Park festivities. The prospect caused her only annoyance, a vague anguish, even. She thought with satisfaction that soon the Duchess and her children would return to London, and that she, Magali, would be free to remain in the solitude of the small apartment Miss Omely occupied at Hawker House. There, she could work at her ease and gradually free herself from benefits so heavy to her pride, yet for which she would always keep the deepest gratitude. When she had donned, that evening, the Arlesian costume fashioned upon the idea given to her by her brother and Lady Isabel, Freddy could not restrain a charmed exclamation. "How well it suits you, Magali." Magali, however, did not seem at all hurried to reach the salons. She remained motionless, holding mechanically between her fingers the gold Maltese cross appearing between the folds of her white gauze fichu. "One would not say you are going to a fete, little sister," Freddy observed. "There is sadness in those eyes." When Miss Omely and her wards entered the salons, a murmur of admiration followed them. Freddy wore a Hindu costume. Beneath the white turban, his face appeared very delicate, like that of a young Brahmin. And, in the opinion of all, never had the black velvet of the Arlesians crowned a head more ideally beautiful than that of Magali Dalty. The Duke of Staldiff, in a Norwegian costume of sober elegance, stood amidst a group. He noted with a knitting of his brows a disdainful remark from Miss Hetty. Then, turning away, he gave the signal for the orchestra to begin and headed toward the young Baroness de Solifoil to open the ball. "This ravishing Arlesian is certainly somewhat my compatriot, my lord," the Baroness asked as they passed Magali. The Duke recounted the sad story of the two orphans. "Poor children," the Baroness exclaimed. "There is a whole poem of light and goodness in those eyes." "You have described Miss Dalty well," the Duke replied gravely. "She is indeed a luminous soul. I know not if you have read where Mistral speaks of the golden lilies of Provence. Those lilies are the emblem of Miss Magali, and the water in which they are mirrored is certainly no more transparent than that girl's soul." "One sees you are a poet, my lord," the Baroness smiled. Magali's success was such that it drew glimmers of anger from Ophelia's blue eyes. But the young Arlesian seemed in no way intoxicated. Calm and proud, a discreet smile upon her lips and a hint of melancholy in her dark eyes, she seemed a sovereign accepting homage by duty. The Duke of Staldiff felt the same. As soon as his duties permitted, he leaned for a moment at a window in a small, darkened salon. He was there when Lord Archibald entered. "She has refused me, Gerald," Lord Doutil said hoarsely. The Duke, with a nervous gesture, began to strip the petals from a rose. "Ah! Did she give a reason?" "Yes. She does not wish to marry someone of a rank superior to her own, believing everyone should remain in their place." "That proves in favor of her wisdom, Archie." "Perhaps," the young lord sighed. "But I think rather that I am not at all sympathetic to her." Shortly after, in the depths of the conservatory, Magali had sought refuge from her migraine. Suddenly, she gave a start of fright. A shadow had risen outside and was advancing toward her. It was William Roswell. "Pardon me for approaching you thus," he said, bowing deeply. "But I was not invited to this evening, and I had to speak to you. The Duke has dismissed me. I leave tomorrow. I wanted beforehand to ask you, Miss Magali, if you would accept me for a husband." Magali recoiled abruptly. "Truly, I do not understand what you are thinking of," she said dryly. "I have a certain fortune," Roswell persisted. "You perhaps imagine you will make some noble marriage? That is quite problematic." "Perhaps not so problematic as you think," she said with irony. A suspicious flash leapt from Roswell's gaze. "Truly? Which of these young lords has dared to offer his name to Magali Dalty? I suppose it is not the Duke of Staldiff." Magali turned pale, but dominated herself. "By what right do you ask these questions? Why do you come thus in secret?" "I want you to become my wife," Roswell growled, seized by a terrifying cold anger. "I should rather die," she cried. He gave a laugh that made her shiver. "I know many things, Miss Magali. I might perhaps help you find your maternal family." Think of the happiness if your dear Freddy became rich and could dispense with the hard benefits of an imperious protector. These considerations cannot weigh upon my decision, she said coldly. But Roswell did not move. Let us try the grand means, he whispered. Magali felt those phosphorescent pupils fix upon her. She remembered Isabel's words. He was taught magnetism. Terror seized her. A cry escaped her lips. Silence. Roswell hissed, seizing her arm. But someone was advancing rapidly. Before the secretary could retreat, he was seized by a nervous hand, dragged, and thrown out of the conservatory like a bundle. Lord Gerald, closing the door, returned in haste to Magali. Lord Lowstead, who had been walking with the Duke, arrived near her as well. Magali, trembling, leaned against a palm tree. What did this wretch want? Lord Gerald asked, his voice shaking. Magali recounted the proposal and the threat. The Duke muttered between his teeth, "That is a bit much." He wished to send men to find Roswell at once, but Magali begged him to let the man depart without a scene. "You are right," the Duke said with regret. "I shall lead you to the buffet. You must take something." She took his arm. Lord Lowstead remained behind, watching them. "What an admirable couple," he muttered. "If I wished, she could become his wife. One word from me. But never. I have sworn it." As Gerald and Magali passed through the salons, murmurs of admiration followed the North and South costumes. Gerald signaled to Miss Omely to join them. He told her what had occurred in the conservatory. "Your Grace will not forget his resolution to do nothing to that individual, will he?" Magali pleaded. "You are afraid my nature will carry me away," he smiled. "Providence sometimes allows a blessed influence to help our moral transformation," he added pensively. He asked Magali to dance a quadrille to help chase the fright. They were opposite Miss Hetty and the Count de Sulke. Miss Hetty, seeing the Duke dance with a penniless lady companion before her, was irritated. As she passed Magali in the dance, she whispered, "Good luck, future Duchess." Magali turned crimson. Her hand, which was taking her partner's, gave a start. The Duke had perceived the whisper. His eyes flashed a look that made Miss Hetty fall silent for the rest of the dance. After the quadrille, the Duke offered his arm to present Magali to Madame de Solifoil. As they walked, he spoke of her desire to be independent. "I must confess to your Grace," Magali said, "my pride has reared many times before these benefits I could not refuse. But I understand now how much gratitude I owe to those who took us in." "You have repaid them 100-fold," the Duke said with impatience. "Never speak of gratitude, to me, at least." He presented her to the Baroness and then encountered his cousin Ferdinand. "Gerald, you have a serious face," Ferdinand said. "Have you, like me, suffered a complete failure in a marriage proposal?" "Do not speak nonsense, Ferdinand," the Duke replied sharply. "Is it nonsense to want to marry perfection?" Ferdinand sighed. She refused without a second's hesitation. She would have made a delicious countess. "Gerald, she would certainly have made me more serious." "She certainly would have been capable of that," the Duke laughed, tapping his cousin's shoulder. "You will soon console yourself. You have a heart so balanced, Gerald, that you can hardly understand a suffering of this kind," Ferdinand grumbled. A bitter smile parted the Duke's lips. "You are right, Ferdinand. But do me the honor of believing that I do not have a heart of ice, and that I know how to feel and suffer, perhaps not in the same way as you. But mine is certainly not the least painful." Chapter 15. The day following that eventful evening, Magali was once more obliged to don her Arlesian costume. Mistress de Solifoil had requested the favor of painting her portrait, and the young girl had graciously agreed to this small task, which was much lightened by the young woman's charming grace. She descended to the drawing-room chosen for the sitting. However, at the entrance to the hall, she paused, somewhat undecided. A group stood there, composed of Lady Isabel, the Duke of Staldiff, and several other young men, amongst whom was Freddy. All were in riding attire, evidently having just returned from an excursion. "Ah, here is Mireille," Maximilian de Volberg called out in French. The others turned their heads, and Lady Isabel cried out joyfully, "Ready already, Magali." Always punctual. You shall have to wait a little, for Mistress de Solifoil has not yet returned. But do come forward, one would think you wished to stay at the door. Come and show us your pretty costume once more. Magali, respectfully greeted, was forced to endure further compliments, most sincere to be sure, but which caused her far more embarrassment than pleasure. Alone, Lord Gerald kept apart. He spoke with Freddy and appeared to notice Magali's presence only as much as strict politeness required. Isabel, do go and change your riding habit, the Duke said suddenly. Mistress de Solifoil will return, and you shall not be ready for the painting session. But I do not need to attend, Gerald, she asked, surprised. Freddy, come with me, the Duke continued. I wish to show you the Rubens in the gallery, of which we spoke yesterday with Lord Lowstead. And you, Magali, go to the green salon, that is where the sitting is to take place. Isabel departed for the stairs, while the Duke and Freddy moved toward the gallery. At the door, Lord Gerald paused and turned to Magali. Are you quite recovered from your fright of yesterday, Miss Magali? He asked. Not entirely, my lord. I seemed to feel those strange eyes upon me all night, so that it was impossible to close my eyes. Rest assured, he must be far from here by now. It appears he has disappeared mysteriously, his apartment is empty. Bella will be quite proud to have shown more perspicacity than her brother. He bowed slightly and, taking Freddy's arm, headed for the gallery. Magali made her way to the green salon. It was deserted. Exhausted from her sleepless night, she sat near an open window. This room, hung with pale green silk embroidered with silver flowers, was an exquisite retreat. Magali, her head resting against a sofa, felt a sudden sense of well-being. She closed her eyes, breathing in the air which was suddenly charged with a light perfume. Large violets from the conservatories bloomed nearby, yet the aroma was too subtle, too intoxicating for a simple flower. A strange heaviness began to fill the room, enveloping her senses. She tried to rise, but her head fell back heavily, darkness filled her mind. 5 minutes later, a long, thin body climbed through the window. William Roswell, with a wicked grin, looked upon the motionless girl. Ah, one does not catch an old hand like me unawares, he murmured. By fair means or foul, you shall be Mistress Roswell, Miss Magali. Your inheritance is well worth the trouble. He approached her, checking her pulse. Good, the dose was not too strong. My old Brahmin was a famous master. Now to carry this precious burden to the hiding place I discovered. I shall have my revenge on her and that Duke I hate. As he lifted the inert Magali, a door opened behind him. Lord Gerald and Freddy appeared. Roswell swore. Dropping Magali back onto the sofa, he drew a revolver and aimed at the Duke. Watch out, Gerald. Freddy screamed. Seeing the gesture, the brave boy threw himself in front of his friend. A shot rang out. Freddy clutched his shoulder and collapsed with a groan. You wretch! The Duke roared, rushing at Roswell. He knocked the revolver away with a sweep of his arm. But Roswell, desperate, drew a sharp Hindu dagger. Suddenly, Alary, the spaniel, leapt through the window, barking furiously, and seized the villain's leg. Distracted, Roswell lost his balance. The Duke seized him by the throat, wrestling him to the ground. Using his formidable strength, Gerald twisted the aggressor's wrist until the dagger fell to the floor. With a powerful blow, the Duke struck Roswell, rendering him unconscious. The Duke rushed to Magali. She was merely in a deep faint, but Freddy lay pale and still. Soon, the entire household was in an uproar. Magali was laid upon a sofa, while Gerald, despite a graze on his own arm, tended to Freddy with the help of Maximilian. It is not an ordinary faint, Miss Omely cried in anguish. She seems under a strange sleep. That wretch has used those mysterious practices he learned in the Indies, cried the Duke, pale with fear. I shall force him to wake her. But my lord, the man is in a critical state and cannot speak, Lord Lowstead observed, watching the scene with an anxious, veiled gaze. Freddy's wound was fortunately not fatal, but all remained in anguish over Magali. Neither the local doctor, nor a London specialist, nor even a famed mesmerist could wake her. It was a secret of Eastern practices. On the 9th day, the Duke was in despair. And to think it is my fault, he muttered. If I had not struck that wretch so hard, he might have spoken. Just then, the boy Jem approached the Duke's study. I have something. For Miss Magali, Jem stammered. He drew out a tattered old book. It belonged to my father, a soldier in the Indies. It speaks of a sleep like this. It says the victim must be exposed to the intense heat of the sun. I once saw a woman wake thus after 3 hours under a blaze of rays. If only this were it, the Duke whispered, his eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope. He conferred with Father Nui. It was decided, they would take Magali to the south of France. If the sun there is not enough, take her to the Indies. My yacht is at your disposal, Gerald cried. Father Nui looked at the young man and understood his secret. Lord Gerald seized the priest's hands. I shall do everything to bring her back. And yet, I must forget her. I should almost rather she were dead than to know I am so close to a happiness I cannot have. Magali would likely refuse to become a duchess, the priest replied quietly. She is too proud to risk being unwelcome in your world. You must try to forget her, my lord. I shall try. But if only I could suffer in her place. 3 days later, a telegram arrived at Hawker Park. Magali was awake. Lord Gerald rushed to tell Freddy, who was recovering in the Duke's own rooms. Lady Ophelia and Miss Hetty watched with spite as the Duke devoted himself to that boy. They treat those two like equals, Miss Hetty mocked. Gerald and Isabel do not judge by fortune, but by virtue and grace, Lord Dorwelly retorted sharply. A week later, Magali returned. She was restored to health and rushed to Freddy's side. Lord Gerald sat near the fire, caressing Alary. How can I thank your grace for saving me once more? Magali asked with a trembling voice. Consider it a slight reparation for the past, he said softly. But if you must thank someone, thank Jem and Alary, who saved us both. Magali spoke of her trip to Arles, where she had seen her father's birthplace. The innkeeper recognized me by my resemblance to him. It seems I am a true Arlesian. The most beautiful of them all, Isabel cried. The Duke turned to Freddy, consideration for the boy's health evident. He shook the young man's hand, and Freddy, in an impulse of affection, brushed the Duke's hand with his lips. You are such a child, Fred, Gerald said, half vexed, half moved. I love you as a younger brother. When they were alone, Freddy asked Magali if she was jealous of his affection for the Duke. No, my Fred, she smiled sadly. Love him as much as you wish, he deserves your gratitude. But in truth, it would be easier if I could still hate him as I did before. Chapter 16. Dead leaves carpeted the ground, swirling around Lord Gerald and settling upon his shoulders and the croup of the horse he led by the bridle along a secluded path of the vast park. The sun sought in vain to slip its rays through the huddling clouds, and the young man's countenance reflected the melancholy of that autumn morning, the sadness emanating from the grey day and the half-stripped woodlands. He stopped suddenly. He had reached the end of the path, and before him lay a small clearing at the centre of which stood an ancient stone calvary. Upon the mossy steps sat Miss Omely and Magali. Near them, stretched out upon the ground, were 2 poorly dressed children with tangled red hair, lifting funny, mischievous, yet attentive little faces toward the young girl. Miss Omely was knitting busily, while Magali explained the catechism to the youngsters. It was a charm to hear that harmonious voice developing the truths of the faith in terms of striking clarity. Magali's believing soul passed into her words, and her compassionate heart vibrated in her accent. At times, however, her tone grew firm, almost severe, when her young listeners showed signs of distraction. What an educator she would make, the Duke murmured. That is the feminine ideal: goodness, devotion, energy, and incomparable delicacy. And that simplicity, that ravishing modesty which makes her so unaware of herself. Magali's fresh, delicious laugh suddenly rang out in the clearing, followed like an echo by that of Miss Omely. Doubtless, one of the children had given an amusing answer to the young catechist's questions. And so gay, too. Freddy claims she is no longer quite so. Could she truly be suffering? I should so wish it were not so. And yet, what a strange thing is a human heart, he whispered, lifting his shoulders with impatience. He passed his hand over his brow as if to chase away an importunate thought and stepped forward into the clearing. Magali abruptly broke off her explanation and rose. The children turned startled eyes toward the newcomer. At a sign from the young girl, they stood up and performed a sort of little bow. "Do not let me disturb you, Miss Magali," the Duke said, uncovering his head. "Continue your lesson. It reminds me of the days of my childhood, when the excellent Father Nui instilled Christian Science in me. Do you remember, Miss Omely?" "Very well, my lord. You were a very easy pupil from a doctrinal point of view, but not a moral one," he smiled. "Poor father, I gave him trouble with my character, which was already well defined back then. Unfortunately, the flattery and adulation with which I was subsequently surrounded, and the authority given to me while still so young, spoiled the work of my devoted teacher. Something of it always remained, my lord." "Yes, I perceived that later." "Well, Miss Magali, will you not continue your lesson before me?" he asked, seeing the girl dismiss the children in a low voice. "We had nearly finished, my lord. Besides, we have plenty of time, since Miss Omely or I come here every day to teach these poor little ones, abandoned by their parents and left in the care of an infirm grandfather. Every day, at this distance from the castle? Do these children live nearby?" "No, old Willie's hovel lies to the west." "In that case, it seems much simpler to have them meet you closer to the castle, or at the castle itself, instead of making this enormous detour. Evidently, my lord, it wastes much time. But as these children are very miserably dressed and their parents are known vagabonds, the guards refuse to let them enter the other part of the park. For my part, I should not risk asking the solemn Dixon to grant them passage to Hawker Park," Magali laughed. "Is that all? The obstacle is slight, and I shall soon smooth it over. I only wonder why you did not address me already, so that I might give orders to the guards and to Dixon. It was a thing of such small importance, my lord, that truly I should not have dared," said Miss Omely. "Yes, I know everything is of small importance to you when it comes to avoiding fatigue or exposing your health. However, we wish to keep you with us for a long time yet, dear Miss Omely. It seems to me we are old enough friends for you to treat me without ceremony," he said, leaning down and affectionately pressing the elderly lady's wrinkled hands. "Indeed, I was wrong, my lord. I should remember more often the delicate kindness of that heart which some claim to be indifferent and cold," Miss Omely replied with emotion. "A heart? There are those who assure me I have none. In fact, it might be more pleasant, perhaps, but when one exists, it seems most difficult to destroy it," he said in a light tone that ill-concealed a profound bitterness. He remained silent for a moment. Then the Duke began to describe his plans to create establishments upon his estates, schools, asylums, and charitable works for all ages, inspired by those of Lord Stelbay. He spoke with an earnest desire to transform the lot of those who depended upon him. Magali listened with ardent interest, a charmed emotion radiating from her large velvety pupils. Before that gaze, he had a radiant vision of an existence where she would be his inspiration and his sweet counselor, guiding him in the path of these reforms. By passing through the hands of the young Duchess, his benefits would acquire an inestimable price. In this minute, an irresistible temptation came to him to speak, to ask her if she would unite her life with his. Was it not mad to let happiness pass for a question of social distance? A ray of sun pierced the clouds, and a spark leapt from the emerald on his hand. The young man saw it and grew pale, tightening his lips. "It was impossible. That is a rather troublesome son," Miss Omely observed, seeing him slightly close his eyelids. "A bit, indeed. I was saying then, Miss Omely, that despite all my goodwill, it is impossible for me to replace a feminine heart and intelligence. This is why I shall often have recourse to your experience, for my mother has little aptitude for such works, and until I think of marrying." The words had escaped almost involuntarily. Magali's fair lashes lowered slightly, and her hand gave an imperceptible start. It was nothing, yet it was enough for him, who had so often studied that expressive countenance. Not her. Oh, let her not suffer, at least, he thought. I shall depart as soon as possible. We shall both forget. They began walking toward the castle. The Duke's countenance had darkened. A question from Miss Omely regarding the villainous Roswell made Magali turn her head. He is still at the hospital in Silton, the Duke replied. The wretch is prey to terrible fits of rage. He will be moved to prison to stand trial. The unfortunate man, Magali murmured. And if he recovers, it will be to be condemned. Naturally. You would be capable of asking for his pardon, Miss Magali, the Duke said with gentle mockery. Indeed, my lord. I forgive him, as does Freddy, I am sure. That may be, but I do not forgive, he said harshly. The punishment will still be too mild for that cowardly aggressor. Magali fell silent, intimidated by the irritation on his face. There was still something in him of that proud violence of old. To change the subject, he began to speak of Freddy. He asked if Magali would permit him to take the boy to Scotland and Austria for 2 months. Since I know he will be happy and in good hands, I can only be satisfied, my lord, Magali replied. I know you practice true affection, the kind that counts its own sacrifice as nothing provided the loved one is happy, he said with a moved gravity that made her blush. We shall go by sea to Austria, for it is his dream to travel by yacht. You must not spoil him too much, my lord. Miss Omely laughed. It seems little Freddy does as he wishes with his dear Duke. Almost, Miss Omely, he replied gaily. He is the most reasonable and charming character. But I promise to be severe if necessary. As they arrived before the castle, Juliane de Volberg was coming out. Lord Gerald kissed her hand. Good day, Liane. So, the departure is still fixed for tomorrow? Always, Gerald. But we shall see you soon in Paris, I think. In Vienna first, Liane. I shall be there by late December. Perhaps I shall return to France with you. The Duke offered Juliane his arm for a walk. He bowed to Magali and shook Miss Omely's hand, offering her unlimited credit for her charities. The more you ask, the happier I shall be, he told her. The good lady was radiant as she entered the hall with Magali. He is truly changed, Magali. A few months ago, his generosity was natural, but now I feel he is truly interested in doing good. Magali listened without answering. Following her own thoughts, she said suddenly, I think he will marry his cousin Juliane. The elderly lady started. I think so too, my child. All the better, for she is good and charming. She will help him in his great task. Everyone has their path in this world. Magali murmured pensively, repeating the very words the Duke had just spoken. Chapter 17. The Duke of Staldiff was completing his attire for the gala dinner offered by the king on the occasion of a foreign sovereign's visit. He cast a distracted glance into the mirror, which reflected a young and superb figure wearing court dress with the highest aristocratic elegance, black silk breeches and stockings, adorned with the insignia of the Order of the Garter. Taking the gloves presented by his valet, he moved toward the door, followed by Alary, who had been lying in a corner with his eyes fixed upon the master he had saved from death. In the Duke's study, Lord Dorwelly awaited his friend and came forward with outstretched hands. I came to say good day in passing, dear fellow. What? Ready already? Yes, I wish beforehand to see poor Doutil, who is not recovering well from his fall. But I still have time. Do sit down, Rupert. No, thank you, my friend, I am in a bit of a hurry. I lingered at Lady Dulce's, where I learned some news. Miss Ludler has secured her ducal crown. Truly. After all, it does not surprise me. And who is the fortunate mortal? The Duke of Dowes. He had just announced their official engagement. He must be quite dry, and Miss Ludler's dowry will be entirely necessary to set him afloat again. A pitiful character, Gerald said, shrugging his shoulders with contempt. It is seen every day, my dear fellow, Lord Dorwelly replied with philosophy. The young Duchess of Dowes will be perfectly received by the high aristocracy, who will forget her origins in the mirage of her father's dollars. Well, I must be off. Enjoy yourself at this dinner. A heavy chore, Rupert. Eh? It is not always roses to be the Duke of Staldiff and a peer of England, Gerald, the young officer laughed. No, you are right, it is even quite grey sometimes, Lord Gerald replied, his gaze suddenly darkening. Lord Dorwelly looked at him with surprise and affectionate interest. Then, deciding at last, he leaned forward and took Gerald's hands. What would you say, my friend, if I asked Isabel to become Lady Dorwelly? I should say I see no obstacle. And that I should be very happy. My mother would be equally delighted. Yes, speak to my little Bella, and try to plead your cause well. The victory will not be very difficult to win, I believe, the Duke said with a mischievous gaiety. When his friend had departed, the Duke sat mechanically at his desk. The satisfied expression vanished, his brow furrowed deeply. Happy mortal, he has no obstacle before his dream, he murmured bitterly. He has chosen according to his rank. While he leaned his head upon his hand and remained motionless. He had done his best to forget. He had plunged into work, strictly fulfilled his worldly duties, and forced himself to consider a marriage with his cousin Juliane. He had avoided meeting Magali, an act made easier by her doing the same. In his perfect uprightness, he had even burned Freddy's drawing of the fairy's waterfall, a sacrifice that had caused him an intimate tearing of the heart. Yet it was all in vain. A mere nothing revived the memory, white heather in a florist's window, a piece of music heard at a concert, or the sight of a woman at prayer. When he planned reforms for his estates with Miss Omely, he saw Magali as his silent inspiration. He knew that the gold he poured into Omely's hands often passed through Magali's, transforming into warmth and food for the poor. He asked himself if it were not mad and sinful, for a simple matter of social distance, to not seek this treasure, a virtuous and wise woman, a Christian burning with faith. Was it a sign that Providence destined Magali Dalty for him? Dowse misallies himself for money. I would do so for her exquisite qualities, for her alone. The world would blame me, while it absolves Dowse. But what do I care for the world? Honor would be on my side. Only, I wonder where my duty truly lies. Jem entered with the post. The Duke took the letters and threw them on his desk, keeping only one written in the trembling hand of Lord Lowstead. How curious, he murmured after reading it. What can this mean? I must communicate this to them at once. He summoned Jem. Go and ask Miss Omely and Miss Dalty if they can receive me. Jem hurried away, satisfaction lighting his face. Since the day he had helped wake Roswell's victim, the former pariah had been attached to the Duke's personal service. It was always a joy for him to climb to the second floor of Hawker House to see his dear benefactress. Maggie, Jem's sister and now an assistant in the household, introduced the Duke into the parlor where Miss Omely was sewing while Magali read aloud. His Grace asks if you and Miss Magali can receive him, Jem announced. Miss Omely felt a surge of surprise. Gerald had often spoken with her, but always in her mother's presence or his study. Never had he come to her rooms. And why did he wish to see Magali? 5 minutes later, the Duke entered, followed by Alary. He bowed profoundly before Magali, who rose as he entered. I came only to share a most singular note I have just received from Lord Lowstead, he said, handing the letter to Magali. Miss Omely took the paper and read. My lord, I feel my last moments are near. Time presses. Ask Miss Dalty and her brother to come and see me tomorrow morning. I have all my faculties, I must speak to them. And come with them, my lord, I pray you. I want to settle everything and find peace before I go to eternity. Strange, murmured Miss Omely. What could he want with them? I have no idea, the Duke confessed. Will it suit you to go to him tomorrow at 10 o'clock? I shall have the carriage ready. We can very well go on foot. Magali said quickly. I see no necessity for that, he replied. He stood up, and in doing so, he knocked aside the silk paper covering Magali's embroidery. His eyes fell upon a sheet of white satin where an artist's hand had needle-painted delicate pink heather. Do not betray us, my lord. Miss Omely laughed. This is for Isabel's birthday. Fear nothing, I shall be discreet. You have chosen your favorite flowers, I see, Miss Magali. Your grace means those of Isabel. I confess that, for my part, I prefer others now, she replied indifferently. He looked at her with surprise. Yet you told me once. Yes, once, but I have changed my taste since then, she said quietly. Does your royalty then leave you a bad memory? You were, that day, almost exclusively crowned with heather, he said softly. Magali gave a slight start. The festivals of this world often leave melancholy memories, my lord. Yet you were truly a queen that day, surrounded by homage. That is exactly why I suffered, she cried out, carried away by bitterness. It was not to be, it was not my role. I played a ridiculous part, and my pride suffered for it. Only your pride, Miss Magali? She trembled at the sound of his voice, now vibrant with emotion. She met a gaze that was no longer impenetrable and proud, but imprinted with penetrating sweetness. She turned her eyes away without answering. Pardon this indiscreet question. Yes, you will pardon me when you know with what ardor I wish you to accept to become my wife, to be forever my dear May Queen. A dull exclamation escaped her. Her incredulous, almost frightened gaze lifted to him as he stood before her, his tall figure respectfully bowed. My lord. But you know well that it is impossible, she cried in an oppressed voice. Impossible? And why so? Because everything separates you from me. The difference of rank. That gap is closing in our day, and I thought it mad, for so small a thing, to let happiness pass. Am I not right, Miss Magali? Magali, very pale, shook her head. Her throat was so tight she could hardly speak. No. You do not admit it, he cried, his voice altered. You, so pious, so aware of the nothingness of human distinctions. You encourage my aristocratic pride, which has struggled so long against my heart and must at last admit defeat. I encourage nothing, my lord, she said with sad pride. But I consider first that such a misalliance on your part would risk bringing you regrets, involuntary, perhaps, but they would cause me wounds I do not have the courage to bear. Regrets? Do you not trust me? He cried painfully. I have the most absolute trust in you, she replied, her hands twisting together. But wisdom makes it a duty to forget this dream. Poor Magali Dalty, the child raised by charity, cannot become the wife of the Duke of Staldiff. I do not judge it so, he cried in revolt. Miss Omely, tell her she is wrong, that she has no right to break our lives thus. She is right, my lord, Miss Omely replied. The distance is too great. Her delicate soul would suffer from the mere fear of a regret on your part. My mother will accept my choice with closed eyes, Isabel will be delighted. Miss Magali is superior to any lady I know. The Duke of Dowes has just engaged Miss Ludler, is that marriage to be happier? I doubt it, Magali said. Cupidity is the motive of one, ambition of the other. But it would not be so for us. A reciprocal love, based on Christian feelings, bridges the distance, while millions only make a sham of it. No. It is impossible, she said, her lips trembling. Then I was mistaken in believing you might love me a little, he said through gritted teeth. Otherwise, you would pass over these considerations. For months I have struggled against myself, and now your inexorable pride drives me away. Let us call it pride, my lord, but it is also my duty. You admit you had to struggle. Why, if not because such a union seemed incompatible with your principles? Today, you yield to an impulse. You are generous beyond expression. But I cannot accept. You do not know what you are to me. My lord, I pray you, she whispered. He saw her pale and trembling and understood she was fighting against her own heart. Pardon my insistence. But if you knew what your refusal makes me endure, at least reflect, and give me your final answer in a few days. What use is delaying? Magali, Lord Gerald is right. Miss Omely intervened. You must reflect under the eye of God. So be it, she said wearily. In 3 days, I shall answer you definitively. Freddy entered, drawing case under his arm. The Duke, with a voice that struggled for calm, shared Lord Lowstead's enigmatic summons. The young man was intrigued and agreed to go the next morning. You will do me a service by answering for me, dear Fred, Gerald said. I must leave now for the palace if I am not to be late. He bowed to the ladies and departed. Magali fell onto Miss Omely's shoulder and began to sob. My little darling. Perhaps you carry pride too far. Omely whispered. He is so noble, and he loves you so. Oh, do not say that. You would take away all my courage. This marriage is impossible. It was a folly of his to think of it. But I must work to find calm again. And it will be hard, because I shall always tell myself that I was the one who said no. That evening, at His Majesty's gala dinner, The Duke of Staldiff appeared distracted and somber. None suspected that the mortal blessed with every gift of fortune had just been refused by an obscure and poor girl. As he spoke with a young royal highness, he saw only the small parlor, the rose-veiled lamp, and Magali's blonde head, her eyes filled with anguish, regret, and an unshakable resolution. Chapter 18. The following day, Magali and Freddy attended the incomprehensible summons of Lord Lowstead. Magali's eyes were shadowed and her head throbbed after an entirely sleepless night, yet her spirit had recovered a sufficient calm following a long stay at the church and the letter she had just written to Father Newey, currently in Ireland, to seek his counsel. "Lord Gerald has already arrived," said Freddy, seeing the Duke's particular equipage before Lord Lowstead's residence, recognizable by its superb, spirited horses and the very sober livery of the servants. The young man was indeed in the drawing-room where the newcomers were introduced. He was standing, examining an object held in his hands with great attention. "We are perhaps late, my lord?" Magali asked. "Not at all. It is I who am early, Miss Magali. Lord Lowstead has just told me he was expecting us. But do look at this. I am struck by a resemblance." He handed Magali a miniature encircled in gold. She saw a young brunette with a very white complexion and blue eyes of extreme sweetness. "But it is my mother," she murmured, stupefied. The Duke gave a start. "For my part, I found an extraordinary resemblance to Freddy. You remember your mother well, Miss Magali?" "As if I saw her still before me, my lord." "Yes, there is her look, her pure features." "From whom is this portrait?" she asked, her voice stifled by emotion. "It is that of Lord Lowstead's sister-in-law, a Frenchwoman of a noble Breton family, who was the mother of Lady Ethel, the young girl who disappeared so mysteriously." "Ethel. Our mother was named so," murmured Freddy, quite pale with shock. The three of them looked at one another, the same thought rising in their minds. "Come," said Lord Gerald in a quivering voice. They ascended the broad stone staircase with him and were shown into Lord Lowstead's chamber. The old man, his face ravaged by illness, sat in an armchair supported by pillows. "Ah, you are here at last," he whispered. "Time presses. I am departing with great strides. Sit down and listen to me." The Duke brought a chair for Magali and stood a few paces behind, arms crossed, his gaze moving from the slumped, trembling old man to the young girl, whose features expressed both compassion and anxiety. "I have neither the time nor the desire for a useless preamble," Lord Lowstead said, his voice escaping painfully from his constricted throat. "I shall simply tell you what became of my niece, Ethel Lowstead. During a journey in South America, we stopped in Buenos Aires at the home of a wealthy landowner who was a friend to us. There was a young French secretary there, perfectly bred, an original and charming spirit endowed with remarkable qualities. He had a magnificent voice, Ethel did as well, and our hosts made them sing together. He accompanied us on our rides. My niece consulted him on her watercolors. I, entirely occupied with the difficult purchase of a rare medal, paid no attention to the change in Ethel's mood. It was a sledgehammer blow to me when she announced she wished to marry Luke Dalty. I refused with indignation. I reproached her violently for even thinking of such a derogation. But Ethel possessed, beneath her gentle appearance, a will of iron. In spite of my threats, she persisted. She became Mistress Luke Dalty, and I never saw her again. I swore never to forgive her, never to recognize her children as my kin. This is why I remained silent, Magali and Freddy, when you were presented to me in the hall of Hawker Park. Proud of my old nobility, I did not wish to discover my niece's misalliance, especially since the heir to the Lowstead name and fortune happened to be Freddy, the inheritance being transmitted this time through the female line due to the death of my only male relative. I knew I was committing an injustice, yet I sank deeper into it each day, hardening my heart against the charm of you both, my poor children, against this striking resemblance of Freddy to that Ethel I had cherished as a daughter. It took my final moments to understand at last the greatness of my fault, and to make amends. In Lord Gerald's mind, one thought dominated everything in that minute. Magali, the daughter of Luke Dalty and Lady Ethel Lowstead, was now brought close to him, even a distant relative, through a marriage in the previous century between a Hawker and a Lowstead. And it was this same thought that illuminated Magali's dark eyes as the old man spoke. "My lord, we would nonetheless have surrounded you with so much affection," she said softly, leaning toward him. "Yes, I know you are both charming beings and that I have deprived my last days of great consolations. I have suffered much these past few days from the remorse of being pitiless toward Ethel. She wrote to me a year after her marriage to solicit my pardon. I returned her letter. Since then, I heard no more of her." He broke off, oppressed and livid. "My lord, do not tire yourself," Magali pleaded. He made a gesture of indifference. "Oh, what does it matter? I must tell you more. But first, call me uncle. It will remind me of my little Ethel. She was intelligent and good like you, Magali, but you do not resemble her physically. You are the portrait of your father, that handsome Luke Dalty, poet, musician, irresistible charmer. Freddy takes after Ethel in body and spirit. Only, he has one thing more which I had not thought to provide my niece, a deeply rooted religious faith. Freddy, come here, my child." He took the young man's hands and drew him close. "She gave you my name. She loved her eccentric uncle, poor little thing. Freddy, you are my heir, you are to be Lord Lowstead. That part of my fortune which is not entailed shall be shared between Magali and you. I have made my will. My Lord Duke, will you accept the charge of doing what is necessary so that the rights of these children are well established?" The Duke leaned toward him. "I take everything upon myself, my lord. Be without fear. It will be perhaps a little long, given the lack of legal papers, but I shall see to it. You may obtain the marriage record in Buenos Aires. The children perhaps know where they were born?" "We are completely ignorant of it, my lord," Magali said. "My poor mother never spoke to us of the past. It is singular she took no papers with her," Lord Gerald noted. "But we have a clue now. You told us, Magali," Lord Lowstead resumed, "that the individual Roswell insinuated he could let you know your maternal origin. It would not be of great importance if I had not noticed that man's gaze moving from you to me with a singular expression. It is possible that in the Indies he knew your parents. He may give us useful information." "Well, I shall see to it," Lord Gerald said. "Have no fear, my lord, I shall watch over all the interests of your grandnephews. Thank you for having so generously taken them in, my lord. I have been repaid 100-fold by the affection of my little Fred. Bye." He turned toward Magali, holding out his hand. "Are you willing now, Magali?" he asked softly. "Yes, now I am quite willing, my lord," she replied with a radiant look, placing her hand in his. "All is repaired then," the old man murmured with a look of gratitude toward the heavens. Lord Frederick Lowstead, surrounded by his grandnephews and Lord Gerald, returned his soul to God that same day. The Duke attended to all the funeral details while announcing the heir of the old lord. It was a sensation when aristocratic London learned at once this news and that of the Duke of Staldiff's engagement to Magali Dalty. In the afternoon of that day, Miss Omely and Magali, exquisitely pretty in her severe mourning attire, went down to Lady Julian's for tea. Lord Dorwelly, engaged for 2 days to Lady Isabel, was there, as was Freddy. The Duke entered almost at once and approached Magali. "Pardon me for not meeting you, Magali. I was detained by one of my tenants. I had a great desire to dispatch the good man quickly, but I remembered a word once said by my dear Egeria: one must never neglect a duty, even for the most legitimate of satisfactions. The satisfaction was to see you sooner, the duty was to listen to poor Stanley and put him at ease. It will be so good, Gerald," she said with a smile of happiness. "Yes, it will be deliciously good to do good together," he replied with emotion. He sat near her and drew a letter from his pocket. "This is a letter from Silton. I am informed that the wretch Roswell, who has never recovered from his wound, is at his last moments." "Oh, the unfortunate man," Magali murmured. "If we wish to know if he truly knew your parents, I must depart tomorrow for Silton." Magali shook her head. "To you, he will say nothing, Gerald. He cannot forget how you treated him. I am of your mind. But then, perhaps it should be I." "You," he cried with a gesture of protest. "Do you forget what that being attempted?" "No, Magali, I could not bear for you to see that man. He is dying, Gerald. And apart from his revelations, it is perhaps not impossible to attempt something for the salvation of that soul. Seeing that I forgive him, he may be touched. I doubt it, for I believe him quite hardened. Yet it is true you are capable of softening stones, he said with moved admiration. Do as you wish, Magali. It costs me to see you attempt this. But you are right. I shall depart tomorrow with Miss Omely. He broke off as the door opened, revealing Lady Ophelia. The girl had just arrived after a short stay in Scotland. A brief note had told her of Lord Lowstead's death, but Isabel had reserved the surprise of the other news for her cousin's arrival. Ophelia stopped abruptly, her features contracted. Of all those there, she saw only her cousin and Magali, sitting near each other, hand in hand. Do come in, Ophelia, the Duke said, rising. We have many things to tell you. First, a double engagement, Isabel and Lord Rupert, Magali and I. There was a small mocking light in his gaze. Lady Ophelia, pressing her lips together, stepped toward her cousin. She offered her hand to Lord Dorwelly, saying in a tone she tried to steady, I am charmed by the happiness that has come to you. My lord, you will have a pleasant companion in dear Isabel. She made no move to turn toward Magali. The Duke, a mocking smile upon his lips, said quietly, Shall we not also have the honor of your congratulations, Ophelia? She looked at him, very pale, her mouth curling in disdain. You must suspect, Gerald, that I cannot understand. But she lowered her eyes before the imperious look fixed upon her and murmured in a constrained tone, I offer you all my best wishes. And offer your compliments to Freddy too. Come, my dear Fred, Lord Gerald said, signaling the young man. Ophelia, I present to you Lord Frederick Lowstead. What are you saying, Gerald? She stammered, stupefied. He is authentic, I assure you. Lady Isabel laughed. He is the grandnephew and heir of poor Lord Lowstead. And my fiancé is thus somewhat our cousin, the Duke added. I do not love her any more for that. I believe that would be quite impossible, he said with a smile of happiness. Chapter 19. Miss Omely and Magali, following the nurse, passed between the white-curtained beds of the Silton Hospital wards. A warm March sun streamed through the large windows, spreading in luminous sheets across the tiled floor. And in this clarity, Magali suddenly saw a ravaged face, eyes closed, in whom she could hardly recognize William Roswell. But does he still live? She stammered before that livid countenance. At the sound of her voice, the dying man abruptly opened his eyes. He let out a hoarse exclamation. I am dreaming. Magali stepped forward, quite pale, murmuring a silent prayer. It is indeed I, she said softly. I come to tell you that I have forgotten everything, William Roswell. Not I. Oh, not I, he said with a grimace of anger. I remember your contemptuous answers, your disdain, your refusal. You come here to gloat over my helplessness. But for whom are you in mourning? Before the young girl could answer, he let escape a second exclamation. What does this mean? Are you then engaged? He asked, pointing to the marvelous ring Magali wore, which a ray of sun had just made sparkle. She gave an affirmative sign. Is it to him? To the Duke of Staldiff? Precisely. A flash of rage leapt from his gaze. What? His pride has yielded, after all. I should never have thought it. That handsome Duke who seemed so proud, so energetic, has no more will than the others, he said with a sort of disdainful fury. There is nonetheless nothing that should astonish you, Magali said, making an effort to speak with tranquility. Through my mother, I am nearly the equal of the Duke of Staldiff. He gave a start and tried to sit up. Through your mother? You do not know who she is. She was named Lady Ethel Lowstead. Who told you? He ground out. Lord Lowstead himself, before he died. Ah, I see. So, she must triumph after all, that Ethel. You knew her? Magali asked, fixing her gaze into the wretch's eyes, already veiled by the approach of death. Yes, I knew her, he said with a dull rage. And your father too. And I shall even tell you something. Luke Dalty was found murdered in a suburb of Bombay, and the author of that death remained unknown. Well, His name was William Roswell. Magali recoiled with a cry of horror. "Ah, that moves you," he said with a cynical sneer. "What would you have?" I hated him. I have always had an irreducible antipathy for people beautiful and good, such as, for example, your noble fiancé. However, Luke Dalty had granted me all his confidence. After his death, I found myself invested with the right to counsel the young widow. I knew she had a secret antipathy for me, but she could never shake her husband's trust in his dear friend Roswell. Notwithstanding that aversion, I prepared to execute the plan for which I had suppressed Luke Dalty. I knew through him that his wife had recently become the future heiress of Lord Lowstead. It was a matter, then, for me to marry the young widow. I took in hand all the affairs of interest. I had her entrust to me, under the pretext of indispensable research, all the legal papers Madame Dalty possessed. Then, one day, I came to address to her my marriage proposal. Had she an intuition of the true cause of her husband's death? Be that as it may, she answered me with such contempt that I vowed from then on an implacable hatred toward her. A short time later, that small commercial enterprise, which was her only resource, collapsed, aided by me, naturally. It was ruin for her, and then I renewed my proposal. She did not even answer me and simply showed me the door. From then on, I set myself stubbornly to harm her in all things. Soon life became intolerable for her, and one day I learned she had secretly left Bombay with her children. I could never find her trail. It was only much later, finding myself one day at the British consul's in Isfahan at the same time as the Duke of Staldiff, that I heard him incidentally recount your story. It then came to my mind that Freddy and you were the only heirs of Lord Lowstead, and that I might perhaps attempt something in that direction. You would have had a pretty dowry, Miss Magali, and your brother would have been in my hands. Magali, blanched with emotion before this cynical revelation, leaned nearly fainting against Miss Omely. But she suddenly drew herself up, not wanting to let this man enjoy her suffering. "How is it that I never saw you in Bombay?" "That is not astonishing, for you were both almost constantly in boarding schools. I saw you perhaps 3 or 4 times, in passing, and it may well be that you kept no memory of me." "Well, what do you say to all that?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "You rejoice to see me powerless, defeated?" "Yes, defeated," he gasped ragefully. Magali stepped forward. She leaned, despite her instinctive repulsion, toward this man who was the murderer of her father and the persecutor of her mother. "Do not think thus. In the name of my parents, in the name of Freddy who was also struck by you, and in my own, especially, I forgive you, William Roswell." "It is not true," he said, grinding his teeth. "You want to play the generous one, but I do not believe you. And besides, I have no need of your forgiveness." "You are right. You need first that of the Lord," she said gravely. "I want not that one either. Depart, leave me in peace, instead of coming to insult me with your happiness. Let me die quietly, since I could not have my revenge. I conjure you, think of the accounts you must render to God." Magali's quivering voice pleaded. "Think that you are on the edge of the abyss, and that a cry of repentance can still save you. Leave me," he howled. "I guess why you came to torment me. You want the papers I possess. But you shall have nothing, nothing." He collapsed, a flow of blood escaping his lips. Miss Omely called the nurse, then led the shivering Magali away. "His Grace the Duke of Staldiff has just arrived and awaits you in the salon," the hotel landlady announced to them when they returned. Magali, suddenly all rosy, entered the room where Lord Gerald was pacing. He came to her, a happy smile lighting his haughty features. She then told him what had just passed. Roswell's cynical tale explained all the painful history of poor Lady Ethel. "Poor dear Mamma," Magali murmured, her eyes filling with tears. "And he does not seem disposed to surrender the papers that belong to us, Gerald. We shall do without them. Do not distress yourself, my dear Magali." So, that wretched being showed no glimmer of repentance. "None, Gerald. If you wish, we shall go to the chapel to pray for him, for it is a dreadful thing to think that this unfortunate man is going to depart thus into eternity." It was doubtless this prayer that brought to William Roswell at the last moment the repentance sought for him. With an almost frozen hand, he traced a few words giving the address of a friend in London where the papers were deposited. At the bottom, he wrote, "Pardon." This note was handed to the Duke of Staldiff as he was about to leave Silton. He gave a satisfied exclamation and handed it to Magali, saying, "Let us thank the Lord who permitted this wretched guilty man to recover himself at last. Divine mercy is inexhaustible, we shall supplicate for him, for I forgive him following your example, my dear fiancé." The Duke of Staldiff and his young wife had made their wedding journey on their yacht. They had visited the coasts of Greece and Asia and accomplished a long pilgrimage to the Holy Land, Magali's dream since childhood. Now, they were arriving in the land of Provence, where Freddy came to join them. Lord and Lady Dorwelly also arrived shortly after. The Marquis d'Ulide, delighted, did them all the honours of his Provence, especially his dear Arles. One morning, when a light breeze blew, the Duke and Magali climbed alone to the antiques of Saint Remy. For a long time, in the shade of a nettle tree, they contemplated those jewels of Greek art. The pure air was perfumed with the balsamic scent of rosemary. The sun, a bit burning but so radiant, lit Magali's velvety pupils. And these two beings, with the harmonious elegance of their forms, evoked the thought of those masterpieces of ancient statuary. But these statues lived, and the same deep thoughts passed in those brown eyes and those black eyes that knew so well how to understand one another. Magali had placed her hand upon her husband's arm. The sun made the diamond dew and the delicate ruby heather sparkle on her wrist, forming a bracelet fastened by a golden lily. He had offered her this artistic marvel at the beginning of their engagement, saying to her, "This is a slight reparation. I wish to erase, upon this poor little wrist, the mark my violence once imprinted there. I myself traced the design of this jewel, Magali. It shall be for you a double memory, that of the Gerald of before, harsh and proud, and especially, I hope, of the husband who aspires only to make you happy and to become better near you." And this was not a vain word with him. Magali knew that this heart belonged to her entirely. He surrounded her with tender respect, calling her, "My dear wisdom." Magali did not let herself be intoxicated by her high position. She was always the simple and pious Magali, initiating herself each day a bit more into her new responsibilities as a wife. "Well, what do you say to this view, Magali?" Lord Gerald asked, taking the small hand that slipped beneath his arm. "This sight is delicious, Gerald. I truly believe myself in Greece here. What harmonious light! Yes, it is the pure light of God. Let us fill our eyes with it, my May Queen, let us breathe these fortifying perfumes. And this light, these perfumes, this happiness of our souls, we shall carry them back into our misty England, we shall spread them upon those who suffer. And we shall keep a bit for ourselves, Magali, for the days of inevitable trial, when our hearts shall submit to sorrow but shall not cease to lean upon one another and to hope in God." From the foot of the hill, a man's voice rose, grave and warm. It sang in Provençal, and a few words reached the ears of the two young people as they fell silent to listen. "My, traiti vere, vi lisestello, o Magali, cumen parli." Do you know the language dear to your friend Diulide enough to translate that for me, Gerald? Magali asked, lifting toward her husband her large velvety eyes, her Saracen eyes, as the Queen had spontaneously qualified them. Smiling, he leaned down and brushed his lips against the young woman's brow. A literal translation. "But, as soon as they saw thee, O Magali, see the stars, how they have paled." The poet is right. What are the most sparkling stars in the eyes of the Lord, near a pure and fervent soul, faithful and tender above all? Such as yours, O Magali, my Lily of Provence. Finish. And so, we reach the end of this unforgettable journey. We have concluded the story of Magali, a young woman who taught us that true nobility lies not just in titles or great fortunes, but in the purity of the heart and the steadfastness of character. We watched Magali and her brother Freddy go from the deep pain of abandonment and poverty to the discovery of their true origins. But, above all, we followed the transformation of Duke Gerald of Staldiff. What began as an encounter marked by pride and past hurts blossomed into a love capable of breaking down the rigid social barriers of the English aristocracy. This work by MDelly is a reminder that we all go through trials which, like fire, serve to purify our feelings. Magali kept her humility even when she was crowned Queen of the May, and Gerald learned that the greatest tradition of his lineage should be charity and kindness. The conclusion we draw is that love and faith can indeed transform the ice of indifference into the radiant sun of Provence. I hope you were as moved as I was while narrating each chapter of this story. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a like. This helps the channel reach more people immensely. Comment down below, what did you think of the Duke's redemption? And of Magali's strength? I love reading your insights. If you aren't subscribed yet, please subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss the start of our next audiobook. Thank you so much for accompanying me this far. A big hug.